Chapter 3853. At the peak of Lingyue Mountain, Pangu threw up the universe star compass. Hongjun, Jiangqin, De Huang and Long Shisan stood side by side. Daddy, take care. Darling, take care. Son, go and explore the world. Brothers, I will miss all of you. Jiang Chen's children, wife, father, and brothers waved at Lingyue Mountain. Parting was always sad. Big brother Pangu, let's go. Jiang Chen urged. He disliked the scene of parting the most because it was too sad. Moreover, he was afraid that if he continued to see these kind faces, he would not have the courage to leave. Rise. Pangu shot out a beam of divine light, and the universe star compass began to stir violently. In the next moment, the universe star compass turned into a circular spaceship. It was hundreds of feet wide and looked extraordinary. Let's go. Pangu was the first to move and jumped onto the spaceship. Hongjun followed closely behind, and Jiang Chen and his brothers also jumped up. Brothers, use your Dian nomological laws and activate the universe star compass. I will find the location of the universe tide. Pangu said to Hongjun and Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen and Hongjun nodded. The nomological laws of Dian surged out and instilled them into the universe star compass. The dense nomological laws enveloped the entire compass. De Huang and Long Shisan were full of excitement. These two fellows, who were usually mischievous, were extremely well behaved at this moment. They were not fools and knew that going to the eternal world was not a joke. With their strength, they had to rely on the protection of Jiang Chen's trio and the universe star compass to safely pass through the universe tide and enter the eternal world. Buzz buzz. The universe star compass erupted with an intense buzzing sound and rippled with endless divine light. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the peak of Lingyue Mountain. In the next moment, the universe star compass pointed out a direction. There was a dark tide surging there. It was the location of the universe tide. The moment they found the location of the universe tide, the universe star compass started to shake violently. The 5 people on the compass started to feel an intense tearing force. What a terrifying cosmic tide. I've only just sensed its location, and it has already caused such a huge commotion. What would happen if I were to enter the cosmic tide? Long Shisan was shocked, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He did not dare to be careless. Now is the moment when the cosmic tide is at its weakest. If it had just erupted, we wouldn't have dared to bring the 2 of you along even with the protection of the universe star compass. This is because we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Bringing you along would be no different from sending you to your deaths. Hongjun said. Big bro, what is this universe star compass? To think that it's so mystical that it can locate the location of the universe tide. Jiang Chen was obviously very interested in the universe star compass. Jiang Chen was very clear that without Pangu's universe star compass, even if he knew about the existence of the eternal world and knew that he could enter the eternal world through the universe tide, it would still be extremely difficult to find the location of the universe tide. Jiang Chen could see the myriad worlds at a glance, but he could not see through the deeper level of the profound mysteries of the universe. This was the gap. I can only say that this compass is a product of the eternal world. It contains the power of the cosmic source, so it can accurately locate the universe tide and play a great protective role. At least it can ensure that we enter the eternal world safely. Pangu said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly and did not continue to ask. Pangu obviously had his own secrets. He and Hongjun must have an inexplicable relationship with the eternal world, but it was obvious that they all had their own difficulties. Perhaps, if it were not for Jiang Chen, they would not have planned to go to the eternal world again in this life. It was as if the eternal world was a place of sorrow for them. But Jiang Chen remembered the help that Pangu and Hongjun had given him. In the future, if they needed his help in the eternal world, Jiang Chen would naturally not hesitate to help them. The location of the universe tide has been found. We are going to enter it now. Everyone stay on the universe star compass and don't move. Pangu said. Everyone began to feel nervous, but more than that, they were excited. In the depths of Pangu and Hongjun's eyes, there was a thought-provoking look. The eternal world must have an extraordinary meaning for the 2 of them. The compass was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the space turbulence. In the compass, countless routes could be seen. They were void routes intertwining between worlds. In front of them was a void river. The river surged and exploded with a roar. Around the river, within a radius of billions of miles, all the planets were shattered and all the void paths were torn apart. The domineering Milky Way became the only one since ancient times. No one knew where the Milky Way led to. The universe tide is too domineering. It appears once every 10,000 years, and every time it appears, I don't know how many void paths are destroyed. Hongjun said. Is this the universe tide? It's really terrifying. Even with my strength, I actually feel a shiver. Long Shersan's expression changed slightly. It's too strong. Even a heavenly king expert would be torn to pieces in an instant if he entered the universe tide. De Huang said, Fenger can't cultivate. His body is so weak. How can he survive in the universe tide? After personally witnessing the terrifying cosmic tide, everyone could not help but think of Jiang Feng who had entered this place. Given the cosmic tide situation, if Jiang Feng were to enter this place, there was a 100% chance that he would die. He would vanish into thin air. There was no chance of him surviving. I'm also very puzzled. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Fenger to withstand the universe tide, but Feng's soul jade slip is intact. The soul jade slip I set up will never be wrong. Jiang Qin said. It seems that this child is not ordinary. Pengu narrowed his eyes slightly. In this world, there are many things that can't be speculated with common sense. If this child can pass through the universe tide alone, there must be some meaning. Let's not continue guessing. We can only pray that the child is safe and sound. Hongjun said. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. There were a lot of things in this world that couldn't be explained. The fact that Jiang Feng didn't die in the cosmic tide was already the best thing that could be done. As for what had happened and how Jiang Feng managed to cross the cosmic tide, it was pointless to think about it now. Now, the universe star compass was about to enter the universe tide. A new path was about to unfold. What the three brothers had to do next was to carry out a new round of exploration in the eternal world. Everyone sit tight. We're about to enter the universe tide. Chapter 38:54. The closer they got to the cosmic tide, the stronger the power that could tear everything apart became. The universe star compass trembled violently, but its material was extraordinary. According to Pengu, this universe star compass contained powerful cosmic source energy, which was why it could withstand the power of the cosmic tide so easily. Rumble. The universe star compass was like a warship descending from the sky, directly falling into a vast ocean, causing endless ripples to appear. Pengu and the other two didn't dare to be negligent. They exerted the Dian laws to the extreme. Even so, the universe star compass that had just entered the cosmic tide was still swaying left and right, like a small boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. The power of the cosmic tide was too terrifying. Waves of void wind were like endless blades, cutting everything. Crackling sounds could be heard, and the universe star compass was unable to stabilize. This terrifying shaking lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it finally stabilized. Seeing that the compass was stable, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief, especially De Huang and Long Shersan. They sat on it, not daring to even move. They looked nervous, but more than that, they were filled with endless excitement. This kind of excitement hadn't been seen for 300 years. Exciting, exciting. The eternal world, I, Master Monkey, am beginning to look forward to it. Long Shersan was beaming with joy. Thinking of the new journey that he was about to embark on, his blood began to boil uncontrollably. Big brother, how long will it take for us to reach the eternal world? Jiang Qin asked. 3 days. 3 days should be enough. Pengu said. Not too long. Jiang Qin nodded. 3 days wasn't too long. At least, it was much shorter than what he had expected. However, the eruption of the cosmic tide would only last for a month. Half of the time had already passed when they entered the eternal world. For the remaining time, they had to enter the eternal world before the cosmic tide ended. Otherwise, they might get lost in the starry sky of the universe. That wasn't a joke. That's right, big brother, second brother, what is the cosmic source energy that you were talking about? Jiang Qin asked curiously. This wasn't the first time he had heard of cosmic source energy, and he knew that it might be indispensable to the eternal world. In fact, the divine power in his body had to be converted to source energy in order to survive in the eternal world. Otherwise, his divine power would be useless in the eternal world. That's right. That's what I wanted to explain to you all. Since you're going to the eternal world, you must know about the cosmos origin energy. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you all to move a single step in the eternal world. Pengu said. Oh my god, is it really that ridiculous? De Huang rolled his eyes. He was, after all, a top expert of a world. Even in the eternal world, he shouldn't be that weak. It would be too much of a blow to him to say that he would be killed easily. It's not ridiculous. It's the truth. Your divine power won't be able to be used in the eternal world. The so-called cosmic source energy is the power of the universe's origin. It's a very noble and supreme power. It's a power that existed at the beginning of the universe and represents the universe's origin. In the entire universe, The only place where the cosmic source energy exists is the eternal world. The eternal world is supreme. Humans are born to cultivate the cosmic source energy. But you don't have to worry too much. With your strength, once all the divine power in your body is converted to source energy, you won't be at the bottom in the eternal world. Pangu said. That's right. Not only will you not be at the bottom, but you also have a unique advantage compared to the people of the eternal world. That is, your cultivation experience. You've experienced several lifetimes, so your cultivation experience is too rich. Moreover, you've comprehended the heavenly way and your body contains the great way. The Tao of the eternal world is naturally different from the Tao of other planes, but your experience and your understanding of the great way are inseparable. Even in the eternal world, this comprehension can be used. To put it bluntly, your cultivation experience and comprehension will be at the level of the ancestors in the eternal world. Therefore, with such an advantage in the eternal world, the speed of your growth will be unmatched by ordinary people. Hongjun said. Hongjun's words made Jiang Qin and the other two feel a lot more at ease. Yes, the world could change, the Dharma could change, and even the cultivation power could change, but a person's comprehension of cultivation and their own experience would not change. No matter where they went, it would be very practical. There was no doubt about this. It was also the biggest advantage that Jiang Qin and the others had over the people of the eternal world. This unique advantage was enough to make them existences like the ancestors when they came to the eternal world. This kind of terrifying experience would definitely allow them to cultivate without any obstructions, as if they were using a cheat code. But how do we convert the divine power in our body into the cosmic source energy? Jiang Qin continued to ask. Although they already knew about the cosmic source energy, they had not really come into contact with it, and they did not have the slightest experience in converting the divine power in their body into cosmic source energy. De Huang and Longshan also stared at Pangu and Hongjun without blinking, waiting for them to answer their questions. They knew very well that the cosmic source energy would accompany them throughout the eternal world. It's very simple. You can't convert divine power into cosmic source energy now because you have never come into contact with cosmic source energy. You don't know what cosmic source energy is, so you don't know in which direction to convert it. In addition, there is no cosmic source energy in your original world. Even if you convert it, it will be useless. To put it bluntly, if you want to convert the divine power in your body into cosmic source energy, as long as you come into contact with cosmic source energy, even if there is a little bit of cosmic source energy in your body, you can convert the divine power in this direction. Pangu said. In other words, we have to go to the eternal world and come into contact with the cosmic source energy to be able to convert divine power. Jiang Qin said. In theory this is the case, but you should be able to come into contact with the cosmic source energy as soon as possible. The cultivators of the eternal world can't do without source stones. Source stones are equivalent to the immortal essence stones and divine essence stones. They are something that the cultivators of the eternal world must use. Source stones contain pure cosmic source energy. As long as you can find source stones and absorb the cosmic source energy in them, under the guidance of cosmic source energy, you can gradually convert the origin energy in your body into cosmic source energy. Pangu said. After saying so much, there are no source stones here. We still have to wait in the eternal world to have a chance to get source stones. Damn, if we can't use divine power when we get there, won't we be at the mercy of others and have no power to fight back? De Huang couldn't help but say. In the cosmic tide there will be some starry sky source stones. This kind of starry sky source stone is more precious and much purer than the ordinary source stones in the eternal world. In 3 days, as long as our luck isn't too bad, it won't be difficult to get an extremely fast starry sky source stone. With the help of the starry sky source stone, you can convert cosmic source energy. Hongjun said. Chapter 38:55. As soon as Hongjun finished his words, a blue light suddenly flashed. Hongjun was extremely fast. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the blue light was already in his hand. This technique could be said to be shocking. It was done at will. De Huang and Longshan were stunned. They were full of admiration for this kind of almighty existence that could split heaven and earth apart. The technique was really beyond their imagination. Look, isn't this just one? Hongjun said with a smile and passed a blue stone to Jiang Qin. The stone was as big as a fist and it was shining brightly. With Jiang Qin's eyesight, he could naturally see that this stone was not an ordinary one. Starry Sky Source Stone. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The cosmic source energy contained in this Starry Sky Source Stone was something that he had never come into contact with before. This was a brand new power that Jiang Qin had never seen before. Compared to the Immortal Essence Stone and Divine Essence Stone, This starry sky source stone could only be described with one word: high grade. This starry sky source stone is at least equivalent to the value of a 5th grade source stone in the eternal world. One is enough for you to convert your divine power, Hongjun said, and then stuffed the starry sky source stone into Jiang Chen's hands. Second brother, don't you need it? Jiang Chen was too embarrassed to take it. We have our own methods of converting origin energy. Furthermore, there are quite a lot of starry sky origin stones in the cosmos tide. If we're lucky, we should be able to obtain 100 or 80 of them in the next 3 days. That would be quite a fortune in the eternal realm. Hongjun smiled. Ah, okay. I won't stand on ceremony then. Jiang Chen took the starry sky source stone and handed it to De Huang. De Huang, you go first. Damn, little Qinzi, this is not suitable. This is given to you by old ancestor Hongjun. De Huang waved his hand. He knew how precious this thing was. Don't be shy. This isn't the only one. Jiang Chen threw the star origin stone to De Huang. Then, his eyes flashed and he used the power of Dian to grab the star origin stone with his bare hands. Another star origin stone appeared in his hand. In terms of means, Jiang Chen was not weaker than Hongjun old ancestor. Isn't this another one? Monkey, here you go. Jiang Chen casually threw the starry sky source stone to Long San. After appeasing the two of them, he would think about himself. After all, given De Huang and Long San's strength, they wouldn't be able to stretch out the compass to grab the starry sky origin stone for the time being. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Long San didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Jiang Chen and immediately took the starry sky source stone. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. After all, they were friends who had gone through life and death together. After De Huang and Long San got the starry sky source stone, they swallowed it in the most barbaric way. Seeing this, Pangu and Hongjun couldn't help but laugh. Swallowing a starry sky source stone that was equivalent to a 5th grade star origin stone was really ridiculous. However, Pangu and Hongjun could see that regardless of whether it was De Huang or Long San, their bodies were very powerful. Such abnormal beings couldn't be judged by common sense. Not to mention one starry sky source stone, even 2 or 10 star origin stones wouldn't be able to make them explode. Boom! Terrifying origin power instantly exploded in De Huang and Long San's bodies like a vast ocean rampaging through their bodies. The terrifying new energy made the two of them tremble uncontrollably. Of course, what really affected them wasn't the strength of this energy, but the unfamiliarity with it. Because it was unfamiliarity, it was difficult to control. However, Pangu and Hongjun didn't say anything to help the two of them because they knew very well that geniuses like De Huang and Long San didn't need any advice from others. They could quickly adapt and understand origin power. Next, they would naturally convert the divine power in their bodies into cosmic source force. Don't worry, third brother. After entering the cosmic tide, we've already established a certain connection with the eternal world. We can convert origin power at will. Hongjun could see Jiang Chen's worry and couldn't help reminding him. With their strength, they should be able to reach the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm after converting their divine power. Pangu looked at De Huang and Long San and said, Origin realm? Is that the eternal world realm? Jiang Chen asked curiously. That's right. The everlasting world is the highest existence in the universe, where the origin lies. There are 4 origin realms for cultivating the source energy of the universe: the origin realm, the unity realm, the earth origin realm, and the heavenly origin realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Those who come into contact with the source energy of the universe for the first time from a lower plane won't have a good realm after the transformation. Normally, they won't exceed the origin realm. Even you, brother, after the transformation of your divine power, you'll probably only reach the peak of the origin realm. You won't be able to reach the unity realm, Pangu said. Of course, this doesn't mean that you're weak. As the best of the lower planes, you've comprehended the great Tao of the world, so you're naturally not weak. It's just that you're limited by the laws of the everlasting world. In addition, it's your first time coming into contact with the source energy of the universe. Although the level you've just converted isn't too high, your progress will be very fast. You'll surpass the majority of the natives of the everlasting world. To put it bluntly, you'll be a true genius in the everlasting world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod at Pangu's words. He now had a basic understanding of the cultivation of the everlasting world. As for their cultivation after converting their divine power, Jiang Chen didn't particularly care. Just as Pangu had said, under the various restrictions, it would be very difficult for them to surpass the origin realm. However, their future cultivation path would definitely be smooth and they would make rapid progress. Moreover, the peak of the origin realm would at least not be a bottom-feeder existence. In some small places they would be considered top-notch existences. It was much better than when he ascended from the Saint Origin world to the immortal world. Before this, Jiang Chen had already prepared to start all over again. Walking step by step to the peak was the feeling that Jiang Chen liked the most. Excitement, hot blood, fighting all the way and feeling carefree. Swoosh. As he spoke, Jiang Chen grabbed another starry sky source stone from the starry sky compass. Then he didn't care about Pangu and Hongjun anymore. Just like De Huang and Long Shisan, he swallowed the starry sky source stone in one gulp. There were only 3 days left. It was still very tight. He must completely convert the divine power in his body into the cosmic source energy before entering the everlasting world. Only in this way he would be able to deal with any unexpected accidents when he entered the everlasting world. Jiang Chen and his brothers entered a meditative state and used the starry sky source stone to convert the divine power in their bodies. The compass also became quiet. Only the tearing and roaring sound of the cosmic tide could be heard outside. Pangu and Hongjuan's eyes were profound. They looked into the distance along the cosmic tide, as if they were looking at the edge of the horizon. I don't know if it's the right decision to come back this time. Old ancestor Hongjun sighed softly. We have controlled fate for countless years, but now we have to see fate for once. Third brother may be an anomaly in this universe. I'm afraid the everlasting world will not be peaceful anymore. Chapter 3856. The source power contained in a starry sky source stone was undoubtedly terrifying. Jiang Chen could feel it the moment the stone entered his body. He didn't know how the eternal world source stones were divided, but a 5th grade source stone was definitely not low. In fact, it was very difficult for ordinary origin realm cultivators to withstand the impact of a 5th grade source stone. However, Jiang Chen and the others were different. They had the most essential difference from the eternal world's foundation cultivators. Their foundation was too strong and thick. The only thing they lacked was their understanding and knowledge of source power. Therefore, a starry sky source stone was just right for Jiang Chen and the others. If the grade of the stone was too low, it would be almost impossible to convert the divine power in their bodies into source power in a short period of time. Only a starry sky source stone with pure energy could help them achieve this. Jiang Chen had enough cultivation experience. After coming into contact with the power of the cosmic source, he immediately activated the dragon transformation skill and began to guide the power into his dantian. In the previous world, even if he absorbed the power of the cosmic source, Jiang Chen's method would definitely be to convert the source power into the divine power in his body. Moreover, the source power in a cultivator's body must exist by relying on the origin of the world. In other words, in the entire universe, apart from the eternal world and the cosmic tide that connected to the eternal world, even if a cultivator absorbed the power of the cosmic source, he wouldn't be able to preserve it. The restrictions of the laws of the world changed with the world. But now Jiang Chen had completely left his original plane. From the moment he entered the cosmic tide, he had already come into contact with the highest level of the entire universe. Under such a high level of existence, the divine energy in his body was no longer as high as before. More importantly, with the support of the cosmic source and the influence of the new world's laws, it became logical for Jiang Chen to convert the divine power in his body into the power of the cosmic source. The dragon transformation skill was unique. Even if the origin of the world changed, the profound meaning of the dragon transformation skill would not change. As the origin of the world improved, the dragon transformation skill would also undergo a new round of transformation. To put it bluntly, even in the eternal world, the dragon transformation skill would still be the foundation that supported Jiang Chen to go further. In his dantian, the true dragon shadows formed by countless dragon patterns began to become restless the moment they came into contact with the power of the cosmic source. The roar of thousands of dragons shook the world. Inside Jiang Chen's body was another world, a world of dragons. I wonder what kind of transformation the dragon transformation skill will undergo after converting the power of the cosmic source. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Just like the ancestral dragon pagoda, the dragon transformation skill had already reached the great perfection realm. If it could undergo a higher level of transformation, it would undoubtedly be an extremely exciting thing. The origin energy was like a wild wave crashing into his dantian. Jiang Chen quickly familiarized himself with the origin energy. Tens of thousands of dragon marks started revolving around the origin energy at a high speed, forming an unparalleled cyclone. What happened next shocked Jiang Chen. The dragon marks started disappearing along with the source energy, or it could be said that they had completely seeped into the source energy. 1 line, 2 lines, 100 lines, 200 lines. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon marks began to disappear at the same time. This scene caused Jiang Qin to be dumbfounded. It must be known that these dragon marks were condensed from his life's blood, sweat, and tears. But now they were disappearing one after another. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't feel anything strange or that his energy was disappearing, Jiang Qin would have been terrified. The dragon mark disappeared very quickly, but Jiang Qin did not panic at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. With his experience, he could naturally sense that the dragon transformation skill was undergoing a new transformation. To him, this was a good thing that he could only dream of. 2 hours later, all the dragon patterns in Jiang Qin's body had disappeared. At the same time, a small golden dragon appeared and floated in Jiang Qin's dantian. It was confused and only the size of a palm. Its eyes flickered and it looked very cute. The small dragon was obviously different from the previous dragon marks. Those dragon marks were illusory and did not really exist. To put it bluntly, they were a transformation and manifestation of the dragon transformation skill's energy. However, this small golden dragon was a real dragon of heaven and earth. It contained endless essence. The small dragon was full of vitality inside and out, and the power of the cosmic source filled its body. This was a high-level dragon that had evolved. It was a real cosmic dragon. The dragon transformation skill had transformed. All techniques returned to one, dragon marks transform into source. A golden source dragon became the foundation of Jiang Qin's source. With a thought from Jiang Qin, the ignorant small golden dragon instantly rushed out of his body and happily circled around Jiang Qin's body. Go! Jiang Qin said softly. As if it had heard an order, the small dragon actually rushed out of the compass and swam in the terrifying cosmic tides. The small dragon shook its body and became 3 feet long. It allowed the endless terrifying tidal storms to hit the small dragon, but it was still safe and sound. This is. Pangu and Hongjun were surprised. The way they looked at the small golden dragon had completely changed. This is the source dragon that contains the cosmic source. Third brother, how do you have this thing? Pangu couldn't help but be surprised. The fact that the source dragon could swim in the cosmic tides alone was enough to show how extraordinary the small dragon was. They clearly saw that the small dragon had rushed out of Jiang Qin's body. This source dragon is my source. Now, I let the source dragon endure the tempering of the cosmic tides, which will make my source stronger and stronger. Jiang Qin smiled. That's too terrifying. The origin dragon, the source of the universe. Third brother, you really are amazing. With this source dragon, you're definitely an anomaly in the eternal world. I'm already looking forward to your performance in the eternal world. Old ancestor Hongjun rarely looked so surprised, but the appearance of the source dragon shocked him. They couldn't imagine what kind of changes Jiang Qin would bring to the eternal world. This expectation came from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh! In the cosmic tides, the small dragon was extremely fast. It turned around and swallowed a starry sky source stone that was drifting at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, with a flash of brilliance, the starry sky source stone appeared in Jiang Qin's hand, and Jiang Qin put it away with a peace of mind. This thing is good stuff. I have to take the opportunity to collect more. Jiang Qin chuckled. Pangu and Hongjun were speechless, but they secretly gave Jiang Qin a thumbs up. These starry sky source stones were indeed rare treasures. What made people envious was that the small source dragon didn't forget to collect the floating starry sky source stones for Jiang Qin while tempering itself in the cosmic tides. Chapter 3857. The universe star compass sped through the tide. It was as if it was traversing a starry path. It was long and lonely. Jiang Qin closed his eyes to rest. The surging divine power in his body was rapidly transforming into origin energy. The little golden dragon was constantly being tempered by the universe tide as it helped Jiang Qin collect the starry sky source stones. On the other side, De Huang and Long Shisan's faces were flushed. The divine power in their bodies was also constantly transforming into origin energy. Their bodies gave off a different aura. Although the origin energy was much weaker than the divine power from before, it was now noble. It was like the nobility of the entire universe, the highest existence in the universe. The dragonization skill was blessed by nature. After the appearance of the golden origin dragon, the dragonization skill had undergone a qualitative transformation, becoming even more powerful. With the help of the golden origin dragon, Jiang Qin's cultivation speed was as fast as ever. His cultivation also began to undergo tremendous changes. The first heavenly layer of the origin realm, the second heavenly layer of the origin realm. In just a day, Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 5th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Although he no longer felt as if he could control the world with just a wave of his hand after transforming his divine power into origin energy, the long-lost pleasure of advancing in cultivation still fascinated Jiang Chen. This was a new level of discovery. Jiang Chen knew that from now on he had to walk a higher path. Cultivation was endless. At the very least, the God realm was definitely not the end for him. To the highest level of the universe, it was perhaps only a starting point. 3 days later, the three brothers opened their eyes at practically the same time. They looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This excitement was so familiar, yet so long lost. 3 waves of hot blood suddenly rippled through their bodies. They had borne the brand new power and felt the limitless possibilities of this power. They were about to embark on a new path. They began to pursue and explore new powers. They had new motivation to move forward. Their past exciting lives seemed to have begun once again. Even though they were not powerful at all compared to the eternal world and were even a little weak, it was exactly because of this that they were even more excited. What they pursued was never the supreme position, but the process of reaching that pinnacle, which was carefree and unrestrained. The divine world had been silent for 300 years. They missed their old lives too much. Our footsteps will begin anew in the eternal lands. We brothers are coming to dominate the universe. Long Shursan's aura fluctuated wildly as his demonic aura soared into the sky. De Huang burst into laughter. He almost wanted to swim in the cosmic tide. Monkey, what's your cultivation level now? De Huang looked at Long Shursan. He should be at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Long Shursan said uncertainly. After all, they still didn't understand this new power system very well. They could only make a rough judgment based on the source power in their bodies. That's right. He's indeed at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm, and he's at the peak of the origin realm. Pangu nodded and praised. Ah, me too. What about you, little Chinzi? De Huang smiled. His strength was the same as Long Shursan's, at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Peak of the 9th heavenly layer, only a step away from the unity origin realm. Jiang Qin shrugged and said with a smile. Kid, you're still the most monstrous, said Pangu. Neither he nor Long Shursan was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength at all. It would be strange if Jiang Chen's cultivation was weaker than theirs after the conversion. The 3 of you were originally the masters of the plane. Now that you've converted to source power, you're just existences at the bottom of the hierarchy in the eternal world. You can say that you've fallen from the sky to the ground from the top of the pyramid, but you don't look disappointed at all. That's impressive, said the Hongjun patriarch. Ancestor Hongjun said. He didn't see the disappointed expressions of the 3 people that he had expected. Instead, they seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as if this kind of lowering was their dream. This was strange. After all, this kind of mentality didn't conform to common sense. Any normal person would probably be unable to accept the fact that they had suddenly fallen from a supreme ruler to the mortal world and become an ordinary person. Ha! The 3 of them burst into laughter at the same time, laughing to their heart's content. Second brother, there are some things you don't understand. What we're pursuing is different. Jiang Qin patted the Hongjun patriarch on the shoulder. Rumble. At that moment, the universe star compass shook violently again, bursting out with a buzzing sound. In front of them, there was an endless light that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Be careful, we're about to reach the eternal world. We may have encountered a rare tidal storm. Be careful, the universe star compass may be torn apart. Pangu had a serious look on his face. Obviously, this situation was not expected in advance. Yuan Dragon, come back. Jiang Qin didn't dare to neglect. With a thought, the Yuan Dragon that was swimming in the cosmic tide instantly disappeared and returned to Jiang Chen's Dantian. In these 3 days, Jiang Chen had gained a lot. The little Yuan Dragon gave him a total of 130 starry sky source stones, which was equivalent to 135th grade source stones in the eternal world. This was a huge fortune. To put it bluntly, with these starry sky source stones, Jiang Chen would be a local tycoon in the eternal world. Whoosh whoosh, the strong wind whistled and a huge cyclone appeared in front of them. A terrifying tidal storm appeared. Ka. Behind the cyclone was the world barrier of the eternal world. If they wanted to enter the eternal world, there was only one way, and that was to pass through the cyclone and the terrifying tidal storm. They had no choice but to force their way through. Pangu, Hongjun, and Jiang Qin continued to use the Dian laws to control the universe star compass. Even so, the universe star compass kept emitting cracking sounds as cracks started to appear on it. Rumble. The universe star compass was like a falling planet. It crashed into the tidal storm and disappeared into the light. Be careful, there are many turbulences ahead. The universe star compass can't hold on much longer, but we have successfully entered the eternal world. However, we are likely to be affected by the tidal storm, so we will enter a different boundary point. Third brother, see you in the eternal world. Pangu's voice weakened, and the next moment, it disappeared along with the shattering of the universe star compass. Mottled rainbow-colored light spots appeared in front of them, like boundary points. Pangu and Hongjun had disappeared, and Jiang Chen and the other two were being torn apart by the cyclone. The powerful devouring force of the boundary point was acting on them, trying to swallow them into the boundary point. De Huang monkey catch them. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, and the heavenly dragon sword rippled out, turning into a 10-meter-long giant sword. De Huang and Long Shisan didn't dare to neglect, hugging the giant sword with both hands and clinging to it. Swish. In the next moment, the three people and the sword were swallowed by a boundary point. Chapter 38:58. The Eternal World, the Crimson Afterglow Realm, the Land of Broken Streams. The 3,000-kilometer Forbidden Zone was shrouded in mist. Spatial cracks were everywhere, suppressed by the power of the tides, making it a special place. It was also known as the Land of Death. Crackle. In the sky above a valley shrouded in cold air, a spatial crack cracked. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Three figures flickered out and landed heavily on the ground. Fuck you, motherfucker. One of them smashed into a hard rock. Moreover, he landed face first on the ground, smashing the rock into smithereens. Needless to say, the one who landed face first was definitely De Huang. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan climbed out of a pit on the side. When they saw De Huang smash the rock with his face, they immediately burst into laughter. Laugh my ass off. Big Yellow was exasperated, and it looked gloomy. De Huang, you're really shameless. You can even shatter a rock. I admire you. Out of all our brothers, you're the one I admire the most. Long Shisan admired him to the point where he had no conscience at all. Piss off. De Huang flipped Long Shisan the middle finger. Stop messing around. Our luck doesn't seem to be that great. This isn't a good place. Jiang Chen looked around and said with a straight face. Long Shisan and De Huang tidied up their messy clothes before looking around. This is definitely not a good place. The cold air here is so cold that even with my powerful physical body, I still feel a trace of coldness. Furthermore, the mist here is actually able to block out my divine sense. My divine sense can only scan a radius of 10 zhang. Beyond that, I can't sense anything. Long Shisan frowned in shock. The laws of the world here have completely changed. The laws of the eternal world are of the highest level in the universe. Let's not think about our previous level of cultivation. We're only at the origin realm right now, so our soul senses are obviously quite restricted. Jiang Chen said. The supreme world of the universe really is different. Even my bloodline has been greatly suppressed. I feel like it's rather difficult for me to maintain my human form even with my strength at the origin realm. De Huang said. Apart from being shocked, his face was also filled with excitement. It was obvious that he was extremely interested in the world laws of the higher planes of the universe. Yes, we know nothing about the eternal world. De Huang, I suggest that you revert to your original form. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and smiled. All right. De Huang nodded. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a De Huang dog, baring his teeth and shaking his head. Ah! Two people and a dog looked at each other and laughed, as if they had returned to the beginning. This was especially so for Jiang Chen and De Huang. The combination of a man and a dog was a nostalgic feeling for them. Jiang Chen suggested that De Huang revert to his original form not because it was difficult for De Huang to maintain his human form. De Huang possessed the supreme dragon horse bloodline, so he was basically no weaker than Long Shisan. He was different from regular demons and he had comprehended his own ways. Even if he was suppressed by the laws of the eternal world, it would not be a problem for him to maintain his human form. However, the combination of him and Jiang Chen that allowed them to dominate the world was indescribably wonderful. We don't know where this place is, but there are dangers everywhere. It should be because this place is connected to the cosmic tide. There are spatial cracks everywhere, and if we're even the slightest bit careless, we'll be devoured by powerful space-time forces and get lost in the chaotic streams of space. Let's be careful and leave this place as soon as possible, Jiang Chen said. Yes. Long Shisan and De Huang nodded, deeply agreeing with Jiang Chen's words. Rumble. In front of them, rocks were flying, and a monster covered in iron armor blocked the way of Jiang Chen and the others. A demonic beast from the Ionian world? This armored monster looks like a dragon. I wonder how it's different from the demonic beasts of our world. De Huang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. Don't underestimate it. Even a piece of this guy's armor can be used to forge a god artifact in the god world. The demonic beasts of a higher world really are extraordinary. Jiang Qin sighed. He now deeply understood what it meant by there was always someone better out there. Roar, the armored dragon roared, baring its fangs as its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. It was clearly very interested in the prey before it. The steel-armored dragon dragged its body and opened its bloody maw, locking onto Jiang Qin and pouncing towards him. Wherever its body passed, sparks flew from the friction of the ground. A sixth heavenly layer origin realm armored dragon. Let me see whose body is tougher. The steel-armored dragon's demon spirit contained the origin energy of the universe that truly belonged to this world, so it was only natural for him to reach the seventh heavenly layer in a single stroke. Let's go. We can't stay here for long, said Jiang Qin. Long Shisan and De Huang nodded. The furious roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time in the mist. Not only was the environment terrible, but there were also all sorts of savage demonic beasts. I'll do it next time. Long Shisan's metal staff appeared in his hand as he said proudly. The three of them walked for 6 whole hours, but they were still unable to make it out of the region. The mist grew even thicker and the pitch-black soil beneath their feet was sparse. Poisonous miasma wafted through the air from time to time, making their souls feel cold. This seemed to be a land of endless darkness. There was no end to it, nor was there an exit. They ran into many demonic beasts during the 6 hours. The demonic beasts they ran into were obviously extremely unlucky. They were all killed by De Huang and Long Shisan. Long Shisan also successfully advanced to the 7th heavenly layer origin realm. The three of them also realized something. The demonic beasts here were each more ferocious than the last. They were so ferocious that they seemed to have lost their intelligence. They were basically killing machines. They knew that the demonic beast's intelligence must have been affected by the environment. A dense forest lay before them. There were rows of towering ancient trees. Lush foliage grew from the tops of the trees and all the leaves were black. Light flickered from time to time in the depths of the forest. It was the glow of weapons. There seems to be someone fighting up ahead. Long Shisan said. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Qin's eyes shone as he strode forward. Nothing could make them more excited than running into people in a place like this. It did not matter who they were as long as they were human. Only when there were humans would there be hope. Otherwise it would truly be a land of death. It would be difficult to even walk out. Within the forest, 7 or 8 black figures had firmly surrounded a young man in blue. The young man was covered in blood. His face was also covered in blood, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The young man panted heavily. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light. It was already riddled with cracks. The young man's cultivation was not weak, at the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm. However, the black figures were even stronger. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. The other black figures all had strange appearances. Some had the head of a bull and the body of a human, while others had the head of a human and the body of a beast. They looked extremely awkward. In any case, they did not look like humans at all. Capture him. Be careful not to kill him. He's useful, the scarred man Lung Lung said. Roar. 6 or 7 strangely shaped demons charged at the young man together. I'm from the Fu family of Swallow City, a disciple of the martial pavilion. Don't push me too far. The young man introduced himself in a flustered manner. The Fu family and the martial pavilion are all bullshit in the severed Filiu. The scarred man remained unmoved. His face was twisted. I won't give in until I pay up. The young man snorted softly. The sword in his hand danced like a torrential storm as he engaged the demons in an intense battle. Unfortunately, Fu Qing was already heavily injured, and his movements were a mess. He was no match for these people at all. In just the first round he had already gained quite a few wounds. If it were not for the fact that the demons had obeyed the scarred man's orders to spare his life, Fu Qing would already be dead. Monkey, go help him. Jiang Qin, who had arrived from afar, immediately told Long Shisan to take action without any hesitation. He and Fu Qing did not know each other, so he obviously did not have any good intentions of lending a helping hand. He naturally had his own reasons for saving Fu Qing. Chapter 3860. All right. Long Shisan couldn't hold himself back any longer. As soon as Jiang Qin's voice fell, Long Shisan turned into a beam of light and dashed out. His speed was even faster than De Huang Dog's battle against the armored dragon. Bang! The iron cudgel descended like a divine weapon, smashing solidly on the head of a monster. The monster let out a miserable wail as its head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as it died on the spot. Bang bang bang. In the next moment the iron cudgel spun like a whirlwind. Every swing of the cudgel could shatter mountains. Those monsters were nothing more than ants before Long Shersan's iron cudgel, unable to withstand a single blow. From the moment Long Shersan made his move to the moment all the monsters were smashed to pieces, only a single breath had passed. Fast, it was too fast as lightning. Not to mention Fu Qing, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even the scar-faced man who was supervising the battle from the side couldn't react in time. This was the disparity, the real disparity. Be it Long Shersan or De Huang, they were practically invincible existences in the same realm. Even if their cultivation was higher than theirs, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Jiang Qin and the other two had descended to the eternal world. Compared to the people from the eternal world, their greatest advantage was no longer the issue of bloodline, but the superiority of their bodies. They had cultivated for too long, and their control over cultivation, combat and various other aspects were simply too formidable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that after coming here, be it Long Shersan or De Huang, any one of them would be an existence akin to a grandmaster in terms of comprehension and cultivation. To put it bluntly, they were monstrous existences, and this kind of monstrous existences was only relative to the geniuses from the eternal world. Only then did Fu Qing react. He stared at the handsome man who had suddenly appeared in shock, feeling as though he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Plop. Fu Qing sat on the ground, his back leaning against a tree. Clearly he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Fu Qing cupped his fists towards Long Shersan. He didn't know Long Shersan, but in a place like Broken Fly Stream, Long Shersan had truly saved his life. Who are you? The knife-scarred man reacted and said coldly. The one who wants your life. Long Shersan was brimming with arrogance. He raised his metal staff and pointed it at the scarred man. His battle intent surged. The scarred man's cultivation at the 8th heavenly layer of origin made it impossible for him to control his battle intent. At this time Jiang Qin and De Huang also walked over leisurely, but they didn't walk too close. Instead they stood not far away as if they were watching a show. Ah great, 2 more. I was just worrying about not being able to complete the mission. A mere 7th heavenly layer origin dares to come out and save people? If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your lives. The scarred man laughed aloud. In his eyes he clearly treated Long Shersan and Jiang Qin as prey. He could see through Long Shersan's cultivation, but he could not see through Jiang Qin's. Jiang Qin was someone who had comprehended the laws of development and was the ruler of a plane. As long as he wanted to hide it, no one below the heavenly origin realm could easily see through his cultivation. If the scarred man knew Jiang Qin's true cultivation, he probably would not have been so arrogant and would have fled instead. The 2 of you should leave. This person is powerful and cannot be defeated. I, Fu Qing, accidentally came to Broken Fly Stream. This is my fate. I don't want to drag you down with me, Fu Qing said powerlessly. Fu Qing said weakly, as if he was facing death with equanimity. Of course, his eyes were filled with bewilderment and even more despair. Stop talking and save your strength. Is this ugly monster very strong? I can't see through it at all. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was just as arrogant as Long Shersan, not taking the 8th heavenly layer origin scarred man seriously at all. Where did this dog come from? I'll skin you alive once I take them down. The scarred man glared at De Huang Dog. Damn it, you dare to talk back to me? Do you have the strength to do so? De Huang Dog's eyes widened as he prepared to charge over. After remaining in his original plane for several centuries, De Huang Dog wanted to join the fray the moment he saw a battle in the eternal world. Go back. Long Shersan raised his metal staff and blocked De Huang Dog. He's mine. You just stand there and watch. Fuck. The scarred man almost vomited blood. It turned out that the human and dog did not think of him as a threat at all. They really did think he was a pushover. Do I have the strength to do so? Do you have the strength to do so? The knife-scarred man could not understand where this human and dog had gotten their sense of superiority from. Their cultivations were clearly 1 level lower than his, yet they dared to speak such arrogant words as if they could kill him with a single move. Kid, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a few monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Ignorance can get you killed, said the scarred man. Lung. The scarred man said coldly. His aura had already locked onto Shursan. I'm not invincible, but I'm more than enough to kill you. Long Shursan's hair rustled as he surged with battle intent. Since you're looking to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The scarred man moved. With a wave of his arm, his already thick arm instantly grew 5 or 6 times larger, turning into a huge arm. The pitch-black arm flickered with a bone-chilling black light. Heaven-shaking arm. The scarred man roared and charged at Dragon Shursan in an incomparably ferocious manner. His terrifying heaven-shaking arm carried boundless power, causing the mist in the surroundings to sizzle. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Dragon Shursan. Battle Saint Technique. Shursan's competitive spirit was aroused. He put away his iron rod and executed the Battle Saint Technique. His battle chi soared to the sky. Long Shursan had long wanted to try the power of the Battle Saint Technique that was displayed using source energy. This secret technique was his innate divine ability. As Long Shursan's body continued to grow and change, the power of the Battle Saint Technique would also constantly change. Now that he was in the everlasting world, the divine force in Long Shursan's body had been transformed into source energy. The Battle Saint Technique had also undergone a transformation. When he displayed the battle formula, it still displayed the majestic aura of fighting against heaven and earth. Rumble, the Battle Saint Technique and the scarred man's heaven-shaking arm collided in the most barbaric and violent manner. A deafening roar sounded like thunder, and a large number of sparks appeared in the void. Dang dang dang, the scarred man felt as if he had been hit by an indestructible mountain. His entire arm and even half of his body instantly became numb. The source energy in his body instantly became chaotic, and his blood and chi surged. He lost control of his feet and retreated a dozen steps. His back slammed into a large tree. The tree made a cracking sound and a large crack appeared as if it could collapse at any time. Chapter 3861. This, Fu Qing was dumbfounded. He stared at Long Shursan as if he had seen a ghost. Where did this monster come from? How could he be so powerful? He had experienced the scar-faced man's strength before, and there was only one word to describe it: terrifying. The young man before him seemed weak, and his cultivation was an entire level lower than the scar-faced man's, yet he had heavily injured him in a single move. Fu Qing would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Impossible. Just who are you? The scar-faced man's heart churned as he looked at the composed Long Shursan and asked in a hoarse voice. This was completely unimaginable to the scarred man. The arm of the Heaven Shaker was a true battle skill. Combined with the origin of darkness in his body and the environment, it could basically split open a mountain. Let alone a 7th heavenly layer origin realm cultivator, even among those of the same level, there were not many who could withstand the attack. However, no one knew where this freak came from, but he was so ferocious. I told you, I'm the one who wants your life. Long Shursan's aura was oppressive as he walked towards the scar-faced man step by step. The ground shook with every step he took, and his domineering aura made it difficult for the scar-faced man to breathe. I'll fight you to the death. The scar-faced man was also a vicious person. A pitch-black blade appeared in his hand, and he used everything he had to slash at Long Shursan. The blade chi was cold and chilling. However, Long Shursan completely ignored it. His body shone with golden light as he used the Battle Saint Technique once again. It conjured a small golden mountain and crushed down on the scar-faced man. Rumble, arg! A miserable shriek tore through the forest. There was no way the heavily injured scar-faced man could stand up to the Battle Saint Technique, which only grew stronger as the battle progressed. He could not hold on to the blade at all, and it flew out of his hand. At the same time, the scar-faced man was sent flying once again, pressed to the ground by the powerful Battle Saint Technique. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, along with fragments of his organs. Afterwards, his eyes widened as he collapsed stiffly, no longer breathing. Why did you kill him? Jiang Qin shook his head and complained. The knife-scarred man clearly had a better understanding of this area. If he stayed, he would be able to obtain some information. Ahem, I didn't hold back for a moment. Who knew that this guy would be so weak? Long Shursan coughed and scratched his head awkwardly. Who can block your Battle Saint art? It would be strange if they didn't die. De Huang Dog scoffed. Forget it. If he's dead, he's dead. It's no big deal. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and turned to look at Fu Qing. He had killed the knife-scarred man and saved this young man. The result was not too bad. Jiang Qin knew that Long Shursan had just arrived in the everlasting world and was in high spirits. If they really fought, how could he hold back? The knife-scarred man had been hit by the battle sync technique twice in a row. It would be strange if he didn't die. Brother, how is it? You won't die, right? Long Shirshan looked at Fu Qing, who was still sitting on the ground in shock, and said with interest. Ahem. Fu Qing coughed violently and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. He struggled to stand up and bowed deeply to Long Shirshan. He was still immersed in the shock of Long Shirshan killing the knife-scarred man. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Fu Qing can't repay you. If I'm lucky enough to walk out of this broken flying stream, everything I have will belong to both of you. Fu Qing was emotional. It was as if he had gotten his life back. Ever since he accidentally stepped into this broken flying stream, there was only despair in his heart, especially after he met the knife-scarred man and the others. Both of you? Don't I count? De Huang Dog was instantly unhappy when he heard that. Ah, 3 of you, 3 of you. Fu Qing exclaimed and quickly corrected himself. Who would care about a dog? But looking at the relationship between this dog and Long Shirshan, it must be extraordinary. Fu Qing naturally didn't dare to be slow. Come here. Jiang Qin waved his hand at Fu Qing. Fu Qing did as he was told and staggered to Jiang Qin. He wasn't a fool. Although the white-robed young man in front of him hadn't made a move since the beginning, he was obviously the leader of this group. Even the ferocious Long Shirshan had to listen to him. Fu Qing didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Jiang Qin grabbed Fu Qing's arm, and a tide of wood force seeped into Fu Qing's body. Fu Qing's body trembled and he felt extremely comfortable. The injuries he had suffered in the previous battle were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fu Qing was shocked and his face was filled with disbelief. There was actually such a method in this world? This was simply shocking. Such a healing method was even more effective than miraculous pills and elixirs. Jiang Chen's wood force was the origin energy of a plane. After entering the eternal world, his wood force also transformed along with the dragon transformation skill. The source dragon in his body supported everything. Therefore, the healing effect of the wood force was also applicable in the eternal world, and the effect was surprisingly good. In fact, it wasn't just the wood force. All of Jiang Chen's means had undergone an imperceptible transformation along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. After being cleansed by the source force of the universe, they had become more advanced. For those who had comprehended the Dian, no matter where they went, their comprehension ability would be far superior to ordinary people. Everything would happen naturally. 20 breaths later, Jiang Chen threw Fu Qing away. At this moment, Fu Qing was glowing with health and vigor. His injuries had actually recovered by 70%. Although it wasn't a complete recovery, he looked like a lively dragon or a lively tiger. His eyes were shining brightly, and he looked completely different from his previous dispirited appearance. Benefactor's methods are heaven-defying. What a miraculous man. Fu Qing bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's healing method had completely refreshed Fu Qing's understanding of the world. It was simply too miraculous. Everything felt like a dream. In Fu Qing's opinion, Jiang Chen wasn't human at all. How could a human have such heaven-defying means? He was the clearest about the severity of his injuries. Even with the Fu family's strength and all sorts of healing pills, it would take at least a month for him to recover fully. But Jiang Chen, in just a short 20 breaths, had completely healed his injuries and filled his body with energy. Chapter 3862. It was normal for Fu Qing to be surprised. After all, it was rare for someone to not know about broken file flow. In fact, not only did Jiang Chen and the others not know about broken file flow, but they also knew nothing about the entire eternal world. Brother Fu, there is no need to be surprised. We have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so we have a lot of things to ask. Jiang Chen's words were ambiguous. First, he said that he was not a local. Second, he did not say that he came from the cosmic tide. After all, it was better not to reveal that he came from another world when he knew nothing about the eternal world. I understand. You are not from the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. You must have come from another astral plane. You must have accidentally stepped into this broken file flow. Fu Qing had a look of realization. Crimson Afterglow astral plane? Jiang Chen and Long Shirshan exchanged glances. They knew that they were now in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane of the eternal world. Benefactor, you really are not from the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. But that is normal. Heaven Awakening Star Field has 108 astral planes that are connected to each other. It is not surprising that cultivators from other astral planes would often appear in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. Fu Qing said. Motherfucker. Just how big is the eternal world? It's actually divided into planetary regions, and one of them is made up of 108 astral realms. From what this kid said, the eternal world isn't just a single planetary region. Right now, Lord Dog is way too interested in this world. Hurry up and get to the bottom of it. De Huang Dog was very excited and sent a voice transmission to Jiang Chen and Long San. De Huang was not the only one. Jiang Chen and Long San were also shocked. The eternal world was much more difficult than they had expected. Each astral plane was a planet, and the 108 astral planes were 108 planets. The planets were connected to each other to form a star field. The eternal world created by the universe was not something their original world could compare with. How many eternal worlds have star fields like the Heaven Awakening star field? Jiang Chen asked. Fu Qing was stunned once again. Clearly, he did not expect Jiang Chen to ask such a stupid question. Just answer me. We come from a remote place, isolated from the rest of the world. This is our first time coming out. Jiang Chen said. I see. Fu Qing sighed endlessly, half believing and half doubting. This world was just too big, with tens of thousands of races standing in great numbers. There were indeed many strange people and strange things, and there were even some people who lived in seclusion. They knew nothing about this world, but it wasn't like they didn't exist. Of course, Fu Qing wasn't an idiot. He could tell that Jiang Chen didn't want to talk about his background, so he wouldn't ask. After all, in his heart, it didn't matter where Jiang Chen and Long San came from. What was important was the aura they emitted. They were humans just like him. More importantly, they had saved his life, so they were his saviors. Fu Qing had enough reason to help Jiang Chen answer his doubts. The eternal world is too big. There are 18 large galaxies like the Heaven Awakened galaxy. However, if you ask me about the other galaxies or the peak existences of the eternal world, I don't know either. I'm just an origin realm cultivator. Let alone planet Crimson Afterglow, I haven't even left Yen City. There are many high-level things that I can't even come into contact with. Fu Qing said honestly. Jiang Chen nodded to himself. Fu Qing's words were very honest. The everlasting world was just too vast. It was impossible for an insignificant figure like Fu Qing to understand everything. Moreover, he was only at the origin realm, so his horizons were obviously limited. There was no need for him to understand things that he could not come into contact with. Fu Qing was like that, and it was the same for Jiang Chen and Long San. Fu Qing was at the origin realm, and they were also at the origin realm. Compared to the greater world, they were insignificant figures. There was no need for insignificant figures to talk about the greater world. It was enough for them to have a basic understanding of the everlasting world. They had to take things one step at a time. As their strength increased, they would learn what they needed to know sooner or later. Even if they had a thorough understanding of the everlasting world, it would be meaningless. Origin realm cultivators could not even take a single step on planet Crimson Afterglow, let alone other large galaxies. Looks like we'll have to stay in the Crimson Afterglow galaxy for a very long time. I wonder if Feng is here, murmured Jiang Chen. He was worried about Jiang Feng. The main reason he had come to the everlasting world was to find his son. However, it seemed like he had no clue at all. The everlasting world was just too vast. Finding someone was easier said than done. Little Chinzi, don't be sad. I believe that Feng is blessed by the heavens. There will be a day when you and your son will be reunited. Long San patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. He could only comfort him like that. The everlasting world is much larger than we imagined. We still have a long way to go. If we want to find Feng we must first survive. We must increase our strength while searching for him, said De Huang. That's right. Since we're here, we naturally have to do well. The everlasting world at the top of the universe is a supreme plane. Let us three brothers start from the Crimson Afterglow galaxy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. A sense of pride rippled from his body. A new journey was right under his feet. The road ahead was still very long and difficult. To put it bluntly, it was even more difficult than the road they had taken before. Hee, I can't wait anymore. This new world must be very fun. It won't disappoint me. De Huang Dog shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. Fu Qing couldn't hear the conversation between the two men and the dog. He could only see their expressions. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Fu Qing stood quietly to the side, not daring to speak. Brother Fu, what is this broken field? It looks like a very dangerous place. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions and continued to ask. It's not just a dangerous place. It's a land of death. Sai, I came here by mistake on my trip. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to see the outside world again. Fu Qing sighed. His face was filled with melancholy when he mentioned the broken field. The severing flow is just like its name, able to sever even the flow of air. The 3,000-kilometer severing flow is a special place. It's already shrouded in mist, miasma, and poison. Coupled with the frequent outbursts of space-time turbulence, the space here has been thrown into disarray, forming an invisible natural barrier. Even heavenly source experts will find it very difficult to fly here. There's no direction here and danger lurks everywhere. Various monsters and demonic beasts roam here. Falling into the severing flow is a sign of loss and death. If you can't find the exit, you'll be lost forever. Chapter 3863. Fu Qing initially thought that Jiang Chen and Long Shisan would be shocked and worried after hearing about the broken flight stream. After all, anyone would feel despair when they heard that they were in a land of death. However, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan's reaction disappointed Fu Qing. After hearing about the broken flight stream, their expressions didn't change at all. They were unbelievably calm, as if the broken flight stream was no different from an ordinary place. Two benefactors, aren't you afraid? Fu Qing asked tentatively. Ha! Jiang Chen and Long Shisan looked at each other and burst into laughter. Afraid? They didn't know how long it had been since they last felt this way. A dangerous place like the broken flight stream was naturally a land of despair for ordinary people. They would shiver in fear, but what kind of people were Jiang Chen and Long Shisan? They had experienced countless dangerous places in their lives. A mere broken flight stream couldn't make them feel the slightest bit of fear. Whether it was the Saint Origin world or the immortal world and divine world, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan had been through too many dangerous places. They had been to countless dangerous places and forbidden places. Every time they had narrowly escaped death, but in the end they were still alive and well. They had been to places that were 100 times more dangerous than this. The most unbreakable formation in the world had been broken by Jiang Chen. He had even killed his way out of a dead end. This broken flight stream didn't pose much of a challenge to Jiang Chen. On the contrary, such a dangerous place made Jiang Chen and Long Shisan excited again. It had been a long time since they had experienced such a challenge. They loved challenges too much. Now that they had just entered the eternal world, the broken flight stream was a small obstacle and a challenge. The more dangerous it was, the more excited they were. If the eternal world was a flat plane, it would be meaningless. Brother Fu, don't be afraid. The broken flight stream isn't a big deal. We have been through countless dangerous places. This broken flight stream is nothing to us. Long Shisan patted Fu Qing's shoulder and said proudly. Ah. Fu Qing sighed and thought to himself, my two benefactors really don't know how dangerous the broken flying stream is. Benefactors, the broken flight stream can't be underestimated. This place is called the Lost Land. Once you enter it, you won't be able to find your way out, said Fu Qing, trying to make Jiang Chen and Dragon Shisan pay more attention to broken flying stream. In such a perilous place, 9 out of 10 of them would die if they paid more attention to it. If they didn't, they would have no hope of leaving this place alive. If you can't find your way out, then look for it. If you can't find your way out, then look for your way out. What's the point of frowning? If a person loses their will to fight, if their will sinks, then even if there is a way out, you won't believe it. Little brother, you're still too young. If you follow us, I guarantee you'll be able to get out. Long Shisan said. Fu Qing shivered. He didn't know where Long Shisan got his confidence from, but Long Shisan's words were like a wake-up call. When a person was in danger, nothing was more important than their will. If their will was gone, then they would truly be at the end of the road. When you thought you were going to die for sure, then there was really no way out. The only thing you could do was to become a walking corpse and wait for death. Yes, benefactor, you're right. Ever since I found out that I entered the broken flight stream, I've been depressed. I thought my life was over. Benefactor's words have given me hope again. Even if there is no way out of the broken flight stream, we have to try our best to find a way out. Sometimes we might not get the result we want, but if we don't do it, there won't be a result. Fu Qing's entire spirit, qi, and spirit underwent a transformation, and his eyes became incomparably bright. Why did those people chase after you? Jiang Chen went straight to the point again. I have no grudge against them. They are people and monsters enslaved by the feather race. In the broken flight stream, they are looking for humans who have fallen here and enslaved them to work as miners, Fu Qing said. When he mentioned the knife-scarred man, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The feather race? Tell me more clearly. Jiang Chen frowned. Yes, in the eternal world there are many races and the human race is only one of them. Of course, the human race is the real big race and dominates the eternal world. In the Crimson Afterglow Star, the feather race is also quite powerful and is on the opposite side of the human race. Because the feather people of the feather race are born with wings and can fly, they have a unique advantage in the broken flight stream. Fu Qing said, there are a few low-level harpies in the broken fly stream. Most of them are two-winged harpies, and they control almost all the resources in the broken fly stream. As far as I know, the harpies discovered a origin mine that contains a large number of origin stones. That's why they've been searching the broken fly stream for humans who have fallen here and forced them to work as miners. Although the knife-scarred man is a human, you should know that there are many people in this world who will do anything for their own benefit. Moreover, there are many people in the broken fly stream who have joined the harpies in order to survive. A source mine. Jiang Qin, Long Shisan and De Huang's eyes lit up at the same time. As for the feather race, they didn't care at all. In their eyes, it didn't matter what race they were. As long as they were enemies, they were a race that was dead. What really attracted their attention was the source mine that Fu Qing mentioned. Originally, they weren't interested in the feather race at all. They just wanted to find an exit and leave the broken flight stream. Now there was no need to be so anxious. Fu Qing, do you know what the strongest feather people of the feather race are? Jiang Qin asked. Two-winged feather people are the lowest existences in the feather race. They don't have any status, which is why they appear in a place like the broken flight stream. When I first came here, I met a friend who had just escaped from the source mine. According to him, the strongest feather people of the feather race are at the third heaven of the Unity Origin realm. Later, I tried to find an exit with that friend and tried to leave the broken flight stream. Unfortunately, we encountered the feather people and my friend was captured again. Fu Qing said, the winged people have a unique advantage here. They can fly and their Unity Origin experts are too powerful. We aren't their opponents at all. Benefactors, don't tell me you have designs on the Origin Oregon. Chapter 3864. Little Qinzi, the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm shouldn't be a problem for you. Long Shisan looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of confidence. That was his confidence in Jiang Qin. Done. Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't said this word for hundreds of years. He had been quiet for too long and it was time to move his muscles. A third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was perfect. If he was any weaker, there wouldn't be any challenge at all. With Jiang Qin's current cultivation base, he was already half a step into the Unity Origin realm. An ordinary third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm wouldn't be a match for him. More importantly, a source mine was wealth placed right in front of him. If he didn't take it, he would be struck by lightning. Of course, Jiang Qin had been struck by lightning many times. The nature of the source stone was the same as the primordial stone. To the cultivators of Eternal World, the source stone was indispensable, especially to Jiang Qin. He knew his consumption all too well. After the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, the origin dragon needed to grow continuously, and the growth of the origin dragon naturally couldn't be separated from the source stone. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin, the king of consumption, had returned. In the future, every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of source stones as a supplement. Although he had some starry sky source stones that were equivalent to 5th grade source stones, it was far from enough for his cultivation in the entire Eternal World. Moreover, he was only at the origin realm, so grade 1 and grade 2 source stones were enough. Using starry sky source stones now was a waste. After discussing some details with Fu Qing, Jiang Qin learned that the source stones in the Eternal World were divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the worst and grade 9 being the highest. A grade 2 source stone was equivalent to 100 grade 1 source stones and so on. A starry sky source stone that was similar to a grade 5 source stone was a high-end existence even in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. If Jiang Qin exposed the 100-plus starry sky source stones in his possession, it was unknown how many people would be envious. Fu Qing, do you know where the source mine is? Asked Jiang Qin. Are we really going? Fu Qing still couldn't believe it. He looked at Jiang Qin with a burning gaze. At this point, even an idiot could tell that among the three of them, the strongest was definitely this white-robed young man. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm, he was unable to see through Jiang Qin's true strength. Jiang Qin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to see through the mist and see through Jiang Qin. Fu Qing did not know Jiang Qin's true strength, but he was definitely stronger than him. Thinking about it, Jiang Qin might be a true expert and he might really be able to fight against the winged people. Brat, why are you so hesitant? A few puny birdmen scared you to the point of pissing your pants. Can't you grow up a little? De Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, I'll take you there. Fu Qing's aura fluctuated. Although he had only been in contact with Jiang Qin and the others for a while, Fu Qing felt that he had gone through some changes. He had become much braver than before. Of course, part of the reason was that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell and survived. He had already died once, so he was much more open-minded about life and death. Moreover, Fuqing felt great pain for the winged people. His friends were still enslaved, working as miners for them. Fuqing wanted to save his friends. The broken flight stream was already dangerous enough. Those who entered by accident were already unlucky enough, and it was even more difficult to leave after entering. The existence of the winged people posed an even greater danger to the humans who entered by accident. It could even be said that the winged people were the greatest threat to the broken flight stream. Fuqing had a rough idea of where the source mine was. Under his lead, the group quickly advanced. The winged people consider themselves to be virtuous and look down on other races. In the Crimson Afterglow Astral, the humans and the winged people are two major races, and they often fight with each other, said Fuqing. Fuqing said, "If that's the case, why did the humans allow the winged people to run amok in the broken file flow and enslave their clansmen? You've said it before. The most powerful winged people here are only two winged people, and they're only at the third heavenly layer of unity origin." Long Shirsan asked curiously. "There aren't many earthly origin experts in Yen City, and the broken fly stream is extremely dangerous. No one is willing to come here. The air here is turbulent and the laws of the world have changed. Even heavenly origin experts will find it difficult to fly here, so who would take the risk to deal with the winged people? No one is willing to come to the broken fly stream. Those who come here are all unlucky, swept in by a spatial storm or accidentally stumbled into this place." Fuqing said. Jiang Qin and Long Shirsan suddenly understood. It wasn't that the experts of the human race didn't want to get rid of the winged people, but that no one was willing to come to such a place. Of course, these low-level winged people could only show off in the broken fly stream. The two winged people at the Unity Origin realm would have long been killed by the experts of the human race outside. They're just birdmen with wings. How dare they think so highly of themselves? I'm going to pluck their wings off and roast them for food. Da Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't care about the winged people that Fuqing mentioned at all. Fuqing grinned. This dog is boasting again. It's impossible to understand the terror of the winged people without seeing them. Not to mention other things, just the fact that they can fly made it impossible for you to fight them. If they bully you in the sky, you'll only be bullied. It was hard to find the direction in the broken fly stream. Along the way, Fuqing kept looking for trees and checked the symbols on them. Often he would see a symbol of a pair of wings on some trees. According to Fuqing, these were left by the winged people for the people who went out to capture humans. As long as he followed these symbols, he would be able to find the headquarters of the winged people. He wouldn't get lost in the broken fly stream. Go quickly. I'm talking to you. If you don't go quickly, I'll break your legs." Not far away there was a sudden shout, followed by the sound of whips and screams. In this gloomy environment it was very creepy. Fuck, it must be those bastards who joined the winged people. They're capturing humans. Fuqing gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. After coming to the broken fly stream for a month, he had seen too many things like this. Let's go and take a look. Long Shirsan strode forward and was the first to go. There were 7 or 8 people in black on the narrow path in the forest. They had captured 4 people and were currently hurrying along. Half of them were half-human, half-beast monsters. They were quite strong, with the strongest being at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of origin, just like the scarred man. Chapter 3865. The 4 humans who had been whipped were covered in wounds. Their faces were covered in blood, making it impossible to tell what they originally looked like. They were in an extremely miserable state. "Let us go, I beg you." One of them knelt on the ground and constantly kowtowed. For the sliver of hope for survival, he could no longer care about his last bit of dignity. He knew very well what kind of fate awaited him if he was captured. In the eyes of the winged people, they were true slaves. Their lives were not worth mentioning. They were spared because they still had value in their labor. However, once they were captured, they would no longer have a chance to live. There was only one outcome for those who were captured to mine, and that was to be worked to death. There was no other choice. Smack. What a pity. Kneeling and begging for mercy did not earn the slightest bit of sympathy from the black-clothed men. The spiked whip landed on the person's face with a smack, splitting open his flesh. It was a miserable sight. "Stop, you bastards!" roared a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, his cultivation was too weak, only at the 5th heavenly layer of origin. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. "Are you looking to die?" One of the black-clothed men raised a whip and lashed it heavily at the black-clothed man. It was extremely fast and the middle-aged man could not dodge in time. His chest was reduced to a bloody mess. Bastards, you inhumane bastards. Don't forget that you're also humans, yet you're willing to work for the winged people and bully your own clansmen. Do you still have any conscience or dignity? The middle-aged man cursed in pain. Clearly, the middle-aged man might have felt better if the ones who had imprisoned them were the winged people. Sadly, the ones who did not treat them as humans happened to be their own clansmen. How could this not be a tragedy? Conscience? Dignity? What a joke. In a place like Broken Fly Stream, conscience is a very precious thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. Entering Broken Fly Stream is our bad fate, but joining the Feathermen allows me to live well in this dangerous place. Don't talk to me about bullshit conscience and dignity. Living is the most important thing. The weak are prey to the strong. You guys are unlucky, so you can only be enslaved. Just accept your fate. Just accept your fate, one of the black-clothed men sneered, leaving the middle-aged man speechless. The black-clothed men's words were obviously unpleasant, and even rather cruel, but every single one of them was a reality. Damn it. Not far away, Fu Qing's face was filled with anger. With a wave of his arm, a sword appeared in his hand. With a roar, he took the lead and charged forward. Let them go. Fu Qing roared. He had already arrived in front of the black-clothed men. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked extremely domineering. Compared to his previous cowardly appearance, this aura was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, Fu Qing had something to rely on. He had witnessed Long Shisan's strength with his own eyes, which was why he had the courage to be the first to challenge Long Shisan. Otherwise, no matter how much courage he had, he wouldn't dare to stand here so arrogantly. As the saying goes, the fox assumes the tiger's might. Well, this is fresh. There are even 3 of them who came to us on their own accord. This time we have completed the task beyond expectations. When we go back, we will be able to get quite a big reward. The black-clothed man holding the whip looked at Fu Qing, then looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, who were continuously walking over from behind. After a moment of surprise, he smiled even more happily. Fu Qing snorted coldly and charged over with his sword. He did not want to waste his breath on these black-clothed men, as he knew them all too well. They were slaves who worked for the winged people. The so-called morality of the human race was nothing to them. The only thing you could do to deal with these people was to be stronger than them and kill them. Roar. One of the monsters roared and swiped at Fu Qing with its sinister claws. Spurt. Fu Qing's furious attack had basically used all of his strength. He was extremely fast as well. The monster was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Although it had only recently reached the 7th heavenly layer, it was still not to be underestimated. However, Fu Qing was unable to block a single strike. He was directly cleaved in half and died on the spot. Nearby, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan secretly nodded. Fu Qing was an impressive figure among the younger generation. At the very least, he had some ability. Kill him. The peak 8th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed leader Lung Lung said. All right. 3 peak 7th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed men and 3 monsters of the same level instantly surrounded Fu Qing. These black-clothed men might not be as strong as Fu Qing in terms of battle prowess and talent, but they were all vicious and merciless. Moreover, they had experienced life and death situations before. In terms of battle experience, even 10 Fu Qings could not compare to them. As a result, the pressure on Fu Qing immediately increased. It was basically impossible for him to take on 6 of them alone. Rumble. The attacks of the black-clothed men were extremely brutal. Terrifying power erupted, blanketing the surroundings as it enveloped Fu Qing. Fu Qing's expression changed slightly. He also gathered all of his strength and clashed violently with his opponent's attack. Thud thud, Fu Qing was no match for his opponent. He was forced back over a dozen steps as his face became extremely pale. "Da Huang, go help him," said Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. "Kaka, it's finally my turn." Da Huang dog cackled excitedly. Golden light shone from his head as he leapt forward, moving even faster than lightning. Bang! Arg! Da Huang's metal head struck the chest of one of the black-clothed men. The peak 7th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed man shrieked miserably as he was sent flying. The black-clothed man was knocked over a dozen meters away before collapsing on the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest from which blood spurted out. He was completely motionless, completely dead. It was too ferocious. Fu Qing was stunned once again. He initially thought that Shisan was already ferocious enough. From the beginning to the end, he did not take the big yellow dog seriously. However, he had never expected the dog to be so ferocious. Where did these monsters come from? Fu Qing's face was filled with speechlessness. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. If the man and dog around Jiang Chen were so powerful, then how strong was Jiang Chen himself? He was afraid that it was beyond his imagination. Fu Qing was not the only one shocked. The black-clothed men who were attacking De Huang Dog were also stunned. They looked at De Huang Dog like they had seen a ghost. What kind of dog is this? Why is its head so hard? One of them was so shocked that he no longer dared to attack again. Don't just stand there. Hit me. Come at me together. De Huang Dog's gaze was asking for a beating. Fuck. One of the black-clothed men resisted the urge to vomit blood. This was the first time in their lives that they had been challenged by a dog. Chapter 3866. Kill that dog. The men in black were enraged. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone vicious people like them. Even though they knew that the dog was not easy to deal with, they could not accept being humiliated by a dog. Of course, the most important thing was that they had someone to rely on. They had a peak 8th heavenly layer origin expert by their side. Moreover, this expert was no ordinary person. He was a terrifying winged person. Energy surged. In order to satisfy De Huang Dog's request for a beating, the two men in black and the remaining monsters raised the Genesis weapons in their hands and madly attacked De Huang Dog. The terrifying energy was like a violent tornado, tearing apart the surrounding mist. Squawk, squawk, De Huang Dog was too excited. Its eyes shone with a golden light as it raised its head and charged at the opponent's Genesis weapons. Let alone Fu Qing, even the opponents of the men in black were dumbfounded by such a method of battle. What the hell was that head made of? It dared to directly resist Genesis weapons. Wasn't that nonsense? Clang, clang. Afterwards, De Huang Dog's head collided with the Genesis weapons, producing a loud clang. Sparks flew in the air as a horrifying scene unfolded. Not only did the Genesis weapons infused with high-grade cosmic source energy fail to leave any marks on De Huang Dog's head, but they instead shattered inch by inch, completely destroyed on the spot. What the hell? Nearby, Fu Qing let out a rare curse. His eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Those were Genesis weapons, peak grade 1 Genesis weapons. Let alone their damage and sharpness, they were even weaker than De Huang Dog's head in terms of toughness. No, it wasn't just inferior, they weren't even on the same level, okay? Those grade 1 Genesis weapons were basically trash before the dog's head. They were as brittle as tofu. The expression of the 8th heavenly layer origin expert who had yet to make a move changed. He had never seen such a powerful dog before. In terms of calmness, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were obviously the most unperturbed. The scene before them was nothing new to them. They had seen it too many times. De Huang's Iron Head technique could shock the world and make the gods weep. It could sweep through everything and strike fear into the hearts of its enemies. You must be scared, silly. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. He completely ignored the men in black who were staring blankly at the broken Genesis weapon in his hand and launched another vicious attack. The terrifying metal head slammed into a monster. The monster was at the 7th heavenly layer of origin, an existence on the same level as De Huang Dog. However, sometimes the gap between the same level was unimaginable. Just like now, under the impact of De Huang Dog's iron head, the monster didn't even have the time to scream before its entire body was smashed into pieces. Blood and flesh spurted out wildly, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. He was too powerful. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The 4 humans who were captured were extremely excited. They weren't fools. They knew that this incomparably powerful De Huang Dog had truly saved them. De Huang Dog laughed wantonly. His head shone with a golden light, and his body leaned forward as if he was about to continue his attack. De Huang Dog wouldn't hold back in the slightest when it came to killing these people. Stop! The winged man in black bellowed. His body glowed with white light as he grabbed at De Huang Dog with his bare hands. A hiss could be heard from his hand and one could feel the intense killing power. He was extremely fast. Even the wind seemed to be torn apart by his attack. "Oi, your opponent is me." An even faster figure appeared. Long Shisan's scarlet gold hand collided heavily with the winged man in black. Thump, thump, thump. The winged man in black took 3 steps back from the violent impact before he managed to stabilize himself. He raised his shocked face. He seemed to be in his 30s. His face was fair and he was extraordinarily handsome. Apart from shock, there was also a natural arrogance in his eyes, an arrogance that belonged to the winged people. "Arg! The moment the winged man in black was pushed back, miserable cries rang out on the other side. The remaining people in black and monsters all died horribly under De Huang Dog's rampage. Although they were at the same level, they were not on the same level at all. There was no comparison at all. In front of De Huang Dog they were just like ants. Impossible. Just who are you people? Lung Lung, the winged man in black, said. They were the kings of Broken Flying Stream and had seen all kinds of humans who accidentally fell here. However, they had never seen such a powerful existence. Both the dog and the yellow-robed young man who suddenly appeared were too powerful. His cultivation was clearly one level higher than his opponent, but he was defeated by his opponent in a single move. This kind of shock was unimaginable. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Long Shersan looked proud. He took a step forward and displayed the battle saint technique. Violent energy locked onto the winged man in black and blasted at him. Whoosh. At this moment, a pair of white wings suddenly grew on the back of the winged man in black. It was extraordinarily gorgeous. As the wings flapped, he flew up 10 zhang into the sky. Draconic Shersan's attack hit thin air and destroyed a group of trees. A winged man. It's someone from the winged race. Seeing the other party grow wings and fly, the faces of the 4 trapped humans turned pale once again. The despair that had already disappeared resurfaced once again. The pressure that the winged man had brought them had always been too great, especially in the Broken Flying Stream. Once a winged man flew into the sky, he was invincible. You lowly humans, only death awaits you if you oppose us. No one can oppose us in the Broken Flying Stream. There's only one outcome for offending us, and that's death, the winged man in black said arrogantly as he flapped his white wings. The winged man in black flapped his white wings and said arrogantly. The wings gave him great confidence, especially in the Broken Flying Stream. With a pair of wings that allowed them to move freely, let alone Origin Realm experts, they would not care even if Unity or Earth Source experts came. This is a 2-winged winged man of the winged race. He's the lowest existence, but he has a great advantage here. Fu Qing came to Jiang Chen's side and said helplessly. Perhaps Long Shersan and De Huang Dog were more powerful, but they were useless against a true winged man. For example, the winged man was in the sky right now. No matter how good Long Shersan and the others worked, they could not reach him. A great advantage. I don't think it's much. Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he stretched out his hand without any warning and struck the winged man who was flaunting his strength in the sky. Roar! The roar of a dragon filled the forest. A 5-colored dragon claw the size of a house suddenly appeared in the sky above the winged man's head. The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain. Arg! The winged man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that he had been restrained by a great power. He could not even move. Chapter 3867. Boom! With one hand behind his back, Jiang Chen casually pulled with his other hand. He did not seem to use much strength, but the winged person was slammed into the ground. His beautiful wings were ripped off, and the winged person was flung into a bloody mess. He wriggled a little before losing all signs of life. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 4 men who had just walked out of their despair were staring at Jiang Chen. Fu Qing's eyes were wide open, and he felt that his mouth was dry. The scene just now was like a dream to him. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. That's way too ferocious. Fu Qing's expression was very interesting. Although he had guessed that the white-clothed young man was not simple, he never expected him to be this powerful. The reason why the winged people were so powerful in the Broken Flight Stream was because they had wings that allowed them to fly, allowing them to surpass ordinary people. It was very difficult for humans to take advantage of such an advantage. However, the winged people's advantage did not exist in front of Jiang Chen at all. A casual grab was all it took for the winged person to fall from the sky. Too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. Origin Realm cultivators no longer piqued his interest at all. He could not be bothered to fight anymore as long as he did not run into Unity Realm experts in the future. Damn it, little Qinzi, you're too unkind. I'm already going to rip off his wings. What are you doing? De Huang Dog was furious. He bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Sorry, my hands were itching. Jiang Chen shrugged. It was true that his hands were itching. He had not fought a single time ever since he had entered the everlasting world. He had been watching De Huang Dog and Long Shersan perform. When he saw the winged person fly into the sky, he could not help but use the true dragon palm that he had not used in a long time. However, he did not expect the winged person to be so weak. He could not even withstand a single blow. Fu Qing gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, sincerely admiring him. The four people who had just escaped from death all knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowing to Jiang Qin, Long San, and De Huang Dog. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Some people cried tears of joy. The feeling of walking through the gates of hell and returning to reality was something that ordinary people could not understand. All right, hurry up and leave. We're going to meet the broken feather men. Long San said. Hearing this, the expressions of the four people changed. Wanting to meet the feathered man? Wasn't he a bit too gutsy? You've all been scared out of your wits by the feathermen. Do you think the feathermen are invincible in broken flying stream? What's there to be afraid of about those birdmen? Didn't they just get slapped to death? De Huang Dog scoffed. Yes. Were the feathermen really that scary? They had just seen the feathermen get slapped to death by this young man with their own eyes. The four people suddenly understood why they were afraid of the feathermen. It had already become a habit. They felt that the feathermen were invincible in broken flying stream. This was a delusion, a habit that had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. Benefactor, I want to go with you. One of them stood up and said. Me too. The feathermen don't see us as humans. They want to treat us as slaves. We have to fight back. Another person also stood up. They were not fools. After witnessing how terrifying Jiang Chen was, coupled with their injuries, even if they didn't encounter the feathermen, they would still die if they walked in broken flying stream. If they followed Jiang Chen, they might have a chance to survive. Jiang Chen was their only hope to get out of broken flying stream. They knew this very well. Only by following the strong could they defeat everything. All right, let's go together. Jiang Chen nodded. He did not turn them down. Of course, Jiang Chen was not a savior. He did not have any reason to save these people from their predicament. He would do what he wanted to do. It was their freedom if they wanted to follow him. Once they reached the source mine, they would just have to look out for each other if they fought. Life and death were up to the heavens. If he could help the humans of broken flying stream escape from their misery, Jiang Chen would obviously be more than happy to help. Of course, all acts of chivalry were built on the foundation of one's own goals. They continued on their way. In order to not let the four of them become true burdens, Jiang Chen helped them recover from their injuries. Just like Fu Qing, the four of them were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's healing methods after seeing Jiang Chen's healing methods. They were all Origin Realm experts, so it was unavoidable for them to be injured. They also had some healing pills on them, but their pills were completely trash compared to Jiang Chen's wuxia. I wonder where this young master came from. His methods are just too shocking, said one of them. One of them said. He was completely convinced by Jiang Chen's methods. The group traveled for another 4 hours. They encountered a few demons and monsters along the way, but Long San and De Huang Dog easily dealt with them. How much further? Asked Long San. According to the signs we saw along the way, it should be just up ahead. We'll be there after we cross that mountain. Fu Qing pointed ahead at a mountain peak that was completely covered by a dense fog. He couldn't help but feel nervous. After crossing this mountain, they would arrive at the Origin Mine. At the same time, crossing this mountain meant that they had truly entered the Winged People's territory. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Let's go. Jiang Chen continued to stride forward. His expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples or fear. As the ruler of a plain, Jiang Chen's temperament in the face of everything was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Benefactor, ahead of us is the Winged People's territory. We must be careful. I don't know how many two-winged people there are in Broken Flying Stream, but there should be a lot of them. There are also many humans who have been subdued by the Winged People. Each of them is vicious and merciless, so we cannot underestimate them. Fu Qing reminded. It's not too late for you to regret it now. When the fight starts, no one will care about you. Long San said to Fu Qing and the others. Fu Qing's eyes were resolute. He was very clear about the current situation. Only by unswervingly following Jiang Chen and the others could they have a chance to survive. The other four people looked at each other and nodded heavily. Entering the territory controlled by the Winged People was certainly dangerous, but with Jiang Chen and the others around, it was also a great support. Most importantly, they couldn't leave Jiang Chen now. Once they separated from Jiang Chen, they might not have to face the danger of fighting with the Winged People, but they would still be lost in this broken flying stream. They knew very well that with their strength, it was impossible for them to get out. Following Jiang Chen was their only chance. Just like Fu Qing, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. If they had to die either way, they would choose to die with a bang and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. Go. Chapter 3868. The mountain peak was steep and the fog was thick. This fog could restrict one's divine will. It was impossible to find the right direction and it was easy to get lost. However, this fog didn't exist in Jiang Chen's eyes. In this world, nothing could confuse Jiang Chen. There was no need to mention Long Shisan. His eyes of fire and gold could see through everything. Very quickly the group passed the mountain peak. 10 miles away there was a mountain range. They could see a light flickering in the mountain range like a beacon in the dark. Long Shisan's eyes moved. His eyes of fire and gold looked into the distance. The fog was dispersed and everything in the distance could be seen. There are figures flashing. That should be the source Oregon look. Long Shisan said. In the sky there were winged men flying around monitoring the area below. Ah, we're rich. It's a grade 2 source Oregon, De Huang Dog laughed heartily. He didn't care about the winged men flying in the sky. How do you know it's a grade 2 source or? Long Shisan looked at De Huang Dog. Monkey, have you forgotten what De Huang is best at? This guy's treasure hunting ability is top-notch. Moreover, he has seen the Starry Sky Source Stone before. Big Brother Pangu said that the Starry Sky Source Stone is equivalent to a grade 5 Source Stone. De Huang can judge the aura of the source or based on the energy of the Starry Sky Source Stone and the grade of the Source Stone. Jiang Chen laughed. De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability had always been strong. Although he had been silent in the divine world for a long time, De Huang Dog's innate ability hadn't changed at all. Let's go. Leave those birdmen in the sky to Lord Dog. De Huang Dog cackled. Golden light surged from his body, and in a flash he had already rushed out. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan followed closely behind. Fu Qing and the rest didn't dare to delay. There was no way out now, so they could only follow. For some reason, following behind Jiang Chen, they didn't feel the fear they had expected. Instead they felt their blood boiling. They didn't even dare to think of exploring the nest of the winged men. Now that they were experiencing it personally, they felt their bodies trembling. We will rescue the humans in the source Oregon. They will be our helpers. Fu Qing said, becoming the leader of the group. The other four shook their heads in agreement. They felt that what Fu Qing said was very reasonable. Once they started fighting, there might even be Unity Origin Realm winged humans appearing. It was not just a possibility but a certainty. At that time, Jiang Chen and the others would have to deal with the experts of the winged race. The rest would depend on themselves. Those who were enslaved in the mine would be their greatest helpers. The battle prowess of those people could not be underestimated. Among them, there was no lack of people with extraordinary strength. Furthermore, their hearts were erupting with anger. Once they had the chance to retaliate, they would definitely fight with their lives on the line. Who's there? 3 miles away from the source, or someone shouted. 5 black-clothed men flew over with saber lights in their hands. Die. Long Shisan swung his iron cudgel with the weight of Mount Tai. The terrifying iron cudgel swept across, its speed as fast as lightning. Miserable screams rang out as 5 or 6 black-clothed men were killed by the cudgel and turned into meat paste. Holy shit, fierce. A man behind Fu Qing almost jumped up from his seat. Shisan's ferocity had given him a shot of adrenaline. His blood was boiling with excitement. Who dares to come here and cause trouble? The screams alerted the winged men patrolling in the sky. 3 winged men flew over. They flapped their white wings and emitted an angelic glow. They looked mighty and extraordinary. It's your grandpa dog. De Huang Dog flapped his wings and flew over. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the path of the 3 winged men. Look, that dog can fly too. A man behind Fu Qing exclaimed. He became even more excited. They had seen how terrifying De Huang Dog was. When they were rescued, De Huang Dog was the main force. Just by relying on his iron head, he killed all the people who trapped them. But they didn't expect that De Huang Dog could fly too. If De Huang Dog could fly, these winged men would still have a chicken feather advantage. They would only be beaten up by De Huang Dog. Freaks, all of them are freaks. Fu Qing's expression was incomparably rich. This was the first time he saw De Huang Dog flying. These 3 in front of him were all freaks. No wonder they had the guts to come to the nest of the winged men. If these 2 men and 1 dog joined hands, these winged men would have nothing to fear. Arg! In the sky, an incomparably mournful scream was heard. De Huang Dog's might was unparalleled. He pressed down on a winged man like Mount Tai. A pair of dog claws grabbed onto the wings of the winged man and pulled with all his might. The wings were ripped off. The winged man's back was badly mutilated. His screams echoed through the sky. Under the strong suppression of De Huang Dog, the winged man couldn't even move. He was thrown down from the sky by De Huang Dog and smashed onto a huge rock. His body was smashed into pieces on the spot. Whoosh. After killing one, De Huang Dog didn't stop. In a flash, he appeared in front of another winged man. Before that winged man could react, his wings were pulled by De Huang Dog. Scram! That winged man shouted. A tyrannical force rippled out from his wings, trying to shake off De Huang Dog. However, he discovered that De Huang Dog's body was like an immovable mountain. Hee Birdman, Grandpa Dog will roast your wings and eat them later. De Huang Dog smirked and pulled with all his might. With a ripping sound, blood spurted high up into the sky. That pair of wings was torn off by De Huang Dog in the most brutal way. That winged man screamed in pain. However, after losing his wings, he couldn't maintain his balance in the sky. Once again he was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog. At this time, the third winged man flew to De Huang Dog. Originally, he was charging forward with his wings, wanting to kill De Huang Dog directly. However, after witnessing De Huang Dog's monstrous strength, the winged man who ran up was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. De Huang Dog looked at the winged man and provoked him. Attack your sister. That winged man wasn't stupid. He flapped his wings and turned around wanting to fly away. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog wouldn't give him the chance. The moment the winged man turned around, De Huang Dog grabbed the winged man's wings. No matter how hard the winged man struggled, it was useless. That winged man attacked with all his might. Rays of white light rippled out from his body. Each ray of light was like a sharp blade, striking at De Huang Dog's body. Unfortunately, it didn't leave any mark on De Huang Dog's body. Not even a single hair on De Huang's body was harmed. Too weak. It's not interesting at all. De Huang Dog shook his head gloomily. He carried that winged man and spun around in the sky. Chapter 3869. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fu Qing and the others were dumbfounded once again. They looked at the majestic De Huang Dog in the sky and could not help but rub their eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with them. Wasn't this a little too ferocious? It seemed like it was completely useless for them to come over. At the very least, all the enemies that had appeared up until now had been easily dealt with by Longshirshan and De Huang Dog. The winged man's cries alarmed the people at the origin mine. Men in black either gathered around the mine or walked out of the mine, brimming with murderous intent. Who's causing trouble? Someone called out. The speaker was a burly, middle-aged man. He wielded a spiked club as he stood at the front of the crowd like an iron tower. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, having reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of Origin Realm. Someone like him already had a foot in the Unity Realm, making him extremely terrifying. The 8th heavenly layer Origin Realm man in black that Longshirshan had easily killed earlier could not compare to him. Everyone listen up. Immediately come out and kowtow to me and you'll be spared from death. All birdmen come out and be my slaves. Those who submit to me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Big Yellow was showing off his prowess and was extremely arrogant. He flapped his luminous wings and looked down with an attitude as if the heavens were the boss and he was the second. He wanted to enslave the winged men as soon as he arrived. Longshirshan tried his best to hold it in, but he failed in the end and burst out laughing. This damn dog is even more arrogant than me. Longshirshan looked at De Huang Dog's infuriating appearance. This was his brother. If it were anyone else, the monkey would have already swung his metal club at them. Is this the first day you've met him? Jianghu shrugged. He was used to it. Damn it, where did this dog come from? This dog is too arrogant. Kill him. This dog actually has wings as well. How strange. Over at the source, 50 to 60 black-clothed men had gathered in a short period of time. Looking at De Huang Dog's arrogant and despotic appearance, they all gnashed their teeth. Fortunately they couldn't fly. Otherwise, De Huang Dog would have already been beaten up by the group. Swish swish. With a flash of white light, 7 or 8 winged people arrived in the blink of an eye. The leader had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Origin Realm. Although he had only just reached the 9th heavenly layer, he was still extremely terrifying due to the natural advantages of being a winged person. You dare to kill a winged person? Die. The 9th heavenly layer Origin Realm winged person glanced at De Huang Dog and checked De Huang Dog's cultivation before Lung Lung said. As soon as he finished speaking, the winged men behind him charged forward and charged toward De Huang Dog. Kakagood. Come at me more. De Huang Dog cackled. He was completely fearless. He did not even take 9th heavenly layer Origin winged people seriously. This place was different from the God's world. Origin realm experts were the weakest existences in the eternal world. They basically had no experience in the path of cultivation. However, De Huang Dog and the others were different. They were ancestors of cultivation, so they were just too experienced. Moreover, not only could they use the powerful techniques they had in the past, but they were even more terrifying here. Under these circumstances, it was basically no problem for De Huang Dog to kill an enemy 2 levels higher than him. Kill. At the same time, 50 to 60 black-clothed men and monsters charged toward Long Shisan's group at the same time. Perhaps there would have been no need for them to mobilize such a large force if they were just ordinary people, but De Huang Dog's domineering attitude forced them to treat these people who had appeared out of nowhere seriously. Come. Long Shisan's long hair fluttered in the wind as his metal staff glowed. With a roar, he charged forward with his staff in hand. Battle addicts like Long Shisan and De Huang would feel their blood boil when they faced battle. In particular, they had been cooped up in the God's world for several centuries. This was their first time in the eternal world, and they were in the chaotic broken flight streams. They were like tigers returning to the mountains. They needed to kill to their heart's content. Let's kill our way over as well. Fu Qing wielded his sword as his aura surged into the sky. His footsteps were like the wind as he charged out with Long Shisan. The other 4 drew their own battle weapons. At a time like this, no one could remain uninvolved. They knew very well that this was a decisive battle in the broken flight streams, a conflict between the humans and the winged race. If they killed the winged race, the broken flight streams might not be as terrifying as before. Blood-curdling screams tore through the sky. High up in the sky, De Huang Dog activated his invincible stance. In just a blink of an eye, he had torn 3 wingmen to shreds. Those wingmen, who were usually high and mighty and flaunted their prowess and power, had turned into birds that could not withstand a single blow from De Huang Dog. The battle below was even more miserable. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. With a sweep of Long Shisan's cudgel, at least 5 or 6 people were smashed into meat paste. At the same time, there was a huge commotion inside the source mine. Someone has come to save us. Everyone, follow me to kill our way out and fight them to the death. Someone yelled. In the blink of an eye, the battle within the origin mine had erupted. To the enslaved humans, they had been suppressed for far too long and had no chance to vent their frustrations. Now that the battle had started outside, although they did not know who had come to save them, they could not remain indifferent. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the men in black were outside, this was a good opportunity for them to retaliate and erupt. Moreover, regardless of whether or not they could defeat the Feather People in the end, they had to erupt. There was no reason for them to do so. If they erupted, they might die. If they didn't erupt, they would still die. They would be enslaved by the Feather People, living like slaves without any dignity until their last bit of energy and essence blood was sucked dry and they died of exhaustion. Origin energy wildly surged, and miserable screams rang out from within the origin mine. Humans with disheveled hair and tattered clothes howled as they charged out of the origin mine. When they saw the men in black, it was as if they had seen their mortal enemy, and they immediately attacked. Kill. Kill all of them. Someone roared, his eyes bloodshot. The resentment that had been suppressed for far too long was about to explode out like a wild beast. Someone knocked a black-clothed man to the ground and bit off his ear with one bite. Their resentment was too great. These men in black normally didn't even treat them as people. One by one, the people around them were whipped to death by them. Long Shisan's cudgel was invincible. Wherever it swept out, people would be thrown off their feet. Over 100 humans charged out of the origin mine. Under Long Shisan's forceful lead, the men in black immediately lost the upper hand. Bastard! The 9th heavenly layer origin expert roared and charged at Long Shisan with his cudgel. Chapter 3870. Rumble, chaos danced in the air. Dragon Shisan's iron cudgel and the bulky man's wolf-tooth cudgel collided with each other in the most violent manner. The energy vibrated and the fog was shaken away. Sparks appeared in the void. This was a true clash. Neither side backed down at all. Thump, thump, thump. Long Shisan and the bulky man took 3 steps back at the same time. They were evenly matched. The bulky man suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with shock. There was no way he could not be shocked. The young man before him was clearly 2 cultivation levels lower than him, yet his battle prowess was so ferocious. He was not at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. That was just too terrifying. It had to be mentioned that he was a peak origin realm expert, only a step away from the Unity realm. Regular 7th heavenly layer origin realm cultivators would be smashed to a pulp by the spiked club. It was impossible for them to match him in a fight. You really do have some skill. However, that was just a probing attack. It's time for you to die. Watch my iron-toothed wolf fangs. The bulky man rose up once again. His club whistled through the air as violent origin energy surged like the tide, drifting about freely. The fangs on the club in particular gave off a terrifying eerie aura that made people's souls tremble. In my opinion, you're just too weak. Long Shursan's desire to win was ignited. He actually put his metal club away and danced around with his palms. The battle-sync technique battled the heavens and earth. His palms could destroy the world. Battle formula. Long Shursan used the battle formula and clashed head-on with the bulky man. Nearby, Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He did not take part in the battle. Or rather, no one had appeared who was worthy of his attention. Jiang Qin looked at Long Shursan and could not help but nod to himself. On the surface, Long Shursan and the bulky man's battle prowess seemed to be on par. It would not be easy to determine a victor. However, that was not the case. As a matter of fact, Dragon Shursan's attack carried a natural aura. This aura was the aura of a king. Only a true king could display such an aura. Dragon Shursan was an existence that stood at the top of the world. He had comprehended the great Tao law. Every move he made was filled with the domineering aura of the heavens and earth. This aura alone was enough to defeat the muscular man. Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about it. At the same time in the sky, De Huang Dog's situation was the same. The 9th heavenly layer origin realm winged man was being suppressed by De Huang Dog. The aura of a ruler could not be concealed at all. Jiang Qin's eyes shone. The battle before him was different from any other world he had been in before. He nodded to himself. He knew that although the everlasting world was supreme and stood at the apex of the universe, the three brothers would not be weak here. Their past advantages would become more and more apparent, and they would become more and more powerful in battle. If this continued, they would be unstoppable in every endeavor. To put it bluntly, Long Shursan and De Huang Dog could easily kill an opponent 2 levels higher than them. Of course, this did not mean that the cultivators of the everlasting world were weak. It all depended on who they were. There were geniuses in the everlasting world as well. Geniuses with extraordinary talent would be greatly discounted when fighting against those with higher cultivation levels. Arg, more and more casualties piled up. The battle between Long Shursan and the burly man intensified. Without Long Shursan's powerful charge, casualties began to appear on the human side. However, it was very clear that the humans had the advantage in numbers. Although the people emerging from the source mine were not very powerful, they were filled with resentment and fought with no regard for their lives. Jiang Qin stood there without moving. People fell one after another in the battle of life and death before him, but Jiang Qin remained unmoved. He was extremely indifferent. Having seen far too many battles of life and death, Jiang Qin knew that this was the law of life and death. Cruelty was everywhere. Whether it was a person or a race, bravery was the most important. If a person or a race wanted to progress and evolve, they needed to undergo a baptism of blood in battle. Just like the people in front of him, death was their fate. Once they survived the battle, they would undergo a great transformation and benefit from it for the rest of their lives. A baptism of life and death, a phoenix's nirvana. Fu Qing successfully found his friend. He was also a young man, but he was missing an arm. Thankfully, his willpower wasn't bad and he joined forces with Fu Qing to kill the enemy. Jiang Qin could already foresee the cruelty of the everlasting world. Broken Filiu was just a place abandoned by the world. Those who entered here were all unlucky bastards. Even in such a hopeless place, there were still cruel struggles between races and killings between people. This was a miniature version of the everlasting world. Jiang Qin knew that since he had come here, he had to experience everything here. He had to become a part of this place. Since that was the case, then his journey through the everlasting world, his journey through the universe, would begin at Broken Filiu. To dominate the everlasting world and stand at the peak of the universe, he would begin at Broken Filiu. Roar! There was an earth-shaking roar in the sky. De Huang Dog transformed into a dragon horse, growing to 30 meters tall. He used the soul-destroying sound. The sound waves that could penetrate the soul were invisible and formless. The terrifying sound waves enveloped half the sky. The 9th heavenly layer origin realm winged person was completely unable to endure the sudden attack. His sea of consciousness was heavily injured, and he clutched his head and cried out miserably. His wings flickered as he tottered in the air, about to fall at any time. Birdman, you're still too inexperienced to fight me, said the Huang dog with a thunderous voice. Big Yellow's voice was as loud as a bell. He moved forward and stood behind the winged man. His paws had already grabbed the winged man's left and right wings. After that, Big Yellow used his strength to pick up a mountain. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a pair of wings were torn apart by Big Yellow. The winged man was badly mutilated, and he was thrown down from the sky. His body was smashed into pieces. Weak, too weak. Is there anyone stronger? The Huang dog was not satisfied. His battle intent reached its peak, and the origin energy around him began to surge. This was a sign that he was about to ascend to the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Jianghu saw all of this and a smile appeared on his face. It had been a long time since the Huang dog had experienced such a carefree battle. The killing intent stimulated his condition, and he was about to ascend to the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. This was extremely normal. People like them had comprehended the ways of the world and supreme laws, so their rate of improvement could not be viewed as ordinary. They could ascend at any time, anywhere. Below, Long Shursan's battle saint technique was unparalleled, forcing the tower-like man to retreat again and again. The fangs on his mace had all been knocked out, and he was covered in wounds that were bleeding. Iron Pagoda mysterious technique. The man was enraged. Dark force appeared all over his body, and it was as cold as the tide. His body began to change, tripling in size in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3871. The towering man had turned into a real tower. He stood a few meters tall and was covered in black inscriptions. He roared with a leopard's head and round eyes, making him look extremely vicious. This was a transformation technique that increased his strength to an extremely terrifying level. Everyone could feel how terrifying the towering man was at this moment. His mountain-lifting strength made everyone tremble, not daring to approach him. At this moment, the burly man would probably even dare to take on a Unity Origin expert head-on. Savior, are you still not going to do anything? This big guy seems very difficult to deal with. Fu Qing could not help but ask for Jiang Chen's help. Fu Qing could not help but ask Jiang Chen worriedly. In his opinion, only Jiang Chen could defeat the burly man. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Chen killing a peak 8th heavenly layer origin realm 2-winged winged man. However, Jiang Chen only responded with a faint smile. His face was filled with calmness. He did not have any intention to attack. His face was filled with confidence. It was the confidence he had towards his brother. A transformation technique? That was child's play. Jiang Chen knew all too well just how powerful Long Shursan's original body was. A transformation technique like that would only stimulate Long Shursan's competitiveness. Moreover, Long Shursan would use the same method to tear the burly man to pieces. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces. The burly man's voice boomed, filling the surroundings with his voice. He stared fixedly at Long Shursan with his bell-like eyes as heavy killing intent rippled out from his eyes. Just the sinister killing intent and his tower-like body were enough to intimidate his opponent and make them lose in terms of presence. It had to be mentioned that the burly man was very capable. If he had encountered an ordinary person, he would definitely have turned around and fled in fright. Unfortunately, his opponent was Long Shursan. Transformation. The corner of Long Shursan's lips curled up into a smile. His body began to transform and for a moment, he shone with golden light. Roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The burly man who was about to attack was immediately dumbfounded. That was because the person in front of him was no longer that skinny youth, but a violent ape with a body as hard as diamond. Vajra indestructible, towering into the sky. Long Shursan casually changed his voice and his body doubled in size. Oh my god, what is that? So strong. Is this a great demon? Why does it have a divine aura? Is this a super divine beast? Too strong. No one wasn't shocked. The towering man stood at Long Shursan's feet like a child, completely dumbfounded. Monkey, hammer him to death. The Huang dog cheered for Long Shursan in the air. Long Shursan's true form was extremely powerful. He had fused too many bloodlines in his body, including the battle saint ape and the spiritual stone monkey. Also, Long Shursan had once devoured the redbone horse ape. His bloodline was already above the 4 chaotic world monkeys, the most supreme in the world. Even in the entire cosmos, Long Shursan's bloodline was the ancestor of the ape race. Long Shursan lifted his fist that was the size of a small mountain and hammered down. Under the suppression of supreme divine might, the towering man didn't even have a chance to react. He was directly smashed by this punch. Arg! A miserable scream rang out. This punch from Long San directly smashed the huge body of the burly man into the hard soil. His chest was buried deep into the ground. Wah! The burly man coughed out blood on the spot. He felt as though his entire body was being torn apart and his internal organs were about to explode. However, before the burly man could react, Long San grabbed the burly man's head and forcefully pulled him out from the soil. After his transformation, Long San looked extremely wild. His bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura was undeniable. He grabbed the burly man's head and swung him left and right. Bang 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 bang. Ah! The burly man was like a kite in Long San's hands. He was constantly being lifted up and thrown down, smashing into the ground. Large pits appeared around him emitting sparks. Miserable screams filled the air, causing one's hair to stand on end. However, these screams became weaker and weaker as the burly man was thrown back and forth. Let's go. Long San swung him one last time, ruthlessly throwing the burly man away. The burly man smashed into a stone wall in the distance. The burly man who was smashed into the stone wall was already a pool of blood and flesh. His neck drooped to the side, no longer breathing. See, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and tremble in fear. Was he even human? Too ferocious, really too ferocious. Run. The men in black who were originally fighting fiercely saw their leader being killed so easily, and in such a miserable manner. How could they still have any intention of fighting? More importantly, this monkey was too fucking ferocious. If they were caught by him, they would be crushed into powder like clay figurines. Voila! The men in black rolled and crawled towards the other side of the source mine. That was where the winged race was. On the side of the human race, many people raised their arms and cheered. Everyone looked at Long San as if they were looking at a god of war. He was too fierce. With this person around, they saw their greatest hope. Brothers, kill with me. Kill all these people who have always bullied us, someone shouted. Someone shouted. The humans who had suffered endless humiliation began to madly chase after them. They wanted to vent all their anger and resentment on these black-clothed men. Little Chinzi, why don't we just kill our way to the winged race? Long San could not be bothered to return to his original form. There's no need. The winged people will come. We'll just wait here. Jianghu smiled. Such a great disturbance had already alarmed the winged race. The experts of the winged race would not just stand by and watch. The Grade 2 source mine was a treasure. Moreover, the winged people were proud and conceited. They had reigned over the Broken Fly River for so long. How could they allow outsiders to invade them? Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew over one after another as soon as Jianghu finished speaking. They were all two-winged race. There were at least 20 winged race this time. They were all very powerful, ranging from the 6th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm. The one at the very front was as beautiful as a fairy. She was a female winged race who had actually reached the unity origin realm. Although snakes and scorpions were beautiful, they were selfish on the inside. Just like this female winged race, her eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. In the eyes of the winged race, these humans were all slaves, inferior existences. They were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as a high-level race like them. At the same time, 3 first heavenly layer unity human experts hurried over from afar and surrounded Long San. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Origin realm cultivators posed no challenge to Long San and De Huang Dog, but it was a different story for unity origin experts. There was a qualitative difference between them. However, Jianghu still had no intention of interfering. This was an opportunity for Long San and De Huang. Even unity origin experts are enslaved by the winged race? Long San sneered. These human experts had no dignity at all. We're just adapting to the circumstances, one of them said coldly. That was not wrong. Joining the winged race was clearly the best choice if they wanted to survive after entering the Broken Fly River. Chapter 3872. The two of you, this monkey's bloodline is mysterious. His entire body is filled with treasures. Once we kill him, his demon spirit will belong to me. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion spoke. I want it too. The other old man held a walking stick that flickered with a faint light. Numerous skulls were engraved on it, making it look incomparably sinister. Clearly, he was extremely interested in Long San's demon spirit and had no intention of giving it away. Alright, this monkey's entire body is filled with treasures. How could he only have one demon spirit? Once we kill him, we'll split it equally. The other person coldly snorted. His bright eyes scanned Long Shersan's body as though he had seen the most beautiful thing in the world. Fuck. Long Shersan was so angry that he laughed. The battle hadn't even started yet, but these three fellows had already considered him as their prey. It seemed that if this Lord Monkey didn't show his might, they wouldn't know what the King of Hell looked like. Why do the three of us need to kill a monkey? I alone am enough. The middle-aged man leaped up, jumping 20 to 30 feet. He waved his hand and struck out a palm strike. Rumbling thunder rumbled from his palm. The terrifying lightning energy seemed to want to devour everything. This palm strike carried a suppressive aura as it struck towards Long Shersan. Good. Long Shersan's eyes burned brightly. The might of his fiery golden eyes reached its peak as he raised his fist. Even when facing a fusion origin expert, Long Shersan didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Long Shersan's body was like a mountain. His physique had long surpassed the four chaotic monkeys. He was as firm as a diamond and he fought cautiously. There was only one word to describe him: invincible. Long Shersan's giant fist collided with the middle-aged man's lightning palm strike. Violent energy exploded in all directions as sparks flew in all directions. A loud boom resounded, almost deafening the others. Dang dang dang. Long Shersan retreated 3 steps. Every step he took left a huge crater in the ground. From this, one could see how powerful the collision was. It was obvious that Long Shersan was at a disadvantage in this clash. However, this was to be expected. After all, Origin Realm experts could not compare to Union Origin Realm experts. Long Shersan was powerful, but the difference in cultivation was sometimes very difficult to make up for. Of course, Long Shersan's physical body was too strong. Although the middle-aged man's thunder palm was able to push Long Shersan back, it didn't hurt him at all. Motherfucker, what kind of existence is this monkey? To think that his physical body is so powerful, it's truly rare. The middle-aged man was astounded. His expression completely changed when he looked at Long Shersan. This was the first time he had seen a 7th heavenly layer origin realm cultivator emerge unscathed from his lightning palm strike. The fusion origin realm is nothing more than this. The corner of Dragon Shersan's mouth curled into a smile. Monkey, can you do it? Jianghu asked. Don't worry. This bastard has successfully infuriated me. Long Shersan was brimming with battle intent. His vital energy began to surge. Even though Union Origin experts could pressure him, this pressure was what he needed the most right now. Jianghu nodded inside. He no longer worried. He knew that Long Shersan was already on the verge of breaking through. The middle-aged man's thunder palm just happened to help Long Shersan break through the barrier. Roar! Dragon Shersan roared madly. His voice shook the sky. The mist in the sky was dispersed by his roar, vanishing into nothingness. At the same time, Long Shersan's bones cracked. Terrifying origin force revolved around him, flickering like dragons. This was an extremely shocking scene. Long Shersan was like a giant. His palms slammed down and the middle-aged man was bitterly enduring the impact. What are the two of you looking at? Are you still not going to make a move? The middle-aged man could not hold on any longer. He roared at the other 2 Union Origin experts. Ah! The 2 Union Origin experts exclaimed. Only then did they realize that they had actually become absent-minded. Long Shersan's strength was just too shocking. The 2 of them finally reacted, not daring to show the slightest bit of hesitation. Facing such a powerful enemy, they had to join forces to have a chance to kill him. The 2 of them took out their combat weapons and slashed at Dragon Shersan's majestic body. Long Shersan blocked with one hand using the Battle Saint technique. His other hand pressed down with brute force. With a boom, the middle-aged man was forcefully slammed into the ground. Chapter 3873. Dust billowed and the ground cracked. The middle-aged man who was smashed into the ground never got up again. He didn't even let out a scream. Everyone was shocked. Fu Qing and the others were getting more and more excited. Shersan's strength had given them a boost of adrenaline. He was truly ferocious. He's too powerful. Brother Fu, where did you find such terrifying friends? Fu Qing's one-armed friend couldn't help but ask. They saved my life. They're my benefactors. They're all extraordinary. If they weren't strong, why would we dare to come here and fight with the winged men? Fu Qing smiled. They're indeed strong, but it's still not enough to defeat the winged men. According to what I know, there's a 4-winged winged man here. He's already at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. There are also many 2-winged winged men in the Unity Origin realm. If all of them come out, we won't be their opponents at all, said the man. That person said. Even though this battle left him excited, killing to his heart's content, he still felt quite a bit of worry. Four-winged man Fu Qing frowned. He couldn't help but worry. The winged men were divided into different levels, from 2-winged to 12-winged. The more wings they had, the higher their bloodline was, and the more powerful their techniques were, making them more difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was a 4-winged man at the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. No matter how powerful Long San and Da Huang Dog were, it was impossible for them to defeat a 4-winged man at the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They wouldn't even be a match for an ordinary 2-winged man, let alone the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. At this moment, Fu Qing couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin, who had remained calm from the beginning to the end. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt much more at ease. Do you see that person? Fu Qing pointed in the direction of Jiang Qin. Who is he? He doesn't seem to have made a move at all. The one-armed young man spoke. In truth, he had already noticed Jiang Qin from the start. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this person wasn't simple. That calm and composed demeanor of his couldn't be faked at all. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and just by casually standing there, he exuded the might of a king. I've seen him fight once. With a wave of his hand, he smashed a peak 8th heavenly layer origin 2-winged guardian out of the sky and smashed him into minced meat. Fu Qing said. What? The one-armed young man cried out. His gaze towards Jiang Qin changed once again. Killing an 8th heavenly layer origin realm expert might not be a big deal, but killing a winged person with a wave of his hand, especially when the winged person was in flight, was simply unheard of. If Fu Qing had not said it himself, he would never have believed it. That was because it sounded a bit ridiculous. As the two of them conversed, another first heavenly layer Unity Origin expert was thrown into the air by Long San, just like how he had thrown the towering man earlier. This scene was simply too shocking and ferocious to the point of frightening. Everyone who saw this felt their mouths go dry. This was just too horrifying. That was a Unity Origin expert. Since when had Unity Origin experts become so weak? The smile on Jiang Chen's face grew wider and wider. This was the first true battle the three of them would have after coming to the Eternal World. Before coming, Jiang Chen had been worried whether they would be able to adapt to the origin energy of the Eternal World. Seeing how vigorous Long San and Da Huang were, Jiang Chen completely relaxed. After undergoing the transformation of the universe's origin energy, they had become even more powerful. Their potential had been stimulated once again, reaching an unprecedented peak. To put it bluntly, whether it was Long San or Da Huang, they were all first-rate geniuses of the Eternal World. Their true path to domination had just begun. A miserable shriek rang out once again. The wild Long San grabbed the old man with the crutch and tore him in half, causing blood to spurt out wildly. At this moment, Long San was like a demon god that had walked out of hell, causing people to shiver in fear. Fuck your mother. The last Unity Origin expert was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. He turned around and fled. Don't even think about leaving. Long San had gone mad. He was in a killing frenzy, so how could he give the other party the chance to escape? He took a step forward and crossed several dozen meters, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to tremble. Big brother, spare me. That person was scared silly and knelt on the ground. At this moment he no longer had any thoughts of fighting. He only hoped that he wouldn't die. This big fellow was too terrifying. There was no way to fight. Since I'm also a human, spare my life. I'll definitely repent. I'm a Unity Origin expert and can help you deal with the wingmen. He kowtowed loudly. He was really afraid of death. Repent well in your next life. Long San had an emotionless expression. He lifted his foot and stomped to death. The scene suddenly turned silent. Everyone's mouths were dry, especially the humans. They felt lucky that this monkey was on their side. Otherwise, with so many people here, it wouldn't have been enough for him to stomp them to death. Long San's body flickered as he transformed into his true form. He was a yellow-robed youth, handsome and confident. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that such a handsome young master was actually a savage and tyrannical diamond berserk ape? Little Chinzi, what do you think? Am I handsome or not? Long San approached Jiang Qin and was extremely narcissistic. What a joke. Jiang Qin chuckled. He knew that Long San had truly enjoyed himself this time. Awoo, howls rang out in the sky. Under the pressure of the Unity Origin realm, Da Huang Dog had successfully reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Origin realm, just like Long San. Moreover, he did not lose out, soaring all the way to the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. He immediately gained the upper hand. Apart from the Unity Origin wingman, the other wingmen had all been killed by the Huang dog. Just who are you? The beautiful wingman's face flushed red as her expression changed. She looked at the Huang dog in great shock. Beauty, I can see that you're pretty. I just happen to be lacking a human pet. Why don't you submit to me and massage my back and pour me tea every day? I'll definitely treat you well with kindness. The Huang dog did not reply to the wingman's question. Instead, he teased her. Damn dog, watch me die. The wingman flew into a rage. Her wings flapped and a milky white spear appeared in her hand. As it rippled, it stabbed towards the Huang dog like a venomous snake. You want to compete with me in the spear? Violet gold divine spear. The Huang dog bellowed. He opened his mouth, and the violet gold divine spear rippled. The spear roared and roared with boundless might. With just a single charge, the wingman's spear was directly torn to pieces. At the same time, the violet gold divine spear's might did not decrease at all. It was unstoppable as it pierced through one of the wingman's wings. Arg! Chapter 3874. Father, save me. The beautiful winged woman screamed for help. Her previous arrogance had completely vanished. Stop! A loud shout rang out. Thunderous rumbling sounds could be heard from afar as rays of white light shot up into the sky. One of them was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of everyone's eyes. It was an extremely mighty middle-aged winged man. His aura was extremely powerful. He had a unique characteristic that was 4 wings on his back. The 4-winged winged man was at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was the ruler of the broken Filio. The Huang dog ignored the expert that had just arrived. He tore off the other wing of the beautiful winged woman. The beautiful winged woman fell from the sky. Before the 4-winged winged man could save her, the violet gold divine spear had already pierced through her body. Bastard! The 4-winged winged man was furious. His eyes instantly turned blood red. This dog had killed his daughter right in front of him. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. How could he not be furious? Moreover, as the ruler of this place, the 4-winged winged man had failed to save his daughter at the critical moment. This made him feel very guilty. The 4-winged winged man flapped his wings and held his dead daughter in his arms. He was heartbroken. Be careful. This is the 4-winged winged man known as the Broken Filio. Don't underestimate him. Someone shouted, reminding the Huang dog. Isn't the grade of the winged man's bloodline very clear? How did a 4-winged winged man give birth to a 2-winged daughter? Xuanhuan was confused, but he was not worried about the Huang dog at all. Benefactor, you might not know that the bloodline of the winged man is not only innate, but also acquired through hard work and cultivation. This broken Filio was also a 2-winged winged man in the beginning. He only evolved into a 4-winged winged man after he obtained some kind of opportunity or absorbed the bloodline of a 4-winged winged man. If he had a daughter before he evolved, his daughter would naturally be a 2-winged winged man. Fuqing explained. Who cares if she's a 2-winged or a 4-winged? Jianghu said faintly. He did not seem to care at all. In his eyes, there was no difference between a 4-winged and a 2-winged person. Perhaps only the highest level 12-winged person would make him pay attention. Damn dog. How dare you kill my daughter? I'll skin you alive. Lord Broken Current was enraged. He handed his daughter to someone behind him. A violent force began to roll and lock onto the Huang dog. Clan Chief, there's no need for you to do anything to deal with this dog. I'll do it myself and bring you his dog head. A 2-winged man at the 2nd layer of the Unity Origin realm took the initiative to attack the Huang dog. At this moment all the spectators couldn't help but gasp. The experts of the feather race were all alarmed. Although the Huang dog and Xuanhuan were powerful and could even kill an expert at the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it was shocking. However, the Huang dog and Xuanhuan were at the 8th heavenly layer of the Origin realm after all. They had not even reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Origin realm. It was very difficult to make up for the difference in their cultivation. Although the Huang dog and Xuanhuan could kill experts at the 1st heavenly layer of the Origin realm, they were definitely no match for experts at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Origin realm, let alone Lord Broken Current, who was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Origin realm. Little Qinzi, why aren't you doing anything? The Huang dog yelled in the air. Although he was addicted to fighting, he still knew his limits. He knew that he was no match for someone at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Of course, if the Birdman fought against Jiang Qin, he would also die. Swish. The winged person at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was just about to swing his sword at the Huang dog, but he could no longer move. He could feel someone tugging at his wing. The winged person suddenly turned around and saw a handsome young man smiling at him. His smile was extremely dazzling, and one of his wings was caught in the young man's hand. On the other hand, the young man had a pair of wings on his back. They were mighty dragon wings that firmly suppressed the winged person in terms of both aura and bloodline. What was even more ridiculous was that the winged person at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm could not even break free from the young man's grasp. "Your opponent is me." Jiang Qin smiled. Then he tightened his grip, not giving the winged person any chance. Under countless shocked gazes, the winged person's wing was ripped off with a rip. Afterwards, Jiang Qin extended his dragon claws and grabbed the winged person's head, crushing it. Holy shit! Countless curses rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the white-clothed young man who had not made a move at all would be so ferocious? As it turned out, this guy was the most terrifying of them all. Moreover, he was just too ferocious, ripping off someone's wing at the drop of a hat. Brother Fu, you're right. He's just too powerful. The one-armed young man's expression was extremely interesting. Let alone him, even Fu Qing himself was shocked speechless. He had expected Jiang Qin to be very powerful, but he had never thought he would be this powerful. It was just too ridiculous. He had killed an 8th heavenly layer origin winged person with a single slap, and now, even a 2nd heavenly layer origin expert could not be defeated in a single move. More importantly, he could actually fly as well. No wonder he did not take the winged race seriously and was bold enough to target the origin mine. Why were there so many freaks every day? Who are you? Lord Severed Stream's expression also changed. He looked back and forth at Jiang Qin. From Jiang Qin's aura, he could tell that Jiang Qin's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Origin realm. He had not reached the Unity Origin realm yet. And his attack just now was extremely terrifying. The 2nd heavenly layer Origin winged person could not fight back at all in his hands. Jiang Qin did not answer. The heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand, and the sword emitted a strong buzzing sound. It was a kind of excitement. The heavenly dragon sword, which had once fought endlessly, was finally going to shine in the eternal world after several hundred years of silence. He could not help but be excited. Moreover, ever since the source dragon appeared in his body, Jiang Qin had been using it to refine the heavenly dragon sword. To put it bluntly, the current heavenly dragon sword could already completely adapt to the source energy of the universe. Its power was unquestionable. Make your move. Let me see how powerful the four-winged winged person is. Jiang Qin's aura was unparalleled. He raised the heavenly dragon sword high, and the sword began to expand infinitely. In the blink of an eye, it became a giant sword that soared into the sky. At this moment, Jiang Qin became one with the heavenly dragon sword with a supreme posture. Terrifying sword chi tore through everything. The heavenly dragon sword whistled and slashed at Lord Severed Stream. Fast, it was too fast. A cold light flashed. Lord Severed Stream's expression changed dramatically. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent today. He was now firmly locked on by the heavenly dragon sword and could not avoid it. He could only take it head-on. Flying light sword. Lord Severed Stream roared and a sword rippled out. He held the sword in his hand and slashed out, creating thousands of sword shadows to protect his body and resist the heavenly dragon sword. Chapter 3875. The light shone brightly, illuminating the area within a radius of several kilometers. All the mist was dispersed. The Lord of Severed Stream had unleashed everything he had learned in his life, concentrating all his power on the sword in his hand. It was so powerful that everyone held their breath. At that moment, apart from Jiang Qin and the Lord of Severed Stream, everyone else, whether they were humans or feather race, stood there silently, staring at the sky. Everyone knew very well that the battle between Jiang Qin and the Lord of Severed Stream was the true key to this battle. If the Lord of Severed Stream lost, the feather race would face destruction and completely lose their dominant position in the Severed Stream. At the same time, if Jiang Qin lost, all the humans present would be subjected to inhumane torture. The feather race had suffered too great a loss. Even the Lord of Severed Stream's daughter had been killed. Once Jiang Qin lost, it was conceivable that all the feather race's anger and resentment would pour out on the humans in the Severed Stream. At that time, none of them would have a good ending. Anticipation, excitement, and at that moment they had almost stopped breathing. In the sky, the heavenly dragon sword was shrouded by the shadow of a dragon. The sword directly turned into a battle dragon, shaking the world with an unstoppable force. Under the powerful pressure of the heavenly dragon sword, the sword chi that the Lord of Severed Stream had unleashed shattered inch by inch. It was completely torn apart by the heavenly dragon sword without any resistance. Clang! With a dull sound of collision, the soaring light sword in the Lord of Severed Stream's hand shattered the moment it came into contact with the heavenly dragon sword. Only the hilt remained in his hand. What? Lord Severed Stream's face turned pale with fright. His eyes were bloodshot as he raised his head to look at Jianghu, who was as ferocious as a war god as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be such a powerful person in the heavens and earth? He was a third heavenly layer origin realm expert, and he was a four-winged feather person with an advanced bloodline. His battle prowess was much more powerful than ordinary feather persons. However, he was not even able to withstand a single strike from Jianghu. What made him even more speechless was that Jianghu was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm. He had not even reached the unity origin realm. This was just too absurd. There was no time to think. An extremely dangerous aura emerged from the heart of the Lord of Broken Stream. The Lord of Broken Stream shivered. He suddenly looked up and saw that the heavenly dragon sword was already above his head. No, Broken Stream Lord roared. Endless origin power surged through his body, forming an invisible shield above his head. The speed of the heavenly dragon sword was too fast, and its power was too strong. The pressure was too great. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. He could not avoid it, he could only do his best to block it. Rumble, the sky dragon sword turned into a real dragon, dominating the world and destroying everything. The defensive shield formed by the Broken Stream Lord was directly torn apart by the sky dragon sword. A blood-curdling screech resounded through the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, Jianghu's sword cut through the Lord of Broken Stream's defensive barrier and severed his body. The screams stopped. The Broken Stream Lord's body was cut in half. He fell from the sky and a mist of blood filled the sky. The whole place was silent. One sword, just one sword, without any fancy or extra movements. The powerful Broken Stream Lord, the most powerful existence in the entire Broken Stream, was feared by everyone. A four-winged feathered being at the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was killed so easily. Fu Qing murmured, completely shocked. Compared to Jianghu, Long Shisan and De Huang Dog were like child's play. Kill. Jianghu said lightly, and 10,000 swords flew at the same time. In an instant, the sky was filled with screams. All the feathered race's hearts were pierced by the swords, dying a horrible death. Jianghu was expressionless and cold. He had already gotten used to it. On the path of cultivation, one had to be decisive in killing. Chapter 3876. In the Broken Feather Stream, life and death were too common. When dealing with the foreign races, it was natural to cut the weeds by the roots to prevent them from growing again. Bastard, you're finished? You slaughtered the feather race. The feather race will specifically target you. There is no place for you to hide in this world. Miserable screams rang out from the sword formation, accompanied by heart-wrenching threats. Jianghu frowned. Too many people had seen him slaughtering the feather race in the Broken Feather Stream. This kind of thing could not be hidden. He could not possibly kill everyone here just to keep this secret. Feather race, let me see how strong you are. Jianghu's lips curled into a smile. His competitive spirit rose. Not only was he not afraid of the pressure from the feather race, but he was even looking forward to it. In his entire life, which step was not filled with bumps and bumps? Which step was always easy? He had offended countless people and factions in his life, and which one of them had not been trampled under his feet in the end? Since he wanted to establish himself in the eternal world, he could not avoid offending people. The feather race wanted to kill him, so they were destined to become his stepping stone. The 10,000 swords finally turned into the heavenly dragon sword and returned to Jianghu's body. The sky returned to normal. All the feather race had been killed. Not a single one had escaped. Jianghu retracted his dragon wings and descended from the sky. At this moment he was like a true king. He welcomed the gazes of tens of thousands of people and became the only person in the entire Broken Feather Stream. Roar, cheers sounded everywhere. At this moment all the humans were shouting at the top of their lungs. This victory had completely eradicated the feather race in the Broken Feather Stream. The meaning of this battle was even more profound. This was a great victory for the human race. It was a boost to morale. All the people in the source mine had not only been reborn, but their lives had also been protected. They had also protected the dignity of the human race. From now on, the human race would no longer be enslaved. In this world, the human race was still the most dignified race. All of this was brought to them by that young man. Life and glory. This was an unparalleled kindness. It was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. There was no way to repay it. Benefactor, thank you for saving all of us. We are so grateful that we are unable to repay you. A slightly older man who looked to be in his 50s, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang. The old man was perhaps not even 50 years old, but because he had suffered so much here, he seemed to have experienced a lot. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Thank you, young master. The humans in ragged clothes all knelt on the ground. Perhaps this was the only way they could express their feelings at the moment. Moreover, they kowtowed to Jiang not only because he had saved their lives, but also because they worshipped him. When Jiang had killed Broken Stream Lord and killed the Feather People, he had been like a god. To put it bluntly, the current Jiang was like a god in everyone's eyes. He was omnipotent, unsurpassable, and unattainable. For ordinary people like them, kowtowing to a god was a very normal thing. Get up, everyone. The Feather People have been eliminated, but we still have things to do. The second grade origin is good stuff. Let's all mine it together and divide the origin stones. Our trip to Broken Stream will not have been in vain. Jiang said loudly. This second grade origin was very large and could be mined for a large number of origin stones. If he was the one mining it, he didn't know how long it would take. It would be a waste not to use this manpower. Moreover, he was about to advance to the origin realm. First grade origin stones were not very attractive to him. What attracted him were second grade origin stones. Of course, it was different for these people. First grade origin stones were enough for them to go crazy. They could use this manpower to mine the origin. When the time came, they could keep the second grade origin stones and split the first grade origin stones with these people. It was the best of both worlds. Young Lord has saved all of us and we are already extremely grateful. How could we dare to ask for more origin stones? Let's all work together and mine the origin stones as quickly as possible. All the origin stones will belong to young Lord. An old man said loudly. That's right. That's how it should be. This is what young master deserves in the first place. If it weren't for young master, we would still have to mine here and be humiliated. All the origin stones we mined will be taken away by the winged people. I'm in a great mood now, so I'm willing to mine for young master. I'm willing as well. It's my duty. There's no way I can repay you for saving my life. Let alone mining, I'd even climb a mountain of blades. Everyone cheered. Ever since they had entered the Broken Fly Stream, or rather, ever since they had entered the mine, they had never been so excited. They had never been so willing to mine before. Long Shan nodded to himself. With these people's current enthusiasm, their mining speed would be much faster than before. Let's go. Let's get started. Fu Qing called out and led the way to the origin. He wanted to be the leader. Little Qinzi, you've become a big hero now. Da Huang Dog chuckled. This mine is rather large. With so many origin realm experts working hard, it'll take at least 2 or 3 days to finish mining. Long Shan said. It's fine. We're not in a hurry right now anyway. Plus, Fu Qing is taking them to mine so we can go take a look at the Harpy's lair. Some of the origin stones have already been mined, so it should be quite a fortune. The origin stones must be in the Harpy's lair. Plus, they've dominated the Broken Fly Stream for so long, so they must have other treasures. Let's go take a look, Jiang said. Hee, killing people and robbing them is exactly what I want. Let's go search their house. Da Huang Dog was extremely excited. He loved robbing people the most. He was the first to dash out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That damn dog. Long Shan shook his head helplessly. How could he have become brothers with such a shameless dog? A castle had been built in a mountain several dozen kilometers away. The castle was not large, but it was definitely not small either. It was pitch black outside the castle, giving off an extremely profound feeling. The Harpies believed themselves to be superior and often compared themselves to angels, but from the looks of this place, it was more like the dark demon gods. There were almost no obstructions. There were very few Harpies roaming the Broken Fly Stream in the first place. They had all come out under the lead of the Broken Fly Stream Lord, but they had all been killed by Jiang. As a result, the huge castle was empty. Chapter 3877. There were a total of 10 million first-grade origin stones here. Jiang Chen's soul power was sharp, so he could tell the correct number with just a casual glance. Apart from that, there were more than 300,000 second-grade origin stones. A second-grade origin stone was equivalent to 100 first-grade origin stones, so 300,000 second-grade origin stones were equivalent to 30 million second-grade origin stones. Such a shocking amount of wealth instantly turned Jiang Chen and the others into real tycoons. Of course, Jiang Chen had more than 100 starry sky origin stones in his possession. For an origin realm cultivator like him, he was already a super tycoon. Let alone origin realm experts, even heavenly origin realm experts would treat starry sky origin stones as treasures. Haha, we're rich. The Huang dog laughed heartily. The three brothers didn't stand on ceremony and directly divided the origin stones among themselves. Of course, the treasury of the feather race definitely didn't only contain these origin stones. Apart from the origin stones, there were also many demonic spirits, some of which belonged to Unity Origin Realm demonic beasts. There were also some heavenly treasures. Of course, Jiang Chen knew the names of these heavenly treasures. Most of the spiritual herbs in the eternal world were similar to those in the divine world. However, due to the different growing environment, the effects of the spiritual herbs were also different. For the next 3 days, Fu Qing led the humans to mine origin stones while Jiang Chen and his brothers hid in the treasury left behind by the feather race. The three brothers didn't hold back at all when it came to the demonic spirits and spiritual herbs. In particular, the Huang dog didn't care what kind of origin stones they were. He simply grabbed the demonic spirits and ate them. The three brothers were currently at the peak of the same realm and were only a step away from advancing to the next realm. Jiang Chen also wanted to use this opportunity to advance to the Unity Origin realm. With his current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dominate the Broken Fly stream, but he would soon leave this place and enter the real Crimson Afterglow Astral, a world filled with experts. The Origin realm was just the lowest level. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to advance his cultivation base to the Unity Origin realm as soon as possible. In this world, no matter where one went, one could only rely on oneself, and the only thing one could rely on was strength. Only cultivation base was real, everything else was just fleeting clouds. While the Huang dog was busy devouring the demon spirits, Jiang Chen picked out some herbs and personally refined a few pills, which he and Long San consumed. Boom boom, 2 people and a dog broke through at almost the same time. The source energy within the 3 of them went berserk, especially Jiang Chen because he had broken through an entire realm, which was different from Long San and the Huang dog. In the end, both Big Yellow and Dragon Shursan's cultivation base had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Origin Realm. Some of them even reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. As for Jiang Chen, his cultivation base was like a hot knife cutting through butter. After reaching the 1st heavenly layer of Origin Realm, it continued to rise until it reached the peak of the 1st heavenly layer. Afterwards, the 3 brothers plundered the treasury clean and headed for the source mine. Just as he was halfway there, he saw Fu Qing running towards him in a panic. What's wrong? Why are you panicking? Long San frowned. Benefactor, we found something miraculous in the mine, said Fu Qing. Oh, let's go take a look. Oh, let's go take a look. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Under Fu Qing's lead, the 3 men and 1 dog quickly entered the source mine. It had to be said that the combined strength of over 100 people was very powerful. They had expected that it would take at least 3 days to completely excavate the source mine. Unexpectedly, under Fu Qing's lead, they were so energetic that it only took them 2 days to excavate all the origin stones in the source mine. The source mine was currently filled with sparkling origin stones. According to Jiang Chen's estimates, there were at least 20 million grade 1 origin stones, close to 500,000 grade 2 origin stones, and even 1,000 grade 3 origin stones. It was normal for grade 3 origin stones to be excavated from a grade 2 origin mine. Of course, there wouldn't be too many. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to look at these origin stones. His attention was completely focused on the miraculous item that Fu Qing had mentioned. Inside the spacious source mine, over 100 people stood on 2 sides. As Jiang Chen walked through the middle, they all bowed to him. At the center of the source mine, there was a barrier made up of countless rays of 7-colored light. Looking through the barrier, it was a completely different world. It was modeled and extraordinary. However, the barrier flickered and the light it emitted was also strong and weak. Those who knew a little about array formations could tell that it was an array formation. Benefactor, look. Fu Qing pointed at the 7-colored barrier. We guessed that this should be an array formation. Some of our brothers walked in and never came out. When the barrier disappeared, there was a stone wall behind it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His gaze fell on the array formation. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. What a great maze. It's actually a natural array formation. It's just a maze, but it's made up of 360 small arrays. Interesting. Jiang Chen said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Fu Qing and the surrounding people looked at Jiang Chen in a different light. The undisguised worship in their eyes became even more intense. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was too frightening. Not only was his battle prowess strong, but he was also so proficient in array formations. He could tell that it was a maze with a single glance and determine the 360 small arrays within it. Only a powerful array formation master could possibly have such vision. Jiang Chen was proficient in the Origin Formation Heavenly Book and the No Beginning Formation technique. He could change and evolve the 108,000 arrays at will. To put it bluntly, there was no array formation in this world that could be difficult for Jiang Chen. He could see through it with a single glance. The so-called array formation was always the same. Regardless of whether it was the Origin Formation Heavenly Book or the No Beginning Formation, they all had the word sect in it. Jiang Chen had mastered the origin of array formations. He had almost reached a realm from something to nothing. Even the most complicated array formation in this world was incomparably simple in Jiang Chen's eyes. How could there be such a complicated maze here? There must be something fishy about it. The Huang dog said. You're right. Let me break this array formation and see what's inside. Jiang Chen said. He stretched out a large hand and talismans appeared on his palm. They were all densely packed array formations that appeared randomly as if they had been carved in advance. Jiang Chen broke the array as he pleased. He directly imprinted his large hand on the maze. It seemed like there was no pattern to it and it was very simple. However, as soon as his palm came into contact with the formation, the initially faintly discernible seven-colored barrier began to crack and shatter. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the seven-colored barrier shattered into pieces. Chapter 3878. The moment the seven-colored barrier was broken, a dazzling light rippled out from the formation and filled the entire cave. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously, feeling uncomfortable from the piercing light. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand and all the light began to shrink. The cave returned to normal. A maze formed by 360 small formations was easily broken just like that. To everyone present, this scene was undoubtedly very shocking. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there was such a strange person in the world. Look, something has appeared. Someone shouted. Countless gazes looked over and saw that in front of where the maze had disappeared, there was an altar made entirely of gold standing there. Next to the altar, there was a trembling man with his arms crossed, looking for a way out with a troubled look on his face. This person was the person who had entered the maze and did not come out. I'm out. That person shouted excitedly when he saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly ran over. Looking at his face, one could see the anxiety and helplessness he had when he was trapped in the maze. If Jiang Chen had not broken the maze with this person's ability, he would not have had a chance to come out. He would have been completely lost in the maze and would not have had a chance to come out. His soul would have been lost and he would have died completely. However, at this moment, no one asked this person what he had experienced in the maze. No one even paid attention to him. Very few people looked at him. Everyone's eyes were on the altar. The altar was not big. It was only the height of a person. Although it was completely golden, there were marks on it. There were even some complicated carvings on it. It gave off a rather ancient aura, symbolizing the rescue of time. However, what really attracted people's attention was not the altar itself, but the ball on the altar. It was a ball the size of a fist. That ball was full of spirituality. It was completely transparent and there was a light flickering inside it. It was very mystical. One look and you could tell that it was not an ordinary item. What a mystical spiritual ball. One look and you can tell that it is a treasure. Why is there an altar here? And this spiritual ball, it looks like it has existed for a very long time. I wonder what's so special about it. I can feel that there's something different within this spirit ball. It's as if there's some sort of life within it. Could there really be a life within it? Don't talk nonsense. If there are ancient creatures hidden here, it might not be a good thing for us. Everyone was shocked. The spirit sphere began to emit light that flickered. There seemed to be shadows flickering within it, but no one could clearly see what those shadows were. Even Jiang Chen couldn't see them clearly. Little Chinzi, this spirit orb is extraordinary. The ancient aura is very strong and the thing inside is very powerful. Even I can feel a great pressure on my soul. Da Huang Dog said, maybe it's an ancient creature from the eternal world. Everlasting World was the first world to exist in the universe. No one knew how long Everlasting World had existed. It was too long ago. Maybe it had existed since the beginning of the universe. If the spirit orb's creature was an ancient creature from Everlasting World, that would be scary. Let me go and take a look. Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward and came to the altar. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Jiang Qin had never been afraid of anything. The more magical something was, the more interested it was in him. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand again and grabbed the spirit orb. Something unexpected happened. Before Jiang Qin's hand touched the spirit orb, it rejected him. A dazzling light shot out from the spirit orb. The power that was released was extremely strong. Under this power, Jiang Qin was flung away and smashed into the stone wall behind him, creating a huge hole. Fuck. Jiang Qin was in a sorry state. He couldn't help but curse. Master, are you okay? Many people looked at Jiang Qin with concerned gazes and greetings. I'm fine. Jiang Qin shook his head. He had the protection of the myriad qi and the wood spirit. Ordinary injuries were nothing to him. Jiang Qin walked forward again. With a shake of his arm, the myriad qi cauldron appeared. This was the essence of all living things in another world. It contained the great Tao of the world. Even in the eternal world, it could still shine with the splendor of the myriad qi cauldron. Jiang Qin was an uncompromising person. This spirit orb had stimulated his competitive spirit. The more difficult it was to tame, the more Jiang Qin wanted to try. This spirit orb was extremely resistant and rejected him. Next, Jiang Qin wanted to use the myriad qi cauldron to try. The myriad qi cauldron had been constantly refined by Jiang Qin with the power of the universe. After such a long time, it had completely adapted to the laws of this world. If even the myriad qi cauldron couldn't take the spirit orb, then Jiang Qin might have to give up. Little Qinzi, let me try. Long Shisan grabbed Jiang Qin's arm and said firmly. Jiang Qin looked at Long Shisan and found that Long Shisan was very focused at the moment. His eyes fell on the spirit orb and were filled with endless expectations. Brother, be careful. The energy in this spirit orb is extremely huge. Jiang Qin reminded him. I can feel an aura of the same origin from the spirit orb. Moreover, when the spirit orb appeared, I heard the spirit orb calling to me. Long Shisan said very seriously. Is that so? Jiang Qin was surprised. If the spiritual qi called to Long Shisan, it might be a good thing for Long Shisan. Jiang Qin knew that there were many things in the world that were targeted. Many legacies could only be obtained by fated people. This spirit orb was targeted to Long Shisan and it was a kind of unique creation. Long Shisan strode forward with his eyes burning. Obviously he was looking forward to it. The power of the summoning was getting stronger. When Long Shisan approached, the spirit orb jumped violently and cheered. This guy is really lucky. This spirit orb might be left behind by a mighty figure of the unparalleled ape clan in the eternal world. That's why it's so excited to see a monkey. In terms of bloodline, no ape in the world can be compared to a monkey. The Huang Dog said enviously. Long Shisan stretched out his hand and grabbed the spirit orb in his hand under countless expectant gazes. As expected, the spirit orb didn't reject Jiang Qin's powerful energy supply this time. When it fell into Long Shisan's hand, the spirit orb became even more excited. Endless divine light rippled out from the spirit orb like silk, forming a huge cocoon that surrounded Long Shisan. Chapter 3879. Divine light flickered, and the cocoon of light looked incomparably mystical. Long Shisan's figure was completely buried, vanishing from everyone's sight. The light grew brighter and brighter. The smiles on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's faces suddenly changed. Not good. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog cried out at the same time. Disregarding the danger, they stood up, wanting to pull Long Shisan out of the cocoon of divine light. Unfortunately, with their current strength, they were unable to approach the cocoon. Shwa. In the next moment, the cocoon vanished from sight. The dazzling divine light also vanished along with it. Even the spirit orb and altar were gone, leaving behind nothing but a cold and ancient stone wall. Little Qinzi De Huang, don't worry about me. We will meet again in the eternal worlds. Long Shisan's voice echoed out from the void. His voice grew weaker and weaker, until the last 2 words were almost inaudible. Silence. The entire cave was restored to a deathly silence. No one dared to speak, and some people didn't even dare to breathe heavily, afraid that they would disturb Jiang Chen. Long San had unexpectedly disappeared, taken away by the mysterious spirit orb. No one knew if this was a blessing or a curse. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had lost their best brother, so they were naturally in a bad mood. At this time no one dared to touch them. Even Fu Qing wanted to step forward and say a few words of comfort, but after several attempts he still stopped. After a long time, Jiang Chen recovered from his gloomy state. He let out a heavy breath, his expression solemn. Although Long San had left behind a few words, indicating that he might not be in any danger, Jiang Chen was still a little disappointed that he had lost his brother just after arriving in the Eternal Worlds. He hadn't even left the land of Broken Flystream. The three brothers had said that they would conquer the universe together, but in the end they had parted ways. Moreover, the Eternal Worlds were filled with dangers, so it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. I think this might be an opportunity for the monkey. De Huang Dog said, as I said before, the ancient creature of the unparalleled ape of the Eternal World might be inside the spirit ball. That's why it summoned the monkey. The words the monkey left behind before he disappeared were not just to comfort us. He must have felt something and knew that this was a great opportunity for him. Jiang Chen nodded. He believed that De Huang Dog's words were not without reason. He had comprehended the Dian laws, so his perception was incomparably sharp. When Long San had approached the spirit ball, Jiang Chen had not sensed any malice from the spirit ball towards Long San. He could only sense the excitement from the spirit ball. Since that's the case, let us meet again in the Eternal World. Merely with how enormous the Eternal World is, I wonder when we will meet again. Jiang Chen sighed. No matter how big the world is, there will always be a peak. What we need to do now is to work hard and improve our cultivation to reach the peak of the world. If we can't meet in other places, we will meet at the peak. De Huang Dog said. You're right. No matter how big the world is, there will only be one peak. Once we reach the peak, we will be able to meet again. This is what we originally wanted to do. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A wave of lofty sentiments surged out of his body. It was as if he had just returned to the immortal world. His fighting spirit was high. Pay up. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions and called out to them. Benefactor. Fu Qing hurriedly came forward and listened to Jiang Chen's instructions. You will be responsible for distributing all the first-grade source stones here to them. Jiang Chen said. His words immediately caused a commotion in the source mine. No one, including Fu Qing, would have thought that Jiang Chen would actually be willing to distribute the source stones to them. After all, there were a lot of source stones here. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a fortune? Benefactor, these source stones should be yours. You saved all of our lives. How would we dare to ask for more source stones? That's right, young master. We are happy to mine source stones for you. That's right. We don't need source stones. Young master, you saved our lives, eliminated the Feather Clan and killed the Broken Stream Master. We still hope to follow you out of the Broken Stream. Everyone was talking at once. Although the source stones were very attractive, everyone present had experienced life and death trials. They didn't care too much about wealth. In their opinion, being able to live was already the greatest gift from the heavens. More importantly, now that they had gotten rid of the feather race, the most important thing was to leave Severed Flight Stream and return to the outside world. If they wanted to leave Severed Flight Stream by themselves, it would be far from enough. They were very clear about their own strength, or rather, they knew very well that with their abilities, they would never be able to leave this place in their lifetime. Therefore, their only hope now was Jiang Chen. Only by following Jiang Chen would they have a chance to leave the Broken Stream Master. Jiang Chen was omnipotent and proficient in formations. He would definitely be able to break the fog of the Broken Stream Master and help them find a way out. Compared to being able to leave the Broken Stream Master, the wealth here was nothing. As long as they could leave this place alive, they didn't need anything. It's okay. You deserve it. I, Jiang Chen, am not a greedy person. I will take all the second-grade source stones and third-grade source stones here. As for the first-grade source stones, you just need to distribute them. Don't waste time. Once you take the source stones, I will take you out of the Broken Stream Master. Jiang Chen said. After dealing with Duan Filiu's matter, what he needed to do now was to leave this place and enter the true eternal world. To him, it was a simple matter to bring these people out of this place. Jiang Chen wasn't a savior, but there were some small things that he was willing to do. Moreover, these people had already regarded him as their last and only hope. Jiang Chen didn't want the hope that had been rekindled by these people to be extinguished once again. So the young master's surname is Jiang. Since young master Jiang has said so, then we won't be polite. If we can follow young master Jiang out of the broken stream master, we are willing to be your slaves in the future. That's right. This is a kindness that I can't repay. Ever since I stepped into the broken stream master, I never thought that I would be able to leave. I didn't expect to meet such an extraordinary person like young master Jiang. This is really good luck. Hearing that Jiang Chen was really going to bring them away from this place, and that he was going to distribute the Dawn Stones to them, everyone was extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with endless gratitude when they looked at Jiang Chen. Some of them even had tears in their eyes as they kneeled on the ground. Thinking that they could leave this place one day and see their friends and family again, this kind of feeling was something that no ordinary people could understand. Chapter 3881. Everyone was in high spirits as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Under Fu Qing's leadership, everyone distributed the source stones as quickly as possible, then waited for Jiang Chen's next order. The group left the source mine. Jiang Chen looked around. The mountain was steep and the fog was still very thick, covering everything. He couldn't tell the direction at all. In the void, space cracks would appear from time to time, accompanied by a strong wind of devouring. This is the characteristic of broken Filiu. The fog is so thick that it's impossible to see the direction and it's easy to get lost. Moreover, there are many weak points in the space here, and the power of the universe tide and the power of time and space are intertwined. If you walk here, you may be swallowed by the space cracks if you're not careful. That's why people in the Qidong territory call broken Filiu the land of death. Almost no one comes here. Once you come in, it's as difficult as climbing up to the sky to get out. Fu Qing said. Jiang Chen could vaguely lock onto some directions by using the soul technique, but it was still a little difficult to find the exit. I have a feeling that this area is not large, but I'm afraid there's only one exit, and it's very difficult to find it because of the environment here. The Huang dog said. I've heard a secret about broken Filiu. An old man stepped forward. What secret? Fu Qing asked. I've read some records that say there's a stone ladder in broken Filiu called the Stairway to Heaven. As long as you find the Stairway to Heaven, you can follow the stone ladder to get out of broken Filiu. The old man said. Stairway to Heaven? Jiang Chen frowned. Just from the name, he knew it would be very difficult to get out of broken Filiu. It was not an exaggeration. Yes, but I'm not sure if the Stairway to Heaven really exists. After all, no one has seen it. When I first entered broken Filiu, I tried hard to find the Stairway to Heaven. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it at all. I was like a headless fly running around. In the end, not only did I not find the Stairway to Heaven, but I also encountered the winged men and became their prisoner. The old man sighed. His words were inevitably bitter. The secret of ascending the Stairway to Heaven gave everyone a glimmer of hope. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was their backbone. Everyone knew very well that even if the Stairway to Heaven really existed, the only person present who had the ability to find it was probably Jiang Chen. If even Jiang Chen could not find the Stairway to Heaven, walking out of the broken fly stream would only be an extravagant hope. The secret should be true. If we want to leave broken flying stream, we must find the Stairway to Heaven. Let me calculate the location of the Stairway to Heaven. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Complicated runes started to appear. His powerful soul perception could almost see through the past and present. Everyone held their breath. They were afraid to disturb Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's method was too mysterious. They couldn't understand it and there was no need to understand it. What they needed to do now was to follow behind Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen could find the location of the Stairway to Heaven, they would have a way out. Jiang Chen used the no-beginning formation. He used his art of great change to envelop the entire broken Feilu. Thousands of formation runes flew towards different directions of the broken Feilu. Every rune was fused with Jiang Chen's will. This was the terrifying part of the no-beginning formation. Although it didn't have any destructive power, it allowed Jiang Chen to understand broken fly stream. After an hour, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the mist in front of him to tremble violently. Swoosh. Jiang Chen looked in a certain direction and put away the formation runes. Have you found the Stairway to Heaven? The Huang dog asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be there. I'm well versed in the law of life and death. In the entire broken fly stream, that's the only way out. Jiang Chen said. That's great. If we can find the stairway to heaven, we will be able to leave this place. Young Master Jiang is really amazing. I hope the stairway to heaven really exists. Don't worry. We have already died once. What's there to worry about? If we follow young Master Jiang, we will definitely be able to leave Broken Fly Stream. The people who had been nervous for so long started to get excited. They trusted and relied on Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Now that Jiang Qin said that they had found the way out, it must be true. Although they had only known each other for a short time, in their hearts, they had already regarded Jiang Qin as an omnipotent being. Let's go. Let's climb over the Feather Clan's castle first. Jiang Qin took the lead. The location of the way out was behind the Feather Clan's castle. It was about 100 li away from where they were. 100 li was nothing for cultivators. Everyone here could control source energy, so their speed was comparable to that of a horse. Under Jiang Qin's lead, the group arrived at the place that Jiang Qin had sensed in just an hour. If it weren't for the rugged mountain path, their speed would have been even faster. They walked into a valley. This valley was extremely desolate, and it looked no different from the other valleys in Broken Fly Stream. It was surrounded by mountains and there were cold stone walls everywhere. The ground under their feet was full of cracks and it was filled with mist. It gave off an extremely gloomy feeling. Benefactor, this place looks normal. I don't think the stairway to heaven is here. Fu Qing said. The stairway to heaven might not be outside. The old man who had mentioned the stairway to heaven before stepped forward and said, "He's right. The stairway to heaven might not be outside. If it was so easy to find, would Broken Fly Stream still be called a place of death?" Jiang Qin smiled. His gaze landed on a black stone wall in front of him. Jiang Qin took a big step forward and punched the stone wall without any warning. The stone wall shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Behind the stone wall there was a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the cave was about 3 meters tall, and it appeared before everyone's eyes. "There's a cave here, but we can't see it from the outside." Someone was surprised, as if he had seen hope. Could the stairway to heaven be inside the cave? Someone guessed. While many people were still guessing, Jiang Qin took a step forward and walked into the cave. Young Master Jiang is going in. Let's follow him. Quick, don't let any more accidents happen. The stairway to heaven might really be inside the cave. Chapter 3882. From the outside, the cave was as dark as ink. However, after walking in, he discovered that the inside was not so dark. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. After walking for about 3 to 5 miles, the light actually became even brighter. This kind of light was very gentle. When it fell on people, it made them feel very comfortable. It was the smell of life. This was like another world in the Broken Flying Stream. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly entered a peaceful paradise. The pressure they had felt from living in the Broken Flying Stream for such a long time was completely alleviated when the light shone on them. So comfortable. This is the smell of life. In a dark place like Broken Flying Stream, we can still find life. This is heaven. Even though there is nothing here, it is extremely comfortable. It seems that after walking in here, we have found the hope of living. There must be a stairway to heaven here, and it must lead to a place outside of the Broken Flight Stream. Young Master Jiang is really too amazing to be able to find this place with such precision. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to find this place even if we exhausted ourselves to death. We would have been lost in the Broken Flight Stream long ago. Everyone became excited. This place and Broken Fly Stream were two completely different worlds. Walking into this place was simply too wonderful. They had enough reason to believe that if there was a place in Broken Fly Stream that they could get out of, it would definitely be here. Look over there. Fu Qing saw something. He pointed forward and shouted excitedly. Everyone looked over and saw that the deepest part of the cave was an empty space. In front of the empty space, there was a row of stone stairs that led upwards. The stone stairs stood alone, and there were no weeds or moss on them. They were covered in cracks, giving off a feeling that they had existed for a very long time. Look, it's the stone stairs. It's the stairway to heaven. The secret stairway to heaven really exists. If we climb up the stairway to heaven, we will be able to leave Broken Flying Stream. Great, the secret is true. We found the stairway to heaven. My God, I'm finally going to leave this dark place. It is like a dream. Everyone was excited like never before. Ever since they entered Broken Flying Stream, they never thought that they would be able to leave alive. They couldn't see any hope of survival. Now that the stairway to heaven was right in front of them, the hope of survival was right in front of them, the excitement they felt was indescribable. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, on the other hand, were extremely calm. After all, they had just arrived at Everlasting World, so they couldn't understand the hardships these people had gone through in Broken Fly Stream. More importantly, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had experienced too much in their lives. There were many dangerous places that Broken Fly Stream couldn't compare to. In terms of danger, Broken Fly Stream was the least dangerous place. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's gazes fell onto the stairway to heaven. One man and one dog looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, with their eyesight and knowledge, they were actually unable to see through the foundation of the stone stairway. These stone steps are definitely not simple, De Huang Dog asserted. That's right, the stone staircase contains the profound meaning of the world, even I can't see it clearly, Jiang Qin said. That's normal. Heaven and earth are different, the world is different. Although you are the ruler of a plane, this is the highest point of the universe. The stone staircase contains the supreme profound meaning of Everlasting World, or rather, the profound meaning of the universe. That kind of deeper thing is something we have never touched before, De Huang Dog said. These stone staircase don't seem to be complete, as if it's broken. Look, the top of the stone staircase is wrapped by a spatial force, connecting it to the outside world. However, the stone staircase itself is broken. Jiang Qin raised his head, looking at the top of the stone staircase, at the spatial exit that was intertwined with white light. It must be an extraordinary item. It would be great if we could keep the stairway to heaven, De Huang Dog said. We can give it a try. Let's get out of here first. Jiang Qin nodded. Obviously, he was also very interested in this stairway to heaven. Fu Qing, let everyone walk up the stone staircase and leave Broken Fly Stream. Jiang Qin looked at Fu Qing. Okay. Fu Qing replied. After that, he looked at the crowd and said loudly, everyone listen up. One by one walk up the stairway to heaven. We're going home. Oh, cheers echoed throughout the entire cave. The old man who provided them the secret of the stairway to heaven was the first to walk up the stone staircase. His legs were trembling and his entire body was trembling. This was a kind of excitement that he couldn't control himself. The old man walked up the stairway to heaven. Following that, the crowd walked up one by one. This stone staircase had a total of 99 steps. When they reached the end, they were enveloped by white light and disappeared into the spatial exit. Swish swish, the crowd disappeared one by one. Very soon, only Fu Qing, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left. Benefactor, you go first. Fu Qing said. You go first, we'll be right behind you. Jiang Qin smiled. He wanted to be the last to walk out and keep the stairway to heaven without anyone noticing. Alright, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Fu Qing didn't decline. He knew that Jiang Qin was very capable, so he took the lead and walked up the stone staircase. Brat, do you have the ability to keep this stone staircase? De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Qin was planning. He couldn't help but ask. This stone staircase was definitely extraordinary. In other words, it definitely wasn't something that a Unity Origin Realm cultivator could keep. No problem. The stone staircase contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth, and I'm the ruler of a world. I'm a true superior. Although I'm relatively weak in the eternal world, I've comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. The stone staircase won't reject a true ruler. Jiang Qin said confidently. De Huang Dog nodded, feeling that Jiang Qin's words were very reasonable. Jiang Qin's cultivation might be weak in the eternal world, but it didn't change the fact that he was the ruler of a plane. After Fu Qing disappeared, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog walked up the stone staircase at the same time. While walking on the stone staircase, Jiang Qin had a different feeling. The stone staircase clearly existed, but when he stepped on it, it felt like it didn't exist. It was like he was walking in the void. Jiang Qin executed his Dian Law and wrapped it around the stone staircase. Just as he expected, the stone staircase emitted a strong buzzing sound, as though it was resonating with Jiang Qin. Soon Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog reached the end of the stone staircase. The last step of the stone staircase had obvious signs of fracture. Just like what Jiang Qin saw before, the stone staircase wasn't complete. Hoo-hoo, after walking through the spatial exit, the powerful spatial force started to tear them apart. They were about to disappear and leave the broken flight stream. At the last moment, Jiang Qin executed the true dragon palm, and a huge dragon claw grabbed the stone staircase. Up. Chapter 3883. Rummel. The moment the stone staircase was put away, the entire cave collapsed with a loud bang. It was a complete mess. At this time, There seemed to be some kind of will in the stone staircase that resisted Jiang Chen in every way. At this moment, the stone staircase seemed to be extremely heavy and was about to break away from Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen frowned. Just when he thought that forcibly taking away the stone staircase would fail, the source dragon in his body suddenly jumped out. The golden source dragon landed on the stone staircase. The small dragon that was originally only the size of a palm began to gradually enlarge. In the blink of an eye, it became a giant dragon and wrapped around the entire stone staircase. The source dragon seemed to bear the supreme will and made the stone staircase yield instantly and stop resisting. Finally, at the last moment before Jiang Chen disappeared into the exit of the space, he successfully took the stone staircase and put it into the myriad chi cauldron. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He had successfully taken away the sky-climbing staircase. As for what kind of impact it would have on the land of Broken Fly Stream, it was no longer Jiang Chen's concern. The small dragon in your body looks very magical. De Huang Dog was pleasantly surprised. The dragonization skill has evolved. The dragon marks in my body have condensed into a source dragon. With the source dragon, even though I have come to the eternal world, my body is still the body of the great path. Jiang Chen said proudly. This is your unique advantage. By the way, what is the use of the stone staircase? Can it be used as a weapon? De Huang Dog seemed to be very interested in the sky-climbing staircase. I don't know yet. I can study it later, but it's not very practical to use it as a weapon. However, the sky-climbing staircase contains the power of space. I think it might be very good to use it to escape at a critical moment. Jiang Chen smiled. However, he had not refined the sky-climbing staircase yet. He would later fuse the source dragon in his body with the sky-climbing staircase. Once he could use the sky-climbing staircase, he could use the power of space contained in the sky-climbing staircase to escape at a critical moment. It would definitely have an unexpected effect. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stabilized their bodies and landed on a piece of wilderness. The scorching sun shone high in the sky. It was noon and the air was filled with origin energy. Jiang Chen stretched out his arms. The real eternal world, here I come. At this moment, more than 100 people walked out of the broken fly stream and stood in neat rows. They bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. I will never forget young Master Jiang's kindness. Yes, too many words of gratitude can't express our feelings right now. My name is Yun Su, and I'm from the Yun family of Liao City in the Red East region. I'd like to invite young Master Jiang to our Yun family as a guest so that I can show my hospitality. Liaoqing is too far away. Why don't you follow me to Thousand Red City? It's closer. The group of people was extremely enthusiastic. Many of them extended invitations to Jiang Chen, wanting to repay Jiang Chen for saving their lives. That's enough. Don't say any more. Benefactor has his own plans for where he wants to go. Fu Qing said loudly. The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, especially those from the big families. They had seen Jiang Chen's abilities. If they could invite such a person back home, it would be beneficial to their families. They would definitely be appreciated and put in an important position. Fu Qing, tell me about this area. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Qing and said. It didn't matter where they went. He just needed to know where he was. Fu Qing knew that Jiang Chen wasn't from the Red Afterglow astral domain, so he quickly explained, Benefactor, this is the Red East region of the Red Afterglow astral domain. It's not big, but it's definitely not small either. It occupies more than half of the eastern region of the Red Afterglow astral domain. There are 99 cities in the entire Red East region. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew that the eternal world was incomparably huge. The Red Afterglow astral domain was only a small astral domain in one of the star fields. Jiang Chen didn't ask for more information for the time being. After all, he was in the Red East region now. It was enough for him to learn about the Red East region for the time being. Where's the nearest place from here? Jiang Chen asked. Yen City. We just came out of Broken Phalo. This place is only 1,000 miles away from Yen City. I'm from Yen City. If Benefactor is willing to go to Yen City, Fu Qing will be deeply honored. Fu Qing said, his eyes filled with endless expectations. All right, I'll go with you to Yen City. Jiang Chen said that he had just arrived in the eternal world. Now that Long Shisan had disappeared and Jiang Feng was nowhere to be found, Jiang Chen had no destination. For Jiang Chen, the most important thing now was to improve his cultivation. Whether it was to find Long Shisan or his son Jiang Feng, he needed to have the strength to establish a foothold in the eternal world. In that case, he would start with Yen City in the Red East region. Seeing that Jiang Chen wanted to go to Yen City, The faces of the others were full of disappointment, but most of them were envious of Fu Qing. Of course, there were also some people from Yen City who were thinking about how to get close to Jiangqin. Alright everyone, you can go now. This trip to Broken Feilu can be considered as fate. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Fu Qing said to the crowd. Everyone said goodbye to Jiangqin said one by one and went on their way home. As soon as they came out of Broken Feilu, many of them couldn't wait to go home. Everyone was excited. For them, being able to come out of Broken Feilu alive was enough to boast for a lifetime. Under Fu Qing's lead, Jiangqin and De Huang Dog went in the direction of Yen City. On the way, Fu Qing helped Jiangqin solve some information problems. What are the major forces in the Red East region? What's the level of the strongest expert? Jiangqin asked. There's only one major force in the Red East region, and that's the Martial Pavilion. Almost all the geniuses in the 99 cities cultivate in the Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion is the foundation of the entire Red East region. The strongest should be Heavenly Source experts, but there aren't many Heavenly Source experts. The real experts of the Crimson Cloud astral boundary are all in the Red Middle region. Fu Qing said, because there are many races in the eternal world, there's another more powerful race in the Crimson Cloud astral boundary, and that's the Feilu clan. They can be considered the sworn enemy of our human clan. The human clan and the Feilu clan have always been fighting for supremacy in the Crimson Cloud astral boundary. To put it bluntly, the existence of the Martial Pavilion is to deal with the Feilu clan. Jiangqin nodded secretly. He had personally experienced the Feilu clan, and they were indeed a relatively difficult race to deal with. Jiangqin didn't continue to ask more questions. For example, information about the outside of the Crimson Cloud astral boundary. With his current cultivation, it would be useless to ask more. Besides, Fu Qing probably didn't know anything. They flew all the way. 1,000 miles was nothing to Jiangqin and the others. Along the way, Fu Qing explained a lot of things about Yen City to Jiangqin. Fu Qing was a well-known figure in Yen City. Not only was he a disciple of the Martial Pavilion, but he was also the young master of the Fu family. Chapter 3887. Yen City was the largest city within a radius of 1,000 miles. Countless villages and towns were centered around Yen City, making it the most desirable place for cultivators. However, according to Fu Qing, Yen City could only be regarded as an extremely ordinary city among the 99 cities of the Crimson East region because there was not a single earthly source expert in the entire city. The strongest was only at the peak of the Unity Origin realm. There were two martial arts clans in Yen City. One was the Fu clan and the other was the Liang clan. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Generally, forces like these would not get along well with each other. Jiangqin had experienced this situation many times. Back in the Tianxiang city of Saint Origin World, the Jiang clan city lord mansion and the Murong clan were the same. The Misty Rain Tower and the Li clan of Red City were also mortal enemies. Jiangqin had seen too many grudges and grudges. He was not interested in the battle in Yen City. He was just a passerby here. Jiangqin's real target was the Martial Pavilion. The Red East region's largest human force was what truly attracted Jiangqin. He needed a bigger stage. Jiangqin didn't put the small Yen City in his eyes at all. Actually, the real hidden danger of our Fu clan is not the Liang clan. After all, our overall strength is almost the same as the Liang clan. Moreover, after so many years of fighting, it's unrealistic to eliminate the other clan to determine a winner. The hidden danger of the clan lies within the clan. Fu Qing said, "Please calm down, Benefactor. I won't disturb Benefactor by talking about the internal problems of our Fu clan. Benefactor, when you come to Yen City, feel free to visit the Fu clan. I'm the young master of the Fu clan after all. Just treat the Fu clan as your own home." Jiangqin nodded with a smile. Under Fu Qing's lead, he and De Huang Dog crossed more than half of Yen City and finally arrived at the Fu clan. It was a huge mansion with many houses inside. There was even a golden palace. Such a huge building appeared in Yen City. It was unique. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that the owner of this place was a noble one. "Benefactor, this is the Fu family." Fu Qing stood in front of the Fu family's main gate and looked at the two giant stone lions. He felt like a lifetime had passed. Fu Qing had never hoped that he would be able to stand here again. "Fu Qing, don't call me Benefactor anymore. I don't like it. My name is Jiangqin. You can just call me by my name. Also, the atmosphere in the Fu family seems to be very tense." Jiangqin faintly said. His divine sense was extremely sharp and he could sense the tension in the air even though he was standing in front of the Fu family's gate. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fu Qing's expression also changed slightly. He carefully sized up the mighty and extraordinary door, and his expression became even more solemn. If that's the case, then Fu Qing will address you as Big Brother Jiang. However, there is something wrong with the Fu family today. Normally, there would be at least 4 to 5 guards outside the main gate. But today there is not a single guard. Furthermore, it is only noon but the main gate is still closed. This does not make sense, Fu Qing said. After that, Fu Qing walked to the main gate and pushed it. He realized that the gate was locked from the inside. Open the gate. Fu Qing shouted and pounded on the heavy bronze door twice. After a while, there was a creaking sound coming from inside the gate. The gate opened a small gap and a guard's head peeked out. Who is it? The Fu family is holding a family meeting today. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Young master, you are not dead? The guard was halfway through his sentence when he saw Fu Qing's appearance. His eyes immediately widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he screamed on the spot. You are the one who is dead. Hurry up and open the gate. Fu Qing was a little anxious. A bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart to convene the clan meeting. Creak. The door was opened and a few guards stepped aside to form a path. When these guards saw Fu Qing return, every single one of their faces was filled with astonishment. Why are you all looking at me like this? Fu Qing asked. Young master, didn't you enter the broken flight stream? Why are you back? One of the guards asked tentatively. Who told you that I can't come back after entering the broken flight stream? Or are you all hoping that I won't come back? Fu Qing's face was filled with anger. Although entering the broken flight stream was equivalent to death, he had only been away for a month. Judging from the looks of the family, it seemed like the future generations had already done it for him. How could Fu Qing not be angry? No, why would we hope that young master won't come back? We are happy that young master is back, but... A middle-aged guard said with a troubled tone. But what? And what's the purpose of the family meeting today? Fu Qing asked. The elders' hall is holding a family meeting. They want to remove the patriarch's position and elect Fu Yuntao as the new patriarch. The guard said in a soft voice. Just as I thought. First uncle is taking this opportunity to fight for the patriarch's position. If the father and son were to return to the family, my father would have a hard time. But now that I'm back, Fu Yuntao and the rest can forget about it. Fu Qing's face turned cold. The aura of a young master of a martial arts family was displayed. Fu Qing strode into the Fu clan, followed by Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Since they had chosen to come to Yen City and the Fu clan, it was impossible for them to stay out of trouble. If Fu Qing needed help, Jiang Chen would not stand by and do nothing. Because they were brought back by Fu Qing, the guards didn't dare to stop them. Didn't they say that young master Fu Qing had entered the broken flight stream? How could he come out after entering the broken flight stream? Yeah, maybe he didn't even enter the broken flight stream. How could he come back so easily? At least I don't believe it. If young master Fu Qing really came out alive from the broken flight stream, it would be too shocking. He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. His future would be limitless. Young master Fu Qing didn't die either. Today's family meeting will be really lively. A few guards were discussing in private. Fu Qing's return would completely change the situation of today's family meeting. It would also make the Fu clan extremely lively today. Big brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Fu Yuntao is my uncle. Back then, when my grandfather passed the position of family head to my father, my uncle left the family in a fit of rage and established his own family in Yen City. Now, he must have heard that I entered Broken Feilu and have no chance of survival. My father only had me as his only son. If I die, the Fu family will have no successor. My uncle can use this opportunity to return to the family and ask the elders to depose my father and fight for the position of family head. Chapter 3888. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but he had a general understanding of the Fu family's internal strife. He just didn't expect that he would come back at the same time as the Fu family's family meeting. This was going to be an exciting event. Jiang Chen finally understood why Fu Qing said the Fu family's hidden danger wasn't in the Liang family, but within the Fu family. Hee little Chinzi, we just arrived and we already have such a big show to watch. Not bad. Lord Dog loves watching a good show. De Huang Dog laughed. I know. Not only do you like to watch a good show, but you also like to meddle in other people's business. Don't talk too much later. If they can settle their own internal strife, we better not get involved. Jiang Qin pressed down on De Huang Dog's head and reminded him. Fuck, let go of my head. De Huang Dog shook his head and broke free from Jiang Qin's hand. You are not afraid of anything and you are afraid of meddling in other people's business? Watch me later. This Lord Dog loves meddling in other people's business. If I can't even meddle in other people's business, then I will be too bored. Sigh. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. He didn't say anything. Just let him be. Anyway, he had nothing to fear. Jiang Qin understood De Huang Dog's temperament. When this fellow encountered a good show, it would be harder to shut him up than to kill him. Furthermore, De Huang Dog had been silent for a few hundred years and was bored to death. Now that he was in the midst of the eternal world strife, he couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart. Fu family's meeting hall was located in a palace in the center of the Fu family. Along the way, Fu Qing attracted a lot of attention from the Fu family. But he didn't have time to greet them. He walked like the wind and didn't stop. Did you all see that? Is that young Master Fu Qing? Yes, it's young Master Fu Qing. Young Master Fu Qing didn't die. How is this possible? That's right. Didn't they say that young Master Fu Qing entered Broken Flight Stream? Someone said that someone saw it with their own eyes. Could it be that someone can walk out of the Broken Flying Stream? Everyone thought that young Master Fu Qing was dead. These days, the patriarch has been muddle-headed and listless. He doesn't have the mood to deal with the family affairs. Joining Fu Yuntao's faction to fight for the patriarch's position was already a done deal. Who would have thought that young Master Fu Qing would come back at this time? I'm afraid things are going to get interesting. Everyone was shocked. Basically everyone from the Fu family believed that Fu Qing was dead. After all, it was basically impossible for someone to return alive after entering the Broken Flight Stream. A Unity origin expert of the Fu family had entered the Broken Flight Stream in the past and never returned, let alone Fu Qing, who was only at the 7th heavenly layer of origin. Everyone thought that the Fu family was going to change. The family head was going to be replaced, and the higher-ups were going to be replaced. But no one expected Fu Qing to return at the critical moment of the family meeting. There was obviously a reason why Fu Qing was so important. After all, Fu Qing's father, Fu Yunzhong, had worked hard for the clan his entire life. He had a very good reputation, and under his leadership, the Fu family had flourished. Their status in Yin City had become more and more stable. If a clan leader like this wanted to depose him, there would need to be a sufficient reason. And this reason and excuse was to pay up. The rules of the clan stated that the patriarch's line must have a successor. Fu Yunzhong only had one son, Fu Qing. If Fu Qing died, Fu Yunzhong would have no successor, and he would lose the right to continue as patriarch. However, Fu Yuntao was different. He had 3 sons. It could be said that he had a prosperous family. Fu Yuntao had noticed this as well, which was why he had made things difficult for Fu Yunzhong. The elders could not do anything about it. The outcome of the family meeting was already very clear. Fu Yunzhong would definitely lose his position as patriarch. However, it would be different if Fu Qing didn't die. If Fu Qing didn't die, they would have no reason to remove Fu Yunzhong. There were several dozen chairs in the meeting hall, and a dozen old men sat at the front. Every single one of them had a gloomy expression, and the aura they gave off was extremely powerful. These people formed the Fu family's elder council. Every single one of them had a cultivation of at least the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. The old man in the middle had a head full of white hair. He held a walking stick in his hand and he seemed to be in his 80s. However, his eyes were extremely bright, so bright that no one dared to look at him directly. He was the Fu family's great elder, and he was in charge of the Elder Council. He was also the only expert of the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm in the Fu family. His cultivation had even reached the peak of the Unity origin realm, and he was only a step away from the Earth Source realm. Below, the 2 groups of people were sitting in 2 rows. On one side was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. He had a fat body and a tyrannical aura. He had a proud smile on his face, and beside him stood 3 handsome young men. The middle-aged man was the eldest son of the Fu family, Fu Yuntao. He was a peak 8th heavenly layer Unity origin realm expert. Beside him were his 3 sons, the strongest of whom was the Ming cult's Fu Bo, a peak 8th heavenly layer origin realm expert. On the other side, a skinny middle-aged man sat on a chair. He seemed to be in a daze and his expression was ugly. He was completely immersed in sorrow. Beside him sat a few Unity origin realm elders. They were all Fu Yunzhong's supporters. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. Fu Yunzhong was immersed in the pain of losing his son, unable to extricate himself. He did not seem to be interested in the discussion about removing him from the position of patriarch at all. Patriarch, say something. An elder became anxious and tugged on Fu Yunzhong's sleeve. Yunzhong, after the discussion of the Council of Elders, we've decided to remove you from the position of patriarch and replace you with Fu Yuntao. What do you have to say? The great elder looked at Fu Yunzhong and said with a gloomy voice. He was clearly rather disappointed by how Fu Yunzhong had given up on himself. I have nothing to say, murmured Fu Yunzhong. Fu Yunzhong muttered. His mind seemed to be wandering somewhere else. I have something to say. Just when the great elder was about to announce the removal of Fu Yunzhong, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Many people had gathered at the entrance of the hall. Most of them were the younger generation of the Fu family. They all turned around when they heard the voice and cried out when they saw Fu Qing. Brother Qing has returned. It's actually young Master Fu Qing. Heavens, he's still alive. Look, Fu Qing has returned. Fu Qing is back. When these words were shouted, the entire meeting hall exploded. Fu Yunzhong, who had been in a daze, suddenly brightened up. He was like a sleeping lion as he suddenly stood up from his seat and looked out of the hall with a burning gaze. Out of the way. Out of the way. Can't you all see that your young master has returned? Chapter 3889. Fuck, where did this dog come from? What's a dog being so arrogant for? Beat him up. It had to be said that the Huang dog was really good at attracting hatred. No matter where he went, he would always be the first to make others hate him. They're my friends. Be nice to them. Be nice to them, said Fu Qing before striding into the hall. Fu Qing appeared before everyone as soon as he entered the hall. Many people stood up and stared at him blankly as if they had seen a ghost. Fu Yuntao and his son, who were originally smiling, became completely grim the moment they saw Fu Qing. Basically, Fu Qing had become the enemy they hated the most in their lives, the person they wanted to kill the most. Qing, you're not dead. Fu Yunzhong arrived before Fu Qing with a flash. He touched Fu Qing's face with trembling hands. Tears were already flowing from his eyes. Men did not shed tears easily, let alone someone like Fu Yunzhong. He was the patriarch of a clan and an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He would never shed tears in front of outsiders, but at the same time Fu Yunzhong was a father. Blood was thicker than water. The news of Fu Qing entering the cut-off stream had tormented him for half a month. Fu Yunzhong had already given up all hope. He did not have any hope that Fu Qing would be able to return. However, he did not expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Now that his son had appeared in front of him, the feeling of regaining something he had lost could no longer be described as excitement. Father, I'm back. I'm not dead. Fu Qing was also emotional. He could see his father again. Ever since he had entered the cut-off stream, this scene had constantly flashed through his mind. Now that he had reunited with his father, it was like a dream. What's going on? Didn't they say that the kid was dead? Fu Yuntao's face was grim as he glanced at his son. Father, my people did indeed see him enter the cut-off stream. There's no mistake. It's really strange. How did he come out alive? Fu Bo gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with doubt and gloom. He was the one who had controlled Fu Qing's entry. His goal was for his father to regain the position of patriarch. What an incompetent thing. Fu Yuntao was exasperated that the iron did not meet his expectations. Clearly he was a little angry. Just as he was about to succeed, another obstacle appeared out of nowhere. Father, I heard that the Council of Elders wants to remove your position as patriarch. I want to ask why. Fu Qing looked at the people of the Elder Council and arrogantly declared. From the moment he had entered the conference hall, he hadn't even glanced at Fu Yuntao and his son, treating them like they were invisible. That's right, Grand Elder. Earlier you said that you wanted to remove me from my position as patriarch. May I ask why? Is it because I, Fu Yunzhong, didn't do anything for the clan? Or does the family have some grievances against me? Fu Yunzhong's eyes were burning as he looked at the Supreme Elder and the other elders of the Elder Council. Earlier, he was unable to extricate himself from the pain of losing his son, and had no interest in the position of clan leader. But now things were different. Fu Qing had returned and Fu Yuntao and his son wanted to step on his head. He naturally wouldn't allow that to happen. This was related to his prestige as clan leader. The Supreme Elder's expression became extremely awkward. Or rather, he was rendered speechless by Fu Yunzhong's questions. He didn't seem to have any reason to remove Fu Yunzhong from his position as patriarch. Many people had seen how much Fu Yunzhong had done for the Fu clan, and almost no one in the entire clan would say that Fu Yunzhong was lacking. The only reason he wanted to remove the clan leader today was because Fu Qing was dead, and Fu Yunzhong had no successor. But now Fu Qing wasn't dead, and now that there was a successor, the only reason to remove Fu Yunzhong no longer existed. Fu Qing, you actually managed to come out alive after entering the broken flight stream. I don't know what's going on, but everyone knows that the broken flight stream is a land of death. It's almost impossible for anyone who enters to come out alive. Fu Bo said loudly, changing the topic. Or rather, he urgently wanted to know how Fu Qing had managed to come out of the broken flight stream. Fu Qing didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to look at the Supreme Elder and asked, Grand Elder, may I know who spread the news that I entered the broken flight stream? Qing, Fu Bo was the first to spread the news of you entering the broken flight stream. Fu Yunzhong rushed to answer. Then I have to ask cousin Fu Bo, how did you know that I entered the broken flight stream? Fu Qing's gaze was pressing as he looked at Fu Bo. Fu Bo was speechless. Cousin, did you see it with your own eyes? Or did that black-clothed man tell you? Fu Qing continued to interrogate. The doubts in his heart were finally going to be solved. He didn't have time to think about this question when he was in the broken flight stream, and it was useless to think about it. Even if he figured it out, he wouldn't have the ability to walk out of the broken flight stream. But now that he had returned to the clan, it was different. Fu Qing wasn't a fool. As the young master, he was very smart. Qing, what black-clothed man? Fu Yunzhong asked. As the clan leader, he was also very smart. With his eyesight, how could he not see that there was something fishy about Fu Qing entering the broken flight stream? Father, you don't know. More than a month ago, I went out to travel and was chased by a black-clothed man. I ran all the way and accidentally entered the broken flight stream. Therefore, only that black-clothed man knew that I entered the broken flight stream. But the news of me entering the broken flight stream came from cousin Fu Bo's mouth. I don't know what's fishy about it. Fu Qing said with a cold smile. As soon as he said this, Fu Bo immediately became the focus of everyone. When the news of Fu Qing entering the broken flight stream spread, people didn't think too much about it. At first, some people didn't believe it, but Fu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. After accepting this reality, no one thought too much about where the news came from. Now that Fu Qing said this, as long as one wasn't a fool, almost everyone could guess that it must have something to do with Fu Bo. Damn, this Fu Bo is really sinister. In order to fight for the position of clan leader, he actually used such a shady business. Shameless. It must have something to do with Fu Bo, isn't it obvious? Outside the main hall, a few young and vigorous disciples had already started cursing. Alright, Fu Yuntao, if you want to fight for the position of clan leader, I will accompany you anytime. Using such a despicable method to deal with my son, what is this? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the Fu clan. Fu Yunzhong was angry. A tyrannical force swept out, causing the tables and chairs in the main hall to make cracking sounds. Chapter 3890. Don't slander me. You need evidence or else it's slander. Fu Bo's voice was especially loud, and it was obvious that he was using his voice to hide his nervousness. He had originally brought up Duan Fei Lu to change the topic and shift the advantage to them, but he had not expected Fu Qing to turn the tables on him and smash his own foot with a rock. Cousin, you look very nervous. Since you spread the news, then can you tell me how you know I entered Broken Filio? Fu Qing asked aggressively, his eyes even carrying a hint of killing intent. This was a hatred of life and death. The men in black who were chasing him must have something to do with Fu Bo. He had almost lost his life in Broken Filio. If he hadn't met Jiang Qin, he would have died for sure. I only heard it from someone else. Fu Bo said. Although he was guilty, he knew that he couldn't admit that Fu Qing entering Broken Filio had anything to do with him. Once he admitted it, he would be harming a fellow disciple. At that time, the elders would have the right to punish him, let alone fight for the position of patriarch. Fu Qing didn't have any evidence anyway. So what if he guessed it? He wouldn't admit it no matter what. Enough. Fu Yuntao shouted, directly interrupting the argument between Fu Qing and Fu Bo. He knew very well that although his son was talented and his strength was one of the best among the younger generation in Yen City, he was not a scheming person. He was a boorish fellow. If he continued to argue with Fu Qing, he was afraid that he would betray himself. Fu Yuntao directly walked in front of the elders and said, "Elders, I, Fu Yuntao, cannot come here for nothing. We are all members of the Fu clan and naturally have the right and qualifications to return to the Fu clan. Since we are here, we cannot return empty-handed. That year, my father passed the position of patriarch to Yunzhong because he was biased. Our Fu clan's patriarch should belong to someone capable. Therefore, I request for a fair competition. How do you want to compete? I'll fight with you anytime." Before the elders could say anything, Fu Yunzhong was the first to stand up. All these years there were indeed other voices in the Fu clan. No matter what, Fu Yuntao had left the Fu clan because of the patriarch issue and claimed to be from the same bloodline. In the Fu clan, there were many people who thought that Fu Yuntao was more capable than them. Even the elders were not few. Furthermore, Fu Yuntao was the eldest son, so the position of patriarch was rightfully his. Furthermore, Fu Yuntao leaving the Fu family was a loss to the Fu family. It could be said that the Fu family's strength had been greatly weakened. It must be known that Fu Yuntao had many supporters in the past, and many of them had been taken away by him. This had always been a sore point for Fu Yunzhong. Today, since Fu Yuntao wanted to compete fairly, Fu Yunzhong would not be a coward. He could use this opportunity to prove himself. More importantly, Fu Yuntao's family had used despicable means to secretly deal with his son, almost causing him to die before his son. This debt had to be settled. Since that was the case, he would settle old and new grudges together. Yunzhong, you have to think this through. You don't have to compete with Yuntao because the position of the clan leader has always been yours. The Elder Council has no reason to remove you. The Supreme Elder said, obviously speaking up for Fu Yunzhong. The more the Grand Elder sided with Fu Yunzhong, the greater the resentment and dissatisfaction in Fu Yuntao's heart. I'm willing to compete fairly. Fu Yunzhong said resolutely. Fine. Since you have made your decision, then I will not force you. Yuntao, do you know how you want to compete fairly? The Supreme Elder nodded and looked at Fu Yuntao. Obviously, Fu Yunzhong had the guts to compete fairly, and the Supreme Elder admired him. This was a kind of courage, and there were not many people who had this kind of courage. Fu Yunzhong was in the position of the clan leader, and he did not take out his own things to compete with others. To outsiders this was stupid. But to Fu Yunzhong he was just fighting for his own pride. If he did not agree to compete fairly, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was inferior to Fu Yuntao. In the future, his prestige as the clan leader would be halved. Fu Yunzhong and I are about the same strength and there is no point in competing. Our Fu family is very particular about having a successor. Since we are fighting for the clan leader's position, we must see if the next generation is capable enough. The position of the young master is very important. In my opinion, let the younger generation look down on us. As long as Fu Qing can defeat Fu Bo, I, Fu Yuntao, will willingly withdraw from the Fu family. Fu Yuntao said. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. What the hell? You call this a fair competition? Fu Tao has already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer. Meanwhile, Fu Qing is only at the 7th heavenly layer. Although he is also at his peak about to reach the 8th heavenly layer, there's still an entire level of difference between him and Fu Bo. How can he be Fu Bo's opponent? That's right. This kind of competition is just too shameless. How does he have the cheek to say it? It's a little shameless, but it's reasonable. There's no way to refute it. The position of young master is the same as the clan leader. It belongs to those who are capable. Fu Qing only has himself to blame for his lack of strength. I just wonder if Fu Qing dares to accept this challenge. There was a lot of discussion. Fu Yuntao's suggestion had basically cut off Fu Yunzhong and his son's path of retreat. No, that's not fair. Fu Yunzhong objected loudly. How is that not fair? If Fu Qing is incapable, he will naturally give up the position of young master. Fu Yuntao sneered. Fu Qing's face darkened. He seemed rather awkward. If he did not accept the challenge, the father and son would definitely be embarrassed. If he accepted the challenge, he would basically lose for sure. Fu Qing knew his own strength very well. He had no chance of winning against Fu Bo, who was a level higher than him. Accept his challenge. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Fu Qing's head. Fu Qing's body trembled. He looked in the direction of Jiang Qin, and his presence immediately changed. Great confidence appeared on his face. All right, I accept your challenge. Fu Qing agreed on the spot. Since Jiang Qin wanted him to accept the challenge, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. He knew just how powerful Jiang Qin was. Let alone everything else, just finding the stairway to heaven was something that no one in the entire Crimson East region could do. Qing, Fu Yunzhong pulled Fu Qing back, indicating that he could not act on impulse. Just delay it for 3 days. Jiang Chen's voice rang out in Fu Qing's head again, which made Fu Qing's confidence grow even stronger. Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Fu Qing patted Fu Yunzhong's arm and looked at Fu Bo. Fu Bo, I'll fight you. However, I've just come out of the broken flight stream, so I'm exhausted. I'll need to rest for 3 days. 3 days later, we'll have a showdown at the Fu clan's martial arts field. Chapter 3891. The entire discussion hall could not help but break into an uproar once again. Let alone the others, even Fu Yuntao and Fu Bo had not expected Fu Qing to agree so easily. Fu Yuntao had only proposed such a condition to relieve some pressure on Fu Yunzhong and give himself an advantage. After all, he could not come here for nothing now that the matter had developed to this point. No way. Fu Qing actually agreed to it. Has his brain gone haywire after coming back from broken filio? That's right. This is clearly Fu Yuntao's scheme to suppress Fu Yunzhong. Who would have thought that Fu Qing would actually agree to it? His cultivation is a level lower than Fu Bo's, and they are both disciples of the martial pavilion. Cultivating in the martial pavilion, it's impossible for them to be a match for Fu Bo. He's still too young to be swayed by his emotions. He's fallen into someone else's trap so quickly. Now that Fu Qing has agreed to Fu Bo's challenge in front of the council, there's no turning back. 3 days. What can he do in 3 days? What can he prepare? Is he hoping to reach the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm in 3 days? Even if he does reach the 8th heavenly layer, he might not be Fu Bo's match. Fu Bo has been at the 8th heavenly layer for a long time. He's about to reach the 9th heavenly layer. No one knew what Fu Qing was doing. He was definitely swayed by his emotions. There was basically no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Qing, don't mess around, Fu Yunzhong scolded with a frown. The battle between Fu Qing and Fu Bo was not a matter of victory or defeat. It might even be a matter of life and death. It was very likely that Fu Bo would try to kill Fu Qing once they entered the arena. After all, Fu Yuntao would be able to ascend to the throne as long as he killed Fu Qing. Not to mention stopping in the arena. In a cruel world like this, stopping in the arena only existed in ideals. It would be very difficult to stop once they actually started fighting. Father, don't worry. I'm not afraid of him. Fu Qing smiled at his father. With Jiang Qin supporting him, Fu Qing's face was filled with confidence. Confidence that had never been seen before. Fu Qing did not wait for Fu Yunzhong to say anything else. He looked at Fu Bo again and said, I'll see you in the arena in 3 days. With that, Fu Qing turned around and left the meeting hall. He didn't even look back, leaving everyone with an incomparably elegant back view. Ah, good. Yunzhong, I didn't expect you to raise such a temperamental son. If that's the case, I'll see you 3 days later. Fu Yuntao burst out laughing and left the meeting hall with his men. The Grand Elder shook his head and couldn't help but sigh, reckless, reckless. Since things have come to this, we'll see you in 3 days. I hope Fu Qing can bring us a miracle. The other 8th heavenly layer elder spoke up. From his tone, it was not difficult to tell that he did not think highly of Fu Qing's battle at all. I don't know what this brat is planning. I'm going to take a look. Fu Yunzhong was worried and chased after him with large strides. Fu family. Fu Qing's house. As the young master of the Fu family, Fu Qing had his own private residence. It was a luxurious courtyard and it was a unique sight. Under Fu Qing's lead, Jiang Qin and the others had just arrived at the residence. Before they could say anything, Fu Yunzhong barged into the residence in a hurry. Qing, you're too reckless. How could you agree to fight Fu Bo? You're not his opponent at all. Fu Yunzhong grumbled the moment he stepped into the courtyard. When he saw Jiang Qin, his eyes could not help but light up. This white-clothed young man actually had such a bearing. He wanted to see through him, but he discovered that he was like the deep sea. His soul sense directly sank into a quagmire. Who is this? Fu Yunzhong couldn't help but ask. He had already seen Jiang Qin in the meeting hall. However, the meeting hall had been tense back then, so he had only taken a glance. Now that he had a look, he was actually unable to see through Jiang Qin's cultivation with his cultivation at the 8th heavenly layer of unity. He could not even see through Jiang Qin's cultivation, so how could Fu Yunzhong not be shocked? Father, let me introduce you. This is big brother Jiang Qin. He's also my benefactor. He was the one who brought me out of the broken flight stream. Fu Qing hurriedly introduced. What? Fu Yunzhong cried out on the spot. The shock in his heart had directly risen to a peak. Coming out of the broken flight stream was just too shocking. After so many years, this was the first time Fu Yunzhong had heard of someone coming out of the broken flight stream. Originally he wanted to ask Fu Qing how he did it, but he never thought it would be because of this white-clothed young man. Jiang Qin greets the patriarch. Jiang Qin smiled politely. Brother Jiang is really an extraordinary person. He was able to come out of the broken flight stream. If Qing didn't say it himself, I wouldn't believe it. Brother Jiang's great kindness to my son is something that we can never repay. From now on, the Fu family is Brother Jiang's family. If you need anything, Brother Jiang, just tell me. Fu Yunzhong cupped his fists to Jiang Qin and expressed his sincere gratitude. He was still in shock. He didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin at all. How could he neglect a person who had the ability to come out of the broken flight stream? Father, Big Brother Jiang's means are amazing. He destroyed the Feather Clan in the broken flight stream by himself. Fu Qing said. Thinking of the scene of Jiang Qin killing the Lord of the broken flight stream, the admiration on his face couldn't be hidden. What? Fu Yunzhong cried out again. His gaze towards Jiang Qin grew even more intense. He knew all too well just how terrifying the Feather Clan was. A single person had actually destroyed the entire Feather Clan. This sounded like a complete fantasy. There's also me. The Huang dog did not back down. Only then did Fu Yunzhong notice the dog. With a glance, he discovered that the dog was also filled with a sense of mystery. He did not know what the mystery was, but he felt like he was looking up to it, which made him even more curious. The dog's cultivation was clearly only at the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm, far lower than his own, so why did he feel like looking up to it? Fu Yunzhong obviously did not know that the mysteriousness of the Huang dog was because he had comprehended the ways of the world. He stood high above everyone else. Even in the eternal world, the aura of a superior was still extremely strong. Fu Yunzhong would never be able to understand or come into contact with this feeling in his entire life. That's right. De Huang tore the Feather Clan apart with his bare hands. He was also incredibly fierce, Fu Qing said hurriedly. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Alright, let's talk about Fu Qing's battle with Fu Bo in 3 days. Jiang Qin's words pulled Fu Yunzhong out of his state of shock. That's right. Qing, have you lost your mind after going to the broken flight stream? It was clearly a trap set up by Fu Yuntao and his son, so why did you agree to it? Chapter 3892. Fu Yunzhong looked at Fu Qing. In his impression, Fu Qing wasn't a reckless person. On the contrary, he was an extremely cautious person. Whenever he wanted to do something, he would discuss it with him first. However, Fu Yunzhong didn't know where he got the courage to challenge Fu Bo today. I was the one who made him agree. Jiang Qin said. What? Is Jiang brother? Could it be that Brother Jiang has any means to let Qing win? Fu Yunzhong was shocked and turned to look at Jiang Qin. He did not dare to neglect Jiang Qin at all. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin had saved his child's life, just the fact that Jiang Qin was able to walk out of the broken flight stream alone was enough to make anyone take him lightly. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Fu Yunzhong had tried to see through Jiang Qin but failed in the end. I can't guarantee victory, but I can guarantee that Fu Qing will be reborn in 3 days. Jiang Qin's tone was calm, but the confidence in his words made people not doubt him. Father, don't worry. Brother Jiang's means are very powerful. I trust him. Fu Qing said. He was extremely excited, and his heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He knew that Jiang Qin was really going to help him. If he could get guidance from Jiang Qin, it would be a dream come true. Without seeing Jiang Qin's power with his own eyes, he would never know how terrifying this slightly thin young man was. Fu Yunzhong was skeptical. It was not that he did not trust Jiang Qin, but he was not blindly confident in Jiang Qin like Fu Qing. After all, he had not seen Jiang Qin's means with his own eyes. However, Fu Yunzhong still did not dare to believe that Jiang Qin could make such a huge change in Fu Qing in 3 days to the extent that he could defeat Fu Bo Patriarch. Do you feel a dull pain in your Tianchong acupoint? When it's serious, it feels like thousands of insects are devouring your heart. Jiang Qin looked at Fu Yunzhong and said. You. Fu Yunzhong was petrified on the spot and almost screamed. When he looked at Jiang Qin again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Father, is what Brother Jiang said true? Fu Qing became visibly nervous. He didn't know about this. That's right. I've been in this state for half a year now. In the beginning it would only happen once a month and it was just a dull pain. Now it's happening once every 3 days. It's so painful that it's like a bug crawling on my skin. However, I've never told anyone about this secret. How did Brother Jiang know about it? Fu Yunzhong's heart was in turmoil. This was his only secret. Half a year ago he already knew that there was a problem with his body, but he had always hidden it. This was also to protect his dignity as the patriarch, to the extent that even Fu Qing didn't know about it. Over the past half a year, Zhang Xian had tried all sorts of methods, but to no avail. The pain in his Tianchong acupoint was getting more and more intense. At this point, every time it flared up, the excruciating pain had already reached the point where he wished he was dead. What is the cultivation technique that the patriarch practices? Jiang Chen asked. The dragon capture art is a cultivation technique that I obtained when I went out once. However, it is only a fragment and not complete. Fu Yunzhong said, not daring to hide anything. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Fu Yunzhong's wrist. Circulate the dragon capture art. Fu Yunzhong followed Jiang Chen's instructions and circulated the dragon capture art. Brother Jiang, can I still be saved? Fu Yunzhong looked at Jiang Chen nervously. At this moment he no longer had the airs of a patriarch. Before Jiang Chen he was as obedient as a child. I'll be frank. This cultivation technique's grade is on the higher side. You don't have enough talent, so it's not suitable for you to practice it. Furthermore, it's just a fragment. Furthermore, you're in a rush for success, which resulted in a problem in the cultivation process, causing your blood and qi to flow in the opposite direction. If I'm not wrong, the patriarch's strength should be deteriorating. If you continue to cultivate like this, not only will you never have a chance to break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, but in less than a year the remaining blood and qi in your body will all gather in the Tianchong acupoint. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen said. His experience in cultivation could be considered an ancestor. Jiang Chen only needed a glance to understand Fu Yunzhong's problem. Big brother Jiang, save my father. Fu Qing knelt on the ground. In his heart, his father had always been his idol. Because his mother had passed away early, the father and son only had each other to rely on. There was no need to describe the feelings between them. Now that he knew that his father didn't have long to live, how could Fu Qing not be nervous? Get up. A man has gold under his knees. How can you kneel to others? Jiang Chen reprimanded. Fu Qing's face turned red, feeling slightly ashamed. He stood up and continued to plead, since big brother Jiang can see through my father's illness with a glance, I believe you must have a way to save him. Jiang brother, save me. Fu Yunzhong's voice was trembling. At this moment he was already filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was truly a god. All his problems had been identified by Jiang Chen. If he wasn't a god, then what was he? Fu Qing, bring me a brush, paper and ink. Jiang Chen said. All right. Fu Qing did not dare to delay. He turned around and entered the room. A moment later he took out a brush, paper and ink and respectfully handed them to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised the brush and wrote a dozen medicinal herbs on the paper, then handed it to Fu Yunzhong. Patriarch, please collect all these medicinal herbs and give them to me as soon as possible. I can help you get rid of the reverse blood flow from the Tianchong acupoint. You can continue to cultivate the dragon capture art, but there's a problem with the circulation of your cultivation method. From today onwards, you can circulate your cultivation method in the opposite direction 36 times at a time. In less than half a year, you'll definitely reach the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm and the Earth Source realm within 2 years. Jiang Chen said. Fu Yunzhong was overjoyed when he heard that, but his hand on the paper was trembling violently. Jiang brother, I really can't repay you for saving my life. In the future, if there's anything I can do for you in Yen City, I'll definitely do my best. Fu Yunzhong gave a deep bow to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's grace of giving him a new lease of life was something that he could never repay. In Fu Yunzhong's heart, the young man before him was like a god. An ordinary person like him could only worship him. Go and get ready. Jiang Chen waved his hand. All right. Fu Yunzhong turned around and left. His face was filled with unprecedented excitement and joy. He had long expected that his problem would be more serious. He even thought that he wouldn't be able to live for long. He didn't expect to meet a god today who could easily resolve it for him. As for the battle in 3 days, Fu Yunzhong wasn't worried at all. With the guidance of a god like Jiang Chen, as long as Fu Qing wasn't a pig, there wouldn't be a problem. Of course his son wasn't a pig. Brother Jiang, not only did you save me, but you've also saved my father. This kindness is greater than the heavens. I really don't know what to say. Fu Qing's eyes turned red. He was so touched that tears were about to fall. It's nothing. Chapter 3899. Fu Qing, show me everything you've learned in your life. Jiang Qin said. There were only 3 days left and he didn't want to waste any more time. Since he had decided to help Fu Qing, he needed to make good use of these 3 days. In the battle 3 days later, Fu Qing had to defeat Fu Bo. This was also a test for Fu Qing. Jiang Qin also saw Fu Qing's potential, so he decided to help him in 3 days. If Fu Qing was not talented, Jiang Qin would not waste his effort. Okay. Fu Qing did not dare to be negligent. To be able to receive guidance from a godly person like Jiang Qin was a blessing for Fu Qing. It was something he dreamed of. He had cultivated in the martial pavilion for a long time, and had met many mentors, but none of them could be compared to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's existence had exceeded Fu Qing's imagination. Brother Jiang, I practiced the thin clouds technique of the Fu family. It is a neutral technique, neither fierce nor feminine. Let me show you first. Fu Qing sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the thin clouds technique from start to finish. He was like a student showing off to his teacher, not daring to hide anything. The technique is very normal. I will now teach you a fierce technique. You can merge it with the thin clouds technique. It will have an unexpected effect. Jiang Qin said, and then he taught Fu Qing the evolved version of the xuanhuan technique. Techniques were also divided into different levels. But no matter how high or low the level of Jiang Qin's technique was, after being modified by the Great Change technique, it was still a high-level technique. Even in this everlasting world, it was more practical. The only difference between the everlasting world and other planes was that the laws of the world were higher, and the planes were of a higher level. Everything that Jiang Qin had learned in his life, after merging with the power of the universe, could be said to have been transformed completely. Any one of them would be a high-level existence in this world. Fu Qing's eyes shone with a strange light when he received the xuanhuan technique. According to Jiang Qin, he merged the xuanhuan technique and the thin clouds technique, and his body immediately gained a fierce aura. After that, Fu Qing was completely immersed in the mysteries of the xuanhuan art, unable to extricate himself. Don't disturb him for now. If he can comprehend the essence of the xuanhuan art, he'll be able to reach the 8th heavenly layer in a day. Jiang Qin said. This boy's foundation is not bad. Lord Dog finally understands. In this eternal world, everything we've learned in our lives is at the level of the patriarchs. I can already see the lofty aspiration of one day standing at the top of this eternal world. The Huang Dog raised his head proudly. The eternal world is unfathomable. Naturally, there are things that we can't come into contact with. For example, I can't see through the sky ascension stairway. This crimson afterglow astral realm is still too small. We still have a long way to go. There are definitely many things that we need to learn. Jiang Qin patted the Huang Dog's head. Get lost. Don't touch this Lord Dog's head in the future. The Huang Dog bared his teeth and threatened Jiang Qin. A day later, the surface of Fu Qing's body was covered with the light of the sun. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The thin cloud art, combined with the xuanhuan art, had become even more tyrannical. Cracking sounds rang out from Fu Qing's body. His cultivation began to change, leaping from the peak of the 7th heavenly layer to the 8th heavenly layer in an instant. Coincidentally, Fu Yunzhong pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he walked in, he saw his son break through to the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. His mouth immediately fell open in shock. Heavens, it's only been a day and he's already broken through. This is too amazing. Fu Yunzhong felt his mouth go dry. He looked at Jiang Qin, who was leisurely sipping tea by the stone table. He was truly filled with admiration. He knew what Fu Qing was capable of. Although he had some talent, he would never believe that Fu Qing could break through in a single day. This was definitely all thanks to Jiang Qin. A god. He really was a god. Fu Yunzhong was completely convinced. He really had no idea how Jiang Qin had done it. Fu Qing exhaled. He opened his eyes and they shone brightly. He seemed to be in high spirits. His cultivation had increased, and the confidence on his face was even greater. Confidence had always been related to one's cultivation. I've broken through. I've reached the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm, ha! Fu Qing burst into laughter. He could not control his emotions. Brother Jiang really is a god. Fu Yunzhong strode over. He really could not think of any other words to describe Jiang Qin. He suddenly felt that it would be too much for him to call Jiang Qin Jiang brother, given his status. If it were not for the fact that his son called Jiang Qin big brother, he would have called him senior. Father, I'm full of confidence now. I'm confident that I can fight Fu Bo. Fu Qing was brimming with confidence. That's not enough. You've only just reached the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. You might not be Fu Bo's match. Jiang Qin said, I've seen you use your sword style before. You should focus on your usual cultivation, but your sword style is full of flaws. You should be able to defeat Fu Bo if you improve it a little. Please guide me, big brother Jiang. Fu Qing clasped his fist. Show me your swordsmanship in its entirety. Jiang Qin said. All right. Fu Qing shook his arm and a dazzling sword appeared, flickering with light. He had never had such a thirst for cultivation in his entire life. Fu Yunzhong said nothing. He had already found all the ingredients that Jiang Qin had written on the paper, but he did not take them out right now. He did not want to interrupt Fu Qing's cultivation, nor did he want to extinguish Fu Qing's passion for cultivation. More importantly, Fu Yunzhong wanted to see just what method Jiang Qin had used to make Fu Qing improve so much in such a short amount of time. It could be said that Fu Qing had advanced by leaps and bounds. Nimyu sword style, open and unrestrained. Fu Qing's sword momentum changed. Sword chi crisscrossed, one move after another. He began to practice in the courtyard. His sword technique was as smooth as flowing water, gorgeous and beautiful. Fu Yunzhong, who was watching from the side, couldn't stop nodding his head. The Spirit U sword technique was a sword technique of the Fu clan. It could be said to be very exquisite, and Fu Qing had truly performed this exquisite sword technique perfectly. However, the smile on Fu Yunzhong's face instantly froze when he saw Jiang Qin continuously shaking his head. He knew that Fu Qing's Spirit U sword style, or rather the Fu family sword style, might not be able to hide his intentions in the eyes of this great god. It's too slow and it's flashy but impractical. True sword style is about killing. Only a good sword style is a sword that kills. Flashy but impractical sword style has no advantage in a battle of life and death. A true sword will kill its opponent with a flash of cold light. Chapter 3900. Watch out for my sword. Jiang Qin's hand moved like a spiral and the sword spun in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the edge of the sword was already in front of Fu Qing. Fu Qing shivered and felt a chill on his neck. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Just the aura of that sword was enough to make him take a trip to the gates of hell. Fu Qing didn't doubt that if it was a real fight, he would have already died to that sword. Following that, Lin Yun executed 18 sword moves in a row. Every sword move was as fast as lightning and aimed for Fu Qing's vital points. Fu Qing couldn't dodge and every sword move was a sure kill move. Oh my god, what kind of sword art is this? It's too ruthless. Fu Yunzhong's jaw dropped in shock when he saw everything. He has modified our Fu clan's Spirit U sword art. The modified Spirit U sword art isn't as gorgeous as before. It's simple, but the killing intent within the simplicity is completely revealed. It's too fast and contains supreme profundities. Such a sword art can only be executed by a true grandmaster. What kind of monster is he? The modified Spirit U sword art is at least 3 levels higher than before. Fu Yunzhong couldn't help but be excited. As a Unity Origin Realm expert, his eyesight was much better than Fu Qing's. The sword art that Jiang Qin executed was too exquisite. Fu Yunzhong naturally didn't know that Jiang Qin's attainments in sword art had already reached the supreme limitless sword. When the 26th sword art appeared, heaven and earth would change. Who could compete with it? The Spirit U sword art was nothing in Jiang Qin's eyes. However, after Jiang Qin's modification, the Spirit U sword art had truly become a sword that could kill. Its might was countless times stronger than before. Fu Qing was stunned on the spot. He subconsciously accepted the sword that Jiang Qin handed over. He was still immersed in the profundity of the 18 sword moves. He had to admit that Jiang Qin had allowed him to comprehend the sword art to a higher level. This was a kind of epiphany. To put it bluntly, only today did Fu Qing truly understand what a sword was. In the past he was just a 3-legged cat. Patriarch, are the herbs ready? Jiang Qin looked at Fu Yunzhong and ignored Fu Qing. Fu Qing needed some time to digest the improved Spirit U sword technique. Jiang Qin would only show it once. As for how much he could comprehend, that would depend on Fu Qing himself. I'm ready. Fu Yunzhong took out the medicinal herbs that Jiang Qin had written on the paper and handed it to Jiang Qin. These herbs were not rare. With the Fu family's influence in Yen City, It was a piece of cake for them to collect all these herbs. Jiang Qin received the medicinal ingredients and released his spiritual strength. A sea of flames appeared before him, and over a dozen medicinal ingredients were thrown into the sea of flames. Seeing this, Fu Yunzhong was even more astonished. To him, this young god was simply omnipotent. His techniques, sword skills, all of them were incomparably brilliant. He was also an alchemist. In the eternal world, the value of an alchemist was unimaginable. Every astral realm had an alchemist union, and the Red Afterglow astral realm was no exception. However, the alchemist union of the Red Afterglow astral realm was located in the Red Mid region. Chi. More than a dozen medicinal ingredients were quickly smelted in the sea of flames, followed by the pill condensation. It only took a few minutes for a blood-red pill to be formed. It's done? Fu Qing felt dizzy. He staggered and almost couldn't stand straight. This was too goddamn amazing. When did alchemy become so easy? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this alchemy technique as shocking. Even the alchemy grandmasters of the Alchemist Union couldn't refine an elixir in just a few minutes. This was simply effortless, and alchemy was as easy as playing. It was too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fu Yunzhong wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Patriarch, this blood transformation pill can help you get rid of the reverse blood flow in the Tianchong acupoint. After you take it, you will no longer have to endure the pain of the Tianchong acupoint when you practice the dragon capture art according to my instructions. Jiang Qin placed the blood-melting pill into Fu Yunzhong's hand. Fu Yunzhong took the pill and felt an indescribable comfort in his hand. Peak Grade 2 Genesis Pill. Fu Yunzhong could not help but gasp when he determined the tier of the pill. A Peak Grade 2 Genesis pill was far too rare for him. Just this single pill alone was priceless, and would require at least a few 100,000 Grade 2 Genesis stones to purchase. Moreover, it was priceless. There wasn't a single person in the entire Yen city who could refine a pill of this grade. Big Brother Jiang is truly omnipotent. If you can join the Martial Pavilion, the upper echelons of the Martial Pavilion will definitely be overjoyed. Fu Qing sincerely said after he recovered from his state of comprehending the sword technique. He had clearly seen the entire process of Jiang Chen's pill refinement, and it was simply amazing. It was hard to imagine what Jiang Chen was not proficient in. I really don't know how to repay Brother Jiang's great kindness. Here are 1,000,000 Grade 2 Genesis stones. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Brother Jiang Chen, you must accept it no matter what. Fu Yunzhong removed a universe ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Alright, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen did not decline and immediately accepted the universe ring. Fu Yunzhong would not be at ease if he did not accept it. Moreover, Jiang Chen naturally needed as many Genesis stones as possible. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, energy stones had become an indispensable thing for him. Every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of Genesis stones. His body was like a bottomless pit. 1,000,000 Grade 2 Genesis stones was a considerable amount of wealth. This showed how wealthy the Fu clan was to be able to casually take out 1,000,000. Of course, to Fu Yunzhong, 1,000,000 Grade 2 Genesis stones was nothing compared to Jiang Chen's kindness. As long as Jiang Chen asked, he would take out his entire life savings. In that case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Fu Yunzhong left in a hurry with the blood-refining pill. Firstly, Fu Qing was in a hurry and did not want to disturb him. Secondly, he could not wait to consume the blood-refining pill because the intense pain from his Tianchong meridian that occurred once every 3 days was about to start again. He needed to deal with this chronic problem as soon as possible. In the next 2 days, Fu Qing tirelessly practiced the Spirit U sword style that had been modified by Jiang Chen. It had to be said that Fu Qing's comprehension of the sword style was quite good. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, he had already grasped the essence of the sword style. His sword style was more than twice as fast as before, and he radiated with killing intent. Just this killing intent alone was enough to put immense mental pressure on his opponent. 3 days passed. Fu Qing had undergone tremendous changes under Jiang Chen's guidance. He had basically been reborn. Although his cultivation had not reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, he was much more powerful than when he had just reached the 8th heavenly layer. Chapter 3901. The next day. Early in the morning, the Fu clan's martial arts field was already packed with people. Fu Yuntao's faction had arrived very early. Today, Fu Bo's aura was like a rainbow. He stood there arrogantly, his face filled with confidence. He didn't care about today's battle at all. Or it could be said that he didn't care about Fu Qing at all. There was a lot of discussion in the martial arts field. However, these discussions were not about the battle between Fu Qing and Fu Bo, but about another matter, a young man with the surname Jiang. Have you heard? A master appeared in the broken Feilu stream. A man called young Master Jiang killed the feather race in the broken Feilu stream and successfully found the secret stairway to heaven. He saved more than 100 people in the broken Feilu stream and helped them walk out of death. Of course I've heard about it. I'm afraid there is no one in the entire Qidong region who doesn't know about it. In the past 3 days the news has spread. The people who came out of the broken Feilu stream have already praised young Master Jiang to be a god. I heard that young Master Jiang came to Yen City with young Master Fu Qing. I wonder if we have a chance to see him. I remember now. When young Master Fu Qing came back he brought back a man and a dog. I heard that the dog was also very fierce in the broken Feilu stream. That young man in white, could he be the legendary young Master Jiang? It's amazing that he could walk out of the broken Feilu stream. Yes, I remember now. There is such a person. At that time I thought he was a friend of young Master Fu Qing, so I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to be such an amazing person. He killed the feather race and the lord of the broken Feilu stream. When this news spread out, it can be said that it caused a great uproar. What a peerless man. But if this news spread to the feather race, I'm afraid that young Master Jiang will become the target of the feather race. The feather race has always been arrogant and conceited. Although the feather race in the broken Feilu stream was abandoned and scattered, they were killed by young Master Jiang. For the sake of their reputation, the feather race will not let it go. Almost everyone was discussing this matter. This result was actually within Jiang Chen's expectations. This was because there were too many people coming out of Broken Flight Stream. With so many people, it was impossible to hide what happened in Broken Flight Stream. In just 3 days, young Master Jiang had become a household name. In the 99 cities of the Crimson East region, there was probably no one who did not know about him. It had to be said that the speed of his fame was indeed a little too fast. Defeating the winged race wasn't impressive, and killing the winged race in the Broken Flight Stream wasn't impressive either. However, being able to walk out of the Broken Flight Stream was impressive. Even more impressive was that he had managed to bring so many people out of the Broken Flight Stream. Amidst the chatter, the people from the Elders' Assembly walked over. Everyone automatically made way for them. Then Fu Yunzhong also walked over with Fu Qing. Together with them were Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Outsiders might not be able to see it, but both Fu Yunzhong and Fu Qing had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to 3 days ago. Fu Qing, needless to say, had changed under Jiang Chen's influence. After Fu Yunzhong had taken the blood-thinning pill refined by Jiang Chen, the stubborn disease of his Tianchong acupoint had been completely cleared. His entire person was in high spirits. His cultivation, which had previously dropped due to the disease, had once again improved. He's here, he's here. Look, that's young Master Jiang. It must be him. There's no mistake. One of the people who came back from Broken Flight Stream is my friend. He looks exactly like him according to his description. He even has a dog with him. Wow, this young Master Jiang is so handsome. I'm going to be infatuated with him. If I go up and ask for an autograph now, won't I look a little reckless? The young people on the training ground were getting restless. Some of the female disciples even had infatuated looks on their faces, especially when they saw how handsome Jiang Chen was. Young Master Jiang, I heard that you exterminated the Feather Tribe in Broken Flight Stream, found the Sky Ascension Stairway, and helped many people get out of Broken Flight Stream. I really admire you. A young man ran up to Jiang Chen and said nervously. Jiang Chen was startled, then he shook his head and smiled. It seemed like the incident at Broken Flight Stream had already spread. However, he was already mentally prepared. He was not worried about the news spreading, nor was he afraid of the Feather Tribe's revenge. Countless gazes landed on Jiang Chen, including the elders. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Not to mention Jiang Chen's cultivation, he had done something that no one else had done. Just this point alone was enough to earn everyone's respect. Even the supreme elder of the Fu family could not help but nod and smile at him. Alright, don't disturb Brother Jiang. From now on, Brother Jiang is our Fu family's guest. No one is allowed to be rude to young Master Jiang. Fu Yunzhong said loudly. He did not want Jiang Chen to be disturbed. Yunzhong, don't waste any more time. Let's start. Fu Yuntao said loudly. He was getting impatient. What? Big brother, are you in a hurry to lose? Fu Yunzhong sneered. If it was in the past, he would not dare to say such words. But now he was very confident in Fu Qing, or rather he was very confident in Jiang Qin. Lose? Haha, second brother, I don't know where you get your confidence from. But since you are so confident, let's see the results on the fighting ring. Fu Yuntao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. How come even the patriarch is so confident? Could it be that young Master Fu Qing has undergone some changes in the past 3 days? Could it be a bluff? To be honest, I don't think Fu Qing will win. He is not Fu Bo's match. Let's see. I hope there will be a surprise. Otherwise this battle will be meaningless. The crowd finally shifted their attention from Jiang Qin to Fu Qing and Fu Bo. Today these two were the main characters. This battle was the biggest event for the Fu family. Fu Bo, Fu Qing, the two of you get on the fighting ring. The Supreme Elder announced. The martial arts stage immediately became silent. Bo, follow the plan. Don't be courteous with him. Fu Yuntao said softly. Dad, rest assured. Your son will not let him off the fighting ring. Fu Bo sneered. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Then Fu Bo leaped onto the fighting stage, which was about 3 meters high. Fu Qing, get on the fighting ring. Fu Bo shouted at Fu Qing. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fu Qing snorted coldly. He also jumped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite of Fu Bo. Let's begin. We are both members of the Fu family. Be careful when you attack. The Supreme Elder said. I will definitely be careful. But fists and feet have no eyes. Blades and swords are merciless. Many accidents will happen on the fighting ring. Don't blame me if you accidentally hurt brother Fu Qing. Fu Bo laughed. You are right. Since that is the case, let's have a life and death battle. How about it? Fu Qing's words were shocking. Chapter 3905. A life and death duel. The crowd burst into an uproar again. No one had expected Fu Qing to say a life and death duel. If it was Fu Bo who said it, the crowd might have expected it. After all, Fu Bo saw Fu Qing as a thorn in his side. It was normal for him to want to kill Fu Qing in a life and death duel. Fu Bo had already done so before. The Duan Filiu incident was obviously related to Fu Bo. Who would have thought that Fu Qing would say a life and death duel? Crazy. His brain must be damaged. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. Everyone was very clear about what a life and death battle meant. Once on the battle platform, life and death would be determined by fate, wealth and honor would be determined by the heavens. On the platform, it was no longer a battle to determine victory or defeat, but a battle to determine life and death. Fu Qing, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. We're all from the same clan. There's no need to fight to the death. The Supreme Elder said. As the person with the highest cultivation in the Fu clan, he hoped that the two branches of the Fu clan could live in harmony and strengthen the Fu clan. Unfortunately, the two brothers had fallen out and become enemies. The accumulated resentment was so deep that it would be very difficult to resolve it. If another one of them died on the stage, the grudge would be irreconcilable. Grand Elder, I've thought it through. Fu Bo once hired people to assassinate me and force me into Broken Flying Stream. He no longer cares about our relationship. I must avenge him. Fu Qing's attitude was firm. He didn't have the slightest bit of affection for this cousin in front of him. This was a person who schemed and schemed to kill him. How could he talk about brotherly love with him? Fine, Fu Qing. You're the one who suggested a life and death duel. Don't regret it. Fu Bo's aura shook, and the killing intent that he had been concealing completely erupted at this moment. Fu Qing dared to propose a life and death battle. This was something he had never expected. To Fu Bo, this could be said to be a pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. I won't regret it. It's up to you whether you dare to accept it. Fu Qing said. He was full of confidence now. He wanted to use this battle to suppress Fu Yuntao's faction. The Fu clan didn't need a branch. The internal conflicts of the Fu clan had to be resolved sooner or later. More importantly, Fu Qing had to take revenge for Duan Filiu. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of the pent-up anger in his heart. Furthermore, the current Fu Qing was different from the Fu Qing of the past. Not only had his cultivation base changed, but his heart had also changed. He had walked through broken file flow, which meant that he had experienced life and death. After experiencing life and death, he was no longer afraid of death. In addition, he was greatly influenced by Jiang Qin and Long San, so he already had a decisive and murderous aura. In other words, in Fu Qing's heart, he had imperceptibly taken Jiang Qin as his idol. Jiang Qin's ruthlessness had fiercely stimulated him and made him understand that in this cruel world, if he wasn't ruthless to his enemies, he wouldn't be able to survive. What a joke. Do you think I wouldn't dare to accept? Fu Qing, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish today. Fu Bo said coldly. Today he must show off his divine might and kill Fu Qing to help his father obtain the position of clan leader. In the future he would be the Fu clan's young master. Fu Yuntao calmly stood below the platform, his eyes narrowed and he didn't conceal the smile on his face. A life-and-death battle was exactly what he wanted to see. Originally, during the discussion he had already instructed Fu Bo to be ruthless during the battle. As long as he killed Fu Qing, it didn't matter even if he broke the rules. At that time, Fu Yunzhong would have no successor and the position of patriarch would belong to him. Now that Fu Qing had initiated a life-and-death battle, it couldn't be any better. At that time, Fu Bo would kill Fu Qing on the stage, and he wouldn't even have an excuse to explain himself. What's going on? Looks like he's not joking, he's really going to fight to the death. Fu Qing wants to take revenge for Duan Filiu, but what I'm curious about is where did he get his confidence from? Did he really change in these 3 days? Who knows? A life-and-death battle is no joke. It's impossible for Fu Qing to use his life as a bluff. Let's just watch. We'll know soon enough. If Fu Qing really does have the ability to kill Fu Bo, it's not necessarily a bad thing for the Fu clan. The Fu clan has been in disarray for far too long. They're not on good terms with each other and their overall strength is scattered. If it weren't for the fact that they have a 9th heavenly layer unity great elder, they would have been destroyed by the Liang family long ago. As the saying goes, it's better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. If they can reunite the Fu clan today, it'll be a good thing for the development of the Fu clan. The entire martial arts training ground was filled with discussions. The atmosphere became extremely tense. This was a life-and-death battle. The entire situation and meaning had changed. Today it was not as simple as fighting for the position of patriarch and young master. The entire Fu family situation might change because of this battle. The entire place fell silent. All gazes landed on the stage. Fu Qing and Fu Bo faced off against each other. Neither of them concealed their killing intent. Make your move. I'd like to see just what gives you the courage to challenge me to a life-and-death battle. Fu Bo's arrogance soared. He completely displayed the presence of a peak 8th heavenly layer origin realm expert. Fu Qing snorted coldly. His presence also erupted at that moment. Origin energy surged out of his body, turning into an invisible wave that swept outwards. They were both at the 8th heavenly layer origin realm, and after fusing the Thin Clouds art and Xuanhuan art, Fu Qing's presence was many times more powerful than the Thin Clouds art alone. What a powerful presence. He's no weaker than Fu Bo, the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Fu Qing has actually made a breakthrough in 3 days. How did he do it? My God, what did Fu Qing experience in the past 3 days? He feels so powerful. His Thin Clouds art doesn't seem to be anything special either. It's filled with a domineering aura that makes people feel quite pressured. No wonder Fu Qing was so confident and dared to challenge Fu Bo to a life-and-death battle. So he had something to rely on. This battle is going to be interesting. They're both at the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm and have similar talent. It won't be easy for Fu Bo to kill Fu Qing. Fu Qing's domineering aura immediately caused an uproar. In everyone's hearts, the battle that was originally one-sided had now become a variable. Furthermore, it was a very big variable. Fu Qing was clearly full of confidence, which was why he dared to say such arrogant words, wanting to fight Fu Bo to the death. This kid has actually improved so much. Looks like we shouldn't have given him 3 days. Chapter 3906. Fu Qing seemed to have changed into another person. He showed a different side to everyone, causing the situation to become even more tense. Even Fu Bo's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Our Fu family's Thin Clouds art doesn't give off such an unyielding aura. Fu Qing must have obtained another cultivation method. However, the aura he gives off still contains the aura of the Thin Clouds art, and it's extremely dense at that. This kid has fused the Thin Clouds art with another cultivation method. That's right. A fused cultivation method is a promising talent. The elders of the Fu family were all Unity origin experts, so they were much more discerning than the average person. When they saw that Fu Qing's Thin Clouds art had fused with another cultivation method, making it even more powerful, every elder could not help but secretly praise Fu Qing. In fact, the fact that Fu Qing had improved so much in 3 days was enough for the elders to praise him. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Fu Qing's talent was higher than Fu Bo's. It was most suitable for him to continue being the Fu family's young master and the future successor of the family head. You're just bluffing. I'd like to see just how much you're capable of. Fu Bo moved. He clearly did not want to waste any time. His palms danced as origin energy surged. Powerful energy gathered at the center of his palms, causing them to become extremely heavy. Layered clouds palm. Fu Bo bellowed. Layers of palm imprints appeared on his palms, stacking on top of each other as they surged towards Fu Qing. I know the martial pavilion's layered clouds palm as well. Let's see who's stronger. Fu Qing's competitive spirit was ignited. Powerful energy began to gather at the center of his palms as well. The same move gave off different auras. Fu Bo and Fu Qing both cultivated the thin clouds art of the Fu family. With the support of the thin clouds art, the power of the layered clouds palm should be similar. However, now that Fu Qing was using both the thin clouds art and the xuanhuan art at the same time, his layered clouds palm was imbued with an unyielding aura of extreme yang. Under the pressure of the unyielding aura, Fu Bo's layered clouds palm seemed much weaker. More importantly, although Fu Bo's cultivation was slightly higher than Fu Qing's, the amplification of the xuanhuan art meant that his origin energy was no weaker than Fu Bo's, who was already at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. In fact, it was even stronger. Rumble. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two layered cloud palms collided with each other in an incomparably violent manner. For a moment, energy surged like a tidal wave. Fu Qing's layered clouds palm was like a blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. In the instant of collision, Fu Bo's attack was completely shattered. Thump thump. Fu Bo was forced to take a few steps back due to the incomparably ferocious recoil. At this moment, Fu Bo had already retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. If he took another step back, he would fall off the fighting ring. A single move was enough to determine the victor. Voila! The martial arena was in an uproar. Such a result was too unexpected. Who would have thought that Fu Qing would actually be so tyrannical to such an extent? Heavens! Just what kind of opportunity did Fu Qing obtain to become so powerful in such a short period of time? That's too terrifying. Fu Bo is no match for the same layered clouds palm. No wonder Fu Qing was so confident and wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Fu Bo. He wasn't bluffing at all. He really has the strength. It must be that young Master Jiang. I heard that Fu Qing has been with young Master Jiang for the past 3 days. It must be that expert who gave him pointers. That should be it. Otherwise, there's no way to explain Fu Qing's transformation. Young Master Jiang is an extraordinary person. He was able to walk out of the broken flying stream. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Let's see. It's hard to say who will win today's battle. That's right. It's hard to say. The battle has just started. Although Fu Qing has the upper hand, Fu Bo is not easy to deal with. The next part is the most exciting part. I'm afraid Fu Bo is going to use his trump card. Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the Fu family's Elders' Hall were shining. The Elders' Hall existed for the sake of the Fu family. The majority of the elders in the Elders' Hall were focused on the development of the Fu family. If the Elders' Hall didn't exist, the 2 branches of the Fu family would have already started fighting. The current battle was for the future of the Fu family. It seemed that Fu Qing's potential was much greater than Fu Bo's. Moreover, the Fu family's higher-ups were thinking of befriending another person. That person was Jiang Qin. What happened in the broken flying stream had spread. Now that the extraordinary person who destroyed the Yu clan was in the Fu family naturally wanted to befriend him. Moreover, these elders weren't fools. They were naturally able to tell that the reason why Fu Qing had such a shocking transformation was definitely related to this extraordinary person. On the fighting stage, Fu Bo's face was filled with shock. He had never thought that he would be defeated in the first round. However, he wasn't afraid. He was still very confident in his own strength. However, he wouldn't underestimate Fu Qing anymore. Swoosh! With a flick of his arm, a long sword appeared in a flash. Fu Qing was clearly much stronger than he had imagined. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide anymore. From the clash of the stacking cloud palms, Fu Bo had already understood that he would only be able to kill Fu Qing if he unleashed his strongest killing move. Fu Qing, come and have a taste of my thunder sword. Fu Bo shouted. The sword in his hand emitted a thunderous sound. The blade of the sword was covered with lightning. It was dazzling and powerful. Father, you taught the thunderous sword to Big Brother? There won't be a problem. That's right. The thunderous sword is as fast as lightning. It's very lethal. Once you are surrounded by the sword chi, you will die. Even if Fu Qing has improved in a short time, he won't be able to block Big Brother's thunderous sword. Fu Bo's two younger brothers said. They were very confident in their big brother's thunderous sword. However, Fu Yuntao's face was gloomy. He did not have the confidence and joy of his two sons. The thunder sword art was indeed powerful, but now that Fu Bo had displayed it, Fu Yuntao didn't see the slightest hint of panic on Fu Qing's face. Fu Yuntao didn't feel confident at all. Today's battle was different from what he had imagined. What he thought would be a piece of cake had become a precarious situation. However, the life and death battle had started. It could not be interrupted or stopped. He could only pray that Fu Bo could win. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.